The Rifts of Psyche, The Starsea Cycle, Book 3. Written by Kyle West. Narrated by Rob Brinkmann. 1. Lucian had been walking for hours, and night was falling. He stumbled on a rock, almost face-planting on the rugged ground. The only reason he caught himself was due to Psyche's lower gravity. He panted, trying to catch his breath. The air was thin up here, but maybe it would be thicker at a lower elevation. He was following a trail, but it was impossible to tell where it was leading. For now, it led up a set of broken steps carved into a cliff. Those steep, shattered stairs would have been impossible to climb in standard gravity. Climbing hand over hand, his muscles strained under the exercise. He had done nothing for months besides sitting in his cell. Coupled with the low transit gravity of the prison barge, he was the weakest he had been in his adult life. Pulling himself up the final step, Lucian gasped for breath. Once standing, he peered beyond a precipice before him. It fell hundreds of meters, the trail crisscrossing down before it was lost to darkness. Even in low gravity, it would be hell going down that. But there was no other way to proceed, and the lower he descended, the darker it would become. He just couldn't catch his breath. He needed to find shelter before night fell, and he needed to find water. Wherever his escape pod had landed, it was far from any sort of life, human or otherwise. Maybe this part of the moon was isolated, and he was the only living person within 1,000 kilometers. If that was true, then it almost certainly meant his death. He would be doomed to wander this moon until he collapsed from thirst, hunger, or sheer exhaustion. He tried pushing these dark thoughts from his mind, descending deeper into the rift. He tried not to think of what threats might be lurking in the gathering darkness. One thing was sure. The further he descended, the dimmer the sky grew. Was that due to the onset of evening, or the twisted mountains blocking more sunlight? Those mountains didn't look right, anyway. Through the violet mist, they were warped like some lurid vision of hell. Even Volsung hadn't been as bleak as this. Low, stunted trees growing in rocky crevices were the only form of life. There was no wind whatsoever, while the air was cool, dry, and dead, for lack of a better word. If there was water, it had to be at a lower elevation, and with water, hopefully there would also be life. And where there was life, there was food. The mere thought of water made his throat feel even more parched, but it was almost too dark to proceed. Of course, he could stream a light sphere and search late into the night, but light might attract unwanted attention. It would be better to find water without it. But for all he knew, that would be impossible. And of course, it would mean dismantling the block he'd formed around his focus all those months ago. Lucian had never been afraid of the dark, but the darkness of this moon terrified him. Anything could be lurking behind the copious boulders, crevices, or pits he passed. In the end, Lucian had to stop because he was tripping over every stray rock and crack. And now, the trail was skirting the edge of a mountain, and one false step could send him falling hundreds of meters. He needed light. But first, he had to see if it was even possible to stream. He reached for his focus. There was no sentimentality as he worked to dissolve the block. It was a knot he had practiced untying countless times in his head during the long journey here. And just as it had been in his imagination, the block was unraveled with a simple streaming of psionic magic. A strange heaviness departed him. It would take some time to regather his ether, so to stream a light sphere he would have to overdraw. There was little choice unless he wanted to stumble over the side of the trail and into the fissure. The image of his focus, the septagon and its 7 colored points, formed perfectly in his mind. He reached for the radiant aspect. He siphoned ether directly from the manifold. The energy that powered all magic entered him, shocking him like cold water. But it also burned him at the same time, as if there were acid mixed in. He hadn't expected so much ether to enter him so quickly, especially being out of practice so long. There was little time to wonder at it. He created a thin stream, and a dim light sphere manifested before him, illuminating the area up to 5 meters. Now, he had to get that light to follow him, and for that, he would need to test his binding. His heart, pounding a bit, not knowing what to expect. He would have to stream binding at some point, so he might as well do so now when he wasn't under any immediate threat. While holding the radiant stream, he reached for the binding aspect. He bound the light sphere to his right shoulder so it would follow him. He didn't notice any discernible use of ether. It was as if his pool had remained at the same level. Granted, such a simple tether didn't use a lot of ether anyway, but at the same time, it should have used at least some. It was further evidence that the orb of binding was real, and the oracle had not been lying to him. He kept the luminosity of the light sphere low, just enough to see by. He wasn't sure how long he could hold it. He was tired, weak, and didn't relish having to draw more ether than he already had. The light revealed the trail sidling down the mountain range on his left. He dropped deeper and deeper into the rift with no sign of ending. This was some mess he was in. Would they really have dropped him on some random part of the moon? Or would they have put him where there was at least some human habitation nearby? He thought back all those months to what that prison guard had told him. The Treaty of Chiron stated the League only needed to get the exiled mage to the surface. He'd said the treaty had ensured nothing about the mage's survival, so Lucian had to take that into his own hands. Lucian's train of thought was broken when he stepped on something organic and squishy. He pulled his boot away with a squelch, looking down at what appeared to be a pile of mud that was warm. That was when the smell hit him. His mouth twisted. Disgusting. He wiped his boot on a nearby rock, but couldn't get the residue completely off. There were 2 piles of it, not quite steaming, but hours fresh. He supposed that answered his question about whether there was animal life on this moon. This observation was not helped by the fact that the creature was bigger than him, far bigger, and nearby. Finding shelter was sounding like a better idea every second. Turning back wasn't an option. Up above were only dry wastes. The area he had come from hadn't held so much as a snowbank for water, despite the freezing temperature. That told him little precipitation fell here. Whatever life was here had to live below, between the mountains. But other life also meant competition for resources. He had to be prepared that the natives were not friendly. Lucian proceeded cautiously, rounding a bend that wrapped around the mountainside. That was when he saw a light in the distance, the unmistakable orange glow of a fire. He immediately cut off both his streams and crouched. His mind hummed with the positive afterglow of magic. How he had missed this feeling. And because of that, Lucian understood more than ever why magic was so dangerous. He kept his attention on the fire. It might have been 100 meters away, but he couldn't see anyone around it. He thought about reaching for radiance to home in on the infrared spectrum. Doing so would allow him to see any heat source besides that fire. A heat source like another human. But he already felt strained from holding his light sphere. If there were people around, he needed enough magic to defend himself. It was a risk he couldn't take. The best way to proceed was to move carefully, to watch his steps and not make any sound. He edged along the trail, keeping the rock wall on his left. If he veered too far to the right, he would fall into the rift. Even with the lower gravity, a fall from this height would be fatal. As he approached the mouth of the cave, there didn't seem to be anyone within a few meters of the fire. But from the even burn of the flames, it was almost certainly man-made. The only question was, where was the man? Lucian crouched in the shadows, waiting for what seemed half an hour before moving in. He felt exposed, stepping into the light like this. He reached for his focus. He needed to be prepared for the worst. He stood a few meters from the fire, which was almost burned down to coals. Beyond the firelight, he could see the cave went even deeper. What was he doing in here? Half of him wanted to turn around and head back out into the night, and the other half wanted to explore further. A sudden crashing noise emanated from deeper within the cave, like metal scraping on rock. "Hello?" he called. He winced. Why had he given himself away? After a few seconds without a response, he crept deeper into the darkness of the cave. He really should be turning around right now, but there was no way he was going to spend the night out in the darkness. Not with whatever had made that gigantic pile of crap. He needed shelter, or at the very least, directions on where to find food, water, and his own safe place to hole up. At a bend in the tunnel, he heard a woman's voice, singing softly. He strained his ears to listen, the hairs on his arms rising. If there was anything he'd learned from watching horror hollows, now was the appropriate time to leave. As soon as he started backing away, there was a witchy female cackle. "Leaving so soon? We haven't even started yet." Lucian dashed away but ended up tripping over a rock. Footsteps approached from behind. He tried to get up, but he was so heavy, as if he weighed 10 times what he should have. The ground below him glowed with silvery light. With mounting horror, he realized it was a gravity amplification disc. As the disc pulled him down, hard, he couldn't budge. Even his lungs fought for breath. Well, he'd made a poor showing of it. After only a few hours on the surface, he was going to die. 2. It was Lucian's first fight with a rival mage with his life in the balance, and from the way things were going, it was probably going to be his last. If he wanted to survive this, then he knew he needed utter calm and to reach for his focus. He reached for gravitonics, fumbling for a counterstream to extricate himself from this situation. But he couldn't even feel his ether in the first place. Whatever this mage was doing, it was far beyond his abilities to fight against. He realized he knew nothing, that he had had barely any training at all. He was completely at this woman's mercy. Still, that didn't stop him from trying to reverse the gravitonic stream. He tried to brute force through the block around his focus, but again, there was nothing. He struggled to lift his arms, but gave up after a few seconds. They were like leaden weights in Jupiter's gravity. "Let me go," Lucian managed, fighting for breath. "I won't hurt you." From the sound of her breathing, he guessed the woman stood about a meter behind him. A strange chortle escaped her throat. "You're a rotting poor hunter," she said. Her voice sounded young, probably around his age. From that earlier maddened cackle, he had expected an old hag. "Either that, or you're fresh off a barge. Either way, if you don't cause any more problems, I might not kill you." Lucian had no choice but to be at her mercy. She ran her hands over the length of his body. He tried to squirm away, but couldn't. She didn't avoid the areas he wished she would. Those probing fingers were like eels seeking any sort of weapon. He groaned as he fought to escape. Now, she said. "Can't have you stabbing me with a surprise shock spear, can we?" "Hands off," Lucian said. "I don't have any damn shock spear." The sheer weight of his body was almost enough to suffocate him on its own. His vision was getting dark. Blood and oxygen were not reaching his brain efficiently. If she didn't let him go, and soon, he would pass out. And if he passed out, he would never wake up again. The weight suddenly released, and Lucian scrambled free. He whipped around to face the woman and was surprised by what he saw. Even in her raggedy clothing cinched together with a rough piece of rope, she cut a striking figure. Her pale blonde hair fell just past her shoulders, while her eyes were intense and blue. Her bare feet were filthy and heavily calloused. How she got around on these rocky trails, Lucian couldn't begin to guess. She looked the part of the quintessential cave woman, and the local make of her clothes told him that she was no prisoner from a barge. She was most likely born and raised here. Last of all, he noticed part of her left arm was mottled with sickly pink patches. He couldn't tear his eyes away from that skin, of which he had only read and heard about. She was a Fray. "Don't mind my arm," she said. "I'm not far gone. Yet. Whatever the elders of Kirro would have you believe. I've still got my mind. Of that, you can be sure." Lucian backed up a step. Any moment now, she could lash out and end his life. She had so easily overpowered him. Worse, he couldn't even stream to undo her block. "If you unblock me, I won't hurt you," Lucian said. She seemed to consider for a moment. "Not a chance. Of me unblocking you or you hurting me." Lucian hadn't expected that to work, but it had been worth a try. "I was only looking for a place to stay. I can leave you in peace." "You are fresh off a barge," she said. "No Frey hunter would be as incompetent as you." Despite the insult, Lucian almost breathed a sigh of relief. She no longer saw him as a threat, which was exactly what he needed. "I just landed here. So what?" The woman rolled her eyes. "How long have you been here exactly?" 6 hours, maybe? It's hard to say. Lucian wondered why she was asking him all these questions. She probably wouldn't be going through the trouble if she planned on killing him. That explains it. Being fresh off the barge is the only reason you'd be dumb enough to go out there at night. I'm just trying to help." "Help? You almost killed me." "I wasn't sure of you at first, but I'm reasonably sure you can't kill me. I can't let you go back out there. It would be irresponsible of me." "Okay. Well, why would you want to help me?" "Well, why wouldn't I? You're a lost little puppy out in the wilds. I'm not a cold-hearted bitch." "Sorry. I guess I'm pretty cautious after you attacked me." "You were trying to run. I thought you were here to kill me. And if I'd let you go, that would have been the end of you." "Why is that?" "Wyverns." The firelight lent her blue eyes an intense appearance. "They hunt the rifts at night. Doesn't matter if it's pitch black. They have large eyes that catch the smallest amount of light. And where there's no light, they can smell your warmth. Failing that, they can use their shrieks to find their prey. They always hunt in pairs, husband and wife." "That's romantic," Lucian said. The joke didn't do much to take away the wrenching in his gut. "Only the caves are safe, with a bright enough fire to keep them away. They hate the light and will only fly in it if you really piss them off." "I thought you said they like warmth. Fire means warmth." "Aye, that it does. But light blinds them something fierce, and they won't attack into it unless they are truly desperate." The woman suddenly approached. Lucian tensed, but she only walked past him and took a seat on a rock by the fire. There she warmed her hands. "Have a seat. Looks like you've seen better days. I don't have much, but there's food and water." Lucian approached the fire cautiously and sat on the ground. He felt a curious pressure release in his mind. When he reached for his focus, he had access to his magic again. He watched her for a moment. cautiously, suspecting some trick. But it seemed her unblocking him had been intentional. It was her way of showing good faith, so it was on him to match that. Lucian watched her from across the fire. "What do these wyverns look like? I found a steaming pile of crap up the trail, so they must be big." That got her attention. "Quite early for them to be active, but it's not unheard of. They have big wings, big teeth, big claws. Trust me, you'll know one when you see it, and there's a good chance it'll be the last thing you see altogether." "Lovely." She watched him. This was Lucian's first real conversation in months. Did people always stare like that when they talked? Perhaps they did, and he had just forgotten. "Is there something in my teeth?" She broke into a smile that seemed a bit too wide. "What do you mean?" Maybe that idiom didn't exist on this world. "You're staring." "I know," she said. "Just sizing you up. If you lost that beard and got some meat on you, you might even be passable." Passable? What was she getting on about? Lucian decided that comment was best ignored. Her poking him just showed how little she thought of him as a threat. That alone was humbling. He cleared his throat. He had to admit, she was a good-looking woman. But besides their obvious differences, that skin of hers freaked him out a little. She claimed to have her mind still, but of course, she could just be saying that. Normally, fraying began its work by rotting skin and organs before spreading to the brain itself. It was hard to tell whether her eccentricity was due to the fraying or from living alone. And why did she live alone, for that matter? Whatever the case, he couldn't ever forget that she had manhandled him like a child. Or rather, woman-handled? Whatever happened, he needed to avoid going toe-to-toe with her. "Quite the conversationalist," she observed. "Who are you? Where are you from? How'd you come to be here?" Lucian warmed his hands a moment, considering his response while ignoring her jibe. "My name is Lucian. I'm from Earth. I attended the Volsung Academy and failed out. That's why I'm here." "Volsung," she said. "Never been there." She gave a short, somewhat bitter laugh. "Then again, I've never been anywhere but Psyche." He was right about her being a native. "What's your story, then? And your name?" "I'm Sarah O'Connor, if you care to know my family name." She looked him over. "You're the first off-worlder I've seen in a long time." "Are there a lot of Psyche natives?" "Well, there was a colony here before the Mage War, and the worlds have been sending their trash here for decades, along with the mages. And of course, people have needs, and those needs make more people. Not a lot of folks live here in the Riftlands, but go to the Golden Vale and Dara, and you'll find cities so big they'll make your eyes pop out." She shrugged. "Or so they say. Never been there myself, but they say Dara has a population of 1 million. That had to be an exaggeration, but Lucian didn't want to openly disagree with her. "My mother and father were both mages," Sarah went on. "I guess that's where I got it from." What were the odds of that? Being a mage was supposed to be random, or from the manifold, or whatever one wanted to call it. "Why are you looking at me like I'm strange?" she asked. "It's nothing. I've just always been told genetics had nothing to do with magical ability." "Genetics?" Maybe that was a word she didn't know either. "The bloodline. You said your parents were mages, and that's the reason you're one too." "Yeah. That's different from what I've been told." "You've been told wrong. Children of mages aren't always mages, but they are more likely to be." "And that's common knowledge here?" She gave a lopsided smile. "What, they don't let mages couple off-world?" Lucian was about to protest before he realized that they didn't. Well, the Volsung Academy didn't, at least. Could that be the reason? If the League didn't want extra mages on their hands, they would certainly discourage mages from procreating. Or they could force sterilize them, but that wasn't League practice as far as Lucian knew. There was something more to it than that. Vera herself had acknowledged magical ability had nothing to do with genetics. There was a missing component, but it wasn't worth arguing about. Of course, if Sarah knew something that everyone else outside Psyche didn't, that knowledge would be useless. No one left this world. I guess you know a lot about surviving here, Sarah. You don't live to be my age without that. You can't be that old, though. You seem close to my age. About that, maybe a bit older, 15 or 16. Lucian looked at her blankly. There was no way she was that young. Psyche years, she said. Sorry, we don't go by the Earther calendar here. But I understand the years are shorter there? I'm not even sure what I'd be in that. 25 or 26, I guess? And you live on your own? He watched carefully for her reaction. She poked the fire with a stick, her expression unchanging. No, I've got a friend in the back of the cave there. He's asleep, so no need to worry about him. He's got the fraying bad, but it makes him melancholy. He's not a burner. A burner? Wow, you do know nothing. That's what we call the ones who go crazy. They burn up all their ether trying to kill everyone and everything. Until they kill themselves, at least. That's maybe a quarter a phrase. The rest just sort of lose themselves, I guess. Slip through the cracks of sanity. She sighed sadly. That's Raymore right there. Raymore's your friend's name? She nodded. I know, it's a weird name. Don't know where it comes from. He and I go way back, both exiles from the Deep Rift villages. I'm from Kirro, he's from Fira. She sighed heavily. He was once a wyvern hunter. Taught me a lot of what he knows. Without him, I wouldn't have survived the upper reaches. Now he needs me to survive. That must be hard. Yeah, it is. What can you do, though? I stick by my friends, even when they aren't convenient. Makes the living twice as hard, but without him, what do I have? Maybe one day he'll get better. Not likely, but there's always a chance. Most would have left him for the wyverns by now. Not me, though. I take it survival isn't easy here. She cast him an annoyed glance. You're one for making obvious statements, aren't you? Sorry, it's all I've got right now. Well, just shut up and listen. You don't have to have some rotting remark to everything I say. Rotting? That was the second time she'd said that. It seemed like a local profanity. He wanted to ask about it, but figured it would be best to keep quiet. She nodded in satisfaction. That's better. First thing you need to learn, get inside before nightfall. If you don't, there's a good chance you won't live to see the morning. There are plenty of caves in the rifts. Don't go in the ones that are too high up. That's where the wyverns like to nest. For that matter, you shouldn't ever go to the very bottom of the rifts, the part where you can't see the sky anymore and it's dark all the time. At some point, all the rifts go low enough and join up in this place called the Dark Rift. That's where you'll find a lot of nasty creatures. And a lot of frays, too. And with frays, you'll find burners. How far until the bottom? There's no real bottom, Sarah said. It just keeps going down and down until you realize you're not in the open air anymore. And it keeps going down below that, as far as we know. How long's a day here, anyway? Lucian said. Well, a day's a day. From what others have told me, Psyche's close to Earth's standard. Don't know if anyone's measured it properly, though. I see. So it's just you and Raymore in here? She nodded. It's a bit too close to Kirro for my liking. She held up a finger, staying Lucian's next question. Kirro is a day's walk down the trail. Keep going down and you'll find it. Big cave mouth, big wall, always guarded. Why aren't you living there? She laughed at that. You kidding? I used to live there. She held up her frayed arm. The minute they see this, they send you packing. That's harsh. That's the rules, she said. Can't let a fray wind up a burner one day. It can happen at any time. Even if I don't blame them, I don't like them. So, when someone frays, they just get banished? That's the modus operandi, she said, mispronouncing things epically. It sounded harsh, but if there was a better solution, Lucian didn't know what it was. Well, it's getting a bit late, Sarah said. I should probably check on Raymore. She stood and seemed to consider for a moment. Tell you what, tomorrow, I'll take you down to Kirro. See if they might let you in or at least give you a chance. Why wouldn't they let me in? You're a stranger. Usually you can't get into a Deep Rift village unless someone vouches for you first. Can you vouch for me? I would, but I don't know how far that would get you. Kirro and I have something of a strained relationship. She went off to check on her friend. Lucian wondered how bad Raymore's state was to be isolated back there. Whatever the case, tomorrow he would wake up and hopefully reach this Kirro village. He was nowhere near fraying, so maybe this place would accept him if he were willing to offer something in exchange, like work. And always, Lucian had to remember his ultimate goal, escape. He recalled his audience with the Oracle all those months back on Volsung. She had entrusted the Orb of Binding to him. He didn't even know what to do with that, and he didn't know how any of it worked. For a moment, Lucian doubted whether it had even happened. It wouldn't be the first time. The question was probably pointless anyway. He had to survive the night first, and every night after that. Then, he could worry about the orb, along with the Oracle's worrying encouragement to locate the rest of them. When Sarah's footsteps approached the fire, a series of high shrieks emanated from outside the cave. Just hearing that gave Lucian chills. There they are, Sarah said. Just pretend it's a lullaby and you'll fall right asleep. I don't think that's going to work. They're checking us out, all right. But with the way I built this fire up, we can sleep as safe as two mud sallies during hibernation. Whatever that means. Good night, Lucian. Lucian lay down, being sure to keep the fire between himself and the cave entrance. More shrieks echoed from outside. This was going to be a long night. 3. Lucian awoke to a guttural yell and was pushed by some unseen force across the rocky cave floor. He scrambled up and found himself face to face with a shambling corpse of a man dressed in rags. It took a moment for things to register, but when they did, he reached for his focus. It was going to be a fight. Raymore's deadened eyes did not match his wide, mad smile. He'd lost most of his hair, while his pink-mottled skin hung from his face like melted wax. His flesh was cadaverous and decaying, covered with open sores. He extended a trembling hand, which became wrapped with a reddish light. Sarah scrambled up, her eyes widening. "Raymore, no!" Lucian had enough time to wrap himself in a thermal shield, countering the incredible blast of heat directed at him. Even with the shield, he felt as if he were standing in an oven. Raymore's nightmarish face strained as he streamed more thermal magic. Lucian felt his shield buckling, while his reserves of ether burned away at an incredible rate. Thermalism was not his strength, and this would be a losing battle the longer it went on. "Get out of here," Sarah said. "He's too strong." Raymore's stream strengthened, and there was nothing Lucian could do to defend against it. Raymore's expression was one of twisted, murderous rage. Sarah was trying to pull Raymore away, but he shook her aside with unreal strength, sending her sprawling to the ground. Lucian edged away from the cave while concentrating all his ether on maintaining the wavering shield. If it cracked, he would be immolated in seconds. When he reached the cave mouth, Raymore was still in pursuit. Lucian had to do something to keep the frayed mage from following him. But what? All his ether was tied up in the shield's upkeep, and if his concentration slipped, even for a moment, it would mean his death. Suddenly, the heat dissipated, and Raymore keeled over with a groan of pain. Sarah had done something to distract him, but Lucian didn't have time to speculate. He ran off into the darkness, leaving the frayed mages behind. Sarah screamed something after him, but Lucian wasn't sure what. The only thing he was sure of was there was no way in hell he was taking his chances back there. Not when he could be murdered in his sleep. He had to find his own cave somewhere. Sarah had said there were plenty of them. The only question was, could he find one before the wyverns smelled him out? Sarah had also said the wyverns hated light. So, he streamed a light sphere to illuminate the path ahead, tethering it so that it floated about a meter ahead of him. As before, streaming binding seemed to make no impact on his ether at all, even when he was dual streaming. All he had to do was keep up radiance, with which he was more familiar. The trail snaked down into the rift. Due to the low gravity, Lucian wasn't sprinting but loping. He forced himself to slow down before he careened over the edge. It didn't seem as if he were being followed. Not 10 seconds after streaming the light sphere, blood-curdling shrieks echoed from the rift, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Lucian picked up the pace, glancing behind to see the cave mouth he'd just escaped, where 2 human silhouettes blocked the interior light. They both disappeared, likely seeking shelter from the wyverns that were surely coming. He had to find a cave, and enough fuel to make a fire. The shrieks sounded again, closer now. Would he have the time? The path made a bend, weaving between 2 clefts of rocks. It had to be the entrance of a cave. If he could just get inside, find some fuel, and light it with a thermal stream, he'd be safe. Probably. Lucian went inside, following the trail until it reached an open area surrounded by high cliffs. No, this was most definitely not a cave. There was no discernible escape, though of course it was impossible to tell in the darkness. Lucian's blood went cold when he realized the truth. He would have to fight for his life again, but this time there was no Sarah to bail him out. The first thing he did was deepen his focus, streaming the light sphere as bright as he could manage. Doing so burned his ether at an alarming rate, but there was no other way to counter what was coming. He needed not only to see his surroundings, but to inhibit the wyverns before they got too close. Lucian didn't have to wait long. 2 massive, dragon-like creatures with wide, leathern wings and long, snake-like necks emerged from the darkness above the cleft. Their forms were long and scaly, while massive black eyes reflected the light of his sphere. In tandem, they opened their gaping maws, revealing rows of needle-like teeth, and let out discordant shrieks that sounded demonic as they flapped toward him. The light sphere had little, if any, effect on their aggression. Lucian reached for his shock spear, only to realize he had no weapon at all. He had only his magic and his wits to rely on. And of course, the orb of binding. If everything about what he'd experienced on Volsung was a dream, then he would be dead within seconds. But he would not begin by streaming the binding aspect. He reached for his focus, only to find that the light sphere had eaten up all his ether. He had no choice but to overdraw from the manifold itself. a sweetly poisonous infusion of ether entered him, leaving him shaking and exultant. It was a fiery power that demanded immediate release. He reached for the psionic aspect and began to direct every bit of that ether into a stream designed to push the two wyverns back as far as possible. He needed to create some space, enough time to figure out how the orb of binding worked. And a kinetic wave would give him that space, assuming his stream was powerful enough. The hardest part was waiting for the right moment, watching helplessly as the wyverns dove toward him. They seemed to move in slow motion, a side effect of being so deep into his focus. All that training on the prison barge had given him a concentration greater than he would have ever thought possible. And he would need every bit of it as he waited, patiently for the right moment. He had to wait until they were just meters away. The wyvern's shrieks pummeled him then, drowning him in a wall of sound. The time had come to create his own wall. He finally let go of his stream, unleashing a massive kinetic wave. His entire body shone with violet light as the shockwave emanated outward. It blasted the wyverns, who shot away as if knocked with a gigantic and invisible bat. They tossed and tumbled in the air, shooting into the distance. Lucian had hoped the lower gravity would make kinetic force even more powerful, and it was a bet that was paying off. The wyverns screeched their dismay, but they spread those wings wide and were slowly regaining control. It would only be a short reprieve. It gave him time, nothing more. He could not indefinitely overdraw from the manifold, as the poison of ether would make it impossible to remain conscious. So, he cut off the psionic stream, his chest heaving. The power felt sweet, but at the same time, gut-wrenchingly nauseating. His skin prickled with fire. It was almost as if he could feel the poison of the manifold rotting him from the inside out. The taste on his tongue was acrid and foul. If he drew any more ether, he would be in dire danger of fraying. He had to figure out how to use the orb, and he had to figure it out now. Nothing else would save him. The words of the oracle returned to him. The orb of binding would allow him to stream the binding aspect without fear of overdrawing. While its power was theoretically unlimited, it was still constrained by the strength of Lucian's focus. His heart pounded, not knowing what to expect. Using this orb might even kill him. But he was dead anyway, and there wasn't a moment to waste. He sought the binding aspect, only dimly aware of the flapping of leathern wings accompanied by monstrous shrieks. He opened himself to the binding aspect, and beyond even that, in his mind's eye was the orb, waiting and thrumming with potential power. He reached for it with his focus, and streamed, and gasped as the orb siphoned an insane rush of ether into him. He had never known such pure, unadulterated power. And within the ether given by the orb there was no hint of the foulness of the manifold's toxin. It was as if it were naturally accrued ether, although even compared to that, it was purer. It was magic as it was meant to be, as it had been designed to be, and he could drink of this well as deeply as he could control it. In his mind's eye, the orb of binding's radiant blue light pulsed with seemingly endless energy. He had the power to bind entire worlds, crash them together, rip them apart. It would kill him, but it was a possibility, if only he knew how. That power needed an outlet. Now, those wyverns would die. He knew that as surely as he knew his name. He began by streaming a focal point on a nearby stand of sharp rocks, and the focal point held with ease. As the wyverns entered a dive, he created 2 more streams, anchor points, 1 for each wyvern. These 2 streams held as well. That shocked him. The greater the mass of the bound object, the more magic required to complete the anchor point. Magic rippled through him, his hands emanating blue light, and still the orb pulsed an endless fountain. He strengthened the energy in each of the anchor points, allowing more and more magic to stream into them. The rate of his magic flow doubled, then tripled, and then quadrupled. The orb opened further, allowing more ether to flow. The tethers connecting the wyverns to the rocks grew brighter and brighter until Lucian could hardly look at them. The rush of magic burning through him was unreal. It was like blue magma, and he knew without the orb, it would have frayed his mind and body to a crisp. Even with the orb, he could hardly control the two tethers, such was the power behind them. And if he lost control, he died. The orb pulsed like a beating heart. With every pulse came more and more ether, more power, more magic. And that magic had to go somewhere. With a guttural yell, Lucian released the tether's tension, which had become a laser of blue light connecting the wyverns to the sharp rocks. The wyverns shrieked as they shot with incredible speed along those lines. The change in direction so fast and sudden that their bodies ripped apart in midair. Most of the wyverns' remains were pulled along toward those rocks where they were impaled, while the rest of the bloody bits and viscera had been obliterated into a fine red mist. Lucian had no time to wonder at this power, to be horrified by it. The orb was still beating like a heart, spewing more and more ether into him. Did this thing have brakes? He couldn't hold it in, and it had to go somewhere. He set a new anchor point on some nearby cliffs in the direction he had come from, and a new focal point on the cliffs opposite those. There was no time to think. He simply had to do. Holding this amount of magic for any longer would end him. He could feel the power of the orb ebbing, the force of its pulses fading. He had to make sure every bit of it was streamed into the new tether. Lucian held the tether as long as he could, until he could no longer maintain the stream. He released, and with that action came a deafening crack. In a single moment, metric tons of rock ripped from the two cliff faces, guided by a crackling blue energy tether that looked more like lightning. The bright blue tether spread, diffusing into random rocks and debris, creating a storm of floating boulders that crashed into one another with thunderous booms. Small bits of rock rained from the sky, pelting Lucian's back. He ducked behind a nearby boulder. For minutes, that rock rain fell in the slow motion of Psyche's gravity. His chest heaved, and though his eyes were open, he couldn't see a thing. When he tried to stream a light sphere, he didn't have a drop of ether left. Minutes later, the cliffs were still collapsing. He could only hope he was far enough to not be buried. It was probably 15 minutes before things settled down enough for him to poke his head above the boulder. He tried streaming a sphere again, but he could only do so long enough to see his immediate surroundings. What he saw looked like a war zone. Blasted cliffs, craters, ground-up rock about a meter deep in all directions. The tinge of ozone, as if that massive storm of tethers had scorched the air itself. When his light sphere winked out after using the last of his ether, he was left in darkness under a star-filled sky. All he could do was hope that such a raw display of power kept other wyverns away, rather than draw them like moths to a flame. He reeled in disbelief, knowing he had done something that no mage could ever hope to do. None of it had been a lie or a hallucination. He held one of the 7 fabled orbs of Starsea. 4. Lucian forced himself to stand, his legs shaking. He felt as if he were coming down off the hardest of hard drugs, every neuron fried to a crisp. An impenetrable fog made it hard to hold on to any thought for long. Even so, he still needed shelter, and fast. He would not be able to handle another outburst of magic, and more shrieks were already echoing in the distance. It was impossible to tell just how far away they were, but he had no doubt they would be upon him soon. He began searching the piles of rock and disintegrated boulders for somewhere to hide. Surely in all this mess, there was some hole he could crawl into. He'd have to risk it collapsing on him because sleeping out in the open was simply not an option. He had to find a crevice, large enough to fit into, but small enough that the wyverns couldn't reach him with their long talons. After a few minutes of aimless searching, he found something that would suit well enough. He got on his belly and crawled inside like a worm, going as deep as he could until he was sure nothing from above could follow him in. Sarah had mentioned they could sense heat, so he needed to go deep enough for them not to detect him. He couldn't create a fire, so he'd have to rely on the shelter of the rocks themselves. There was always the danger he could be buried alive, and he didn't relish the thought. But as he saw it, this was his only option. He was simply too exhausted to run any farther. Once deep enough, about 5 meters beneath the surface, he closed his eyes, until he heard the crunch of feet on the rocks above. "Lucian? I thought I saw something over here." Sarah? How in the world had she found him? He remained as still as a mouse, unsure of where he stood with her after the Raymore incident. "I can feel you around here," she said. "Too tired after your fight for a concealment ward, eh?" Concealment ward? Lucian had never heard of such a thing. "What do you want, Sarah?" "Prickly, aren't you? You buried alive or something?" "Something like that. Where's your friend?" "I left him back in the cave. Sorry. He must have gotten jealous or something. He doesn't have much impulse control these days, and it's been a while since I've seen how he acts around others." She waited a moment, apparently waiting for him to accept the apology. He remained quiet. "If you hold on a minute, I can lift these rocks with an anti-grav disc. It'll probably kill me, but—" "No," Lucian said. "I'm not buried. Just hiding." "Oh. Well, the coast is clear for now. Can you get out of there so we can talk?" Lucian considered a moment whether he could trust her. It didn't make sense that she would risk her neck just to hunt him down. So what did she want? Lucian shimmied up the rocks. The squeeze was so tight that for a moment, Lucian believed he might be stuck. He could see Sarah's bare, dirty feet above him, illumined presumably by a light sphere. He sucked in his breath and pushed upward, scratching his torso in the process. The next moment he was standing in front of her. She gaped at the surroundings. "You did all this?" Lucian looked around at the devastation, which was made even more apparent by the light of Sarah's sphere. "Seems so." "I saw the blue light from the cave," she said. "Either you're the best binder this side of Sol, or the dumbest one." "Probably the second." "There's bloody bits of what looks like 2 wyverns on the rocks over there." She pointed with her chin. "You'd be right about that. That was the focal point of the tether I made." "How'd you manage to bind 2 beasts that size?" Lucian decided to ignore that question. "Why did you follow me?" "Well, I risked my neck to see if you were all right. As to the why, I don't know. I just follow my gut. And my gut said to check on you." She smiled sheepishly. "Sorry again about Raymore. Like I said before, I guess he jumped to conclusions when he saw us together." "Don't worry about it. Look, are we sitting ducks out here or what? What should we do? Because I'm not heading back to the cave." "I don't know what sitting ducks are, but I think I know what you mean.
I don't think getting us both out of here tonight is in the cards. Besides, the pass is buried now.
Then how did you get over here?
I'm nimble as a rift goat, and my primary is gravitonics. I'm almost good enough to fly.
A shriek sounded in the night, to which Sarah rolled her eyes.
Great. They got the scent of us now. You think that gap can hold us both?
Probably. It'll be tight, though.
We've got to get in there before...
2 more shrieks sounded.
Rotting hell! Get in!
Lucian let her go first. With the benefit of her sphere, it would be easier for him to make his way down. Sarah wriggled quite adroitly, and he was soon following her path. She went to his former spot, as deep as it was possible to go. If Lucian followed her that low, they'd be rubbing elbows. Well, more than elbows. He was face down in the tunnel, though, with no way to reorient himself so that he was facing above.
You're too close to the surface, she said. One of their claws might stick you.
It seemed there was little choice. He wanted to be as far from the surface as possible, and if that meant risking it right next to Sarah, then so be it. Besides, if wyverns could truly detect body heat, he needed to be as low as he could get. Lucian wriggled his way down until he and Sarah occupied the same cavity. He tried to create as much space as he could, but they were still shoulder to shoulder, lying on their backs in the gravel.
Don't be bashful,
he could hear her smile.
I won't bite.
Lucian ignored her. She let the sphere wink out, likely to conserve her ether. Lucian knew if those rocks above so much as shifted a centimeter, it could cause a chain reaction that would bury them both. Even as Lucian tried to create more space, Sarah didn't seem to be one for modesty. If anything, she snuggled closer. He almost told her to cut it out, but he had to admit, it was a cold night, and all he had on was his prison jumpsuit. Sleep would come easier if he was warm. They lay there in silence, with nothing but the sound of their breathing and the fading shrieks of wyverns. After 5 more minutes passed, it seemed the monsters had lost the scent, because there were no more shrieks. Sarah let out a sigh.
I think they're gone.
Lucian moved to head up to the surface, but was restrained by Sarah.
Hold up, what are you doing? Trying to get yourself killed?
You said they're gone.
If you go back up there, they'll come back, mud-brain. You can't keep me warm if you're a dead body.
Lucian settled back. It appeared that this was reality, at least for the rest of the night. It was too dark to see her anyway. Thankfully, she didn't smell too bad, mostly of smoke and earth. He was probably far worse. They only showered them on the worthless once a week, and it had been a few days since his last one.
I guess what they say about Earthers is true, she said.
She left that hanging, likely to get him to bite. What do they say?
That you're all a bunch of prudes.
Lucian scoffed. I'm no prude. She gave a short laugh.
It's all right. Maybe you're just shy.
I'm not shy. She sighed.
Well, you're no fun. That one you can't argue with.
This isn't a vacation.
You're telling me. This is the first conversation I've had in months outside of Raymore's grunts and groans. Can't you indulge me just a little bit?
Lucian was too exhausted for this back and forth. Then again, it didn't seem she was going to relent unless he gave her something. Sorry, just not sure what to talk about.
Tell me about Earth.
What about it?
Paint me a picture. If you paint a picture nice enough, maybe I'll fall asleep.
Lucian had to repress a sigh. I'm from Miami. It's a city in America. Lots of water, tall buildings, and people. Lots and lots of people.
How many? 1,000?
Millions. Most of them clawing and fighting for survival, but some of them living the good life.
Which one were you?
Clawing and fighting, of course.
Good. That's the more interesting answer.
She scooched closer to him until the entire sides of their bodies were touching. Lucian didn't stop her. They lapsed into silence for a while, and Lucian found himself getting a bit more comfortable. Even if she was fraying, she didn't seem dangerous.
Tell me more,
she said. Lucian almost told her no, but he found himself talking about home, and himself, and how he'd ended up at the Volsung Academy. She got bored of that pretty quickly and asked him instead to describe various things about life on Earth. What people did, what they ate, what the men looked like there, what the women wore. Her questions were exhaustive. "Let's just get some sleep, all right?" he said, once he'd had enough.
I can't fall asleep next to a stranger. You're a dangerous prisoner, after all. An exile of the prestigious and exclusive Volsung Academy.
I'm not dangerous. I was one of the worst novices the Academy has ever seen. That's why they sent me here. She laughed at that.
Really? The weakest mage of the Volsung Academy can kill 2 wyverns and bury the snake pass? Then I would like to see what the strongest could do.
He somehow had to get her off the scent. If she even suspected what he had, he didn't know how she would react. I don't know how I did what I did. Pure luck, I guess.
Lucky and dangerous. I think you might have a secret.
She couldn't possibly know about the orb. Then again, she had managed to detect him simply because he didn't know how to stream a concealment ward. Was it possible she could detect the orb too? Was that the reason she was flirting with him? To lower his guard and try to steal it? To Lucian, it didn't seem likely, but he knew not to trust anyone. "Remind me how it is you found me," Lucian said.
I followed the light, and I followed the ripples in the ethereal background, which got me close enough to find you.
The ripples? What do you mean by that, exactly?
So demanding. I might tell you, but you must promise to be nice from now on.
I am being nice.
Men always think they're being nice, but I regret to inform you that you're an unrefined brute, Lucian. You must listen to a lady when she speaks and give the appropriate response to whatever she says. You might be surprised how far that gets you.
He suppressed the urge to growl. Doing that would only make him sound like an unrefined brute. Well, you're full of surprises. I'll give you that. Her posture seemed to thaw a bit.
That's better. Well, seeking is rather simple. Using radiance, you can learn to feel flows of ether accumulating into a mage. Some are better at seeking than others. When a mage doesn't want to be found, they can stream what's called a concealment ward, also using radiant magic. Done right, it keeps the mage from being sensed ethereally.
I see, Lucian said. Thanks for explaining.
You're welcome.
After a moment of silence, she continued.
I feel like I need to explain something else to you. You're from a warm climate, right? So customs are different. Here on Psyche, in the upper reaches, there's little firewood. All you have is warm bodies to keep from freezing. So this is very normal to me. In fact, it's highly offensive to sleep separately from someone. It means you greatly dislike them, or you're mad at them, or you're just trying to insult them in some way.
She snuggled even closer. Well, now there was nothing he could do. If he tried to create some space now, then he would be insulting her. I think you're just making that up.
Not at all.
Then if Raymore were to see this, he'd be fine with it? Were you guys together or something? She giggled.
Well, I admit he probably wouldn't be fine. Then again, it's hard to live with someone who's in his state. He's Not right in the head anymore.
Sorry about that.
It's life, she said. Well, thanks for humoring me. I think I'm ready to sleep now.
Her breaths were almost immediately even with sleep. Now that she was quiet, Lucian found he had a million questions for her, mostly about Psyche itself. Such information could save his life down the line. But he was also tired. He closed his eyes, the warmth of her body lulling him to sleep. When the morning's rays illumined the underground shelter, he and Sarah had somehow ended up holding each other, to the point where there was plenty of available space in the cavity. The air around them was cold, so the surface had to be even more frigid. After Volsung, though, nothing would ever feel truly cold to him. He had to admit, her warmth felt good. But at some point, it had to come to an end. He couldn't let himself enjoy it too much. He still wasn't sure of her, and likely wouldn't be seeing her again after today if she was still keen on leading him to Kirro. Her eyes lazily opened, blinking in the light of the dusty sunbeams falling between cracks of rubble. She looked at him a moment, registering he was there, before shifting to stand and boost herself out of the hole. In a moment, all the warmth between them dissipated. "Can't we sleep in a little longer?" he asked. She gave a short chuckle.
Can't get enough of me now, huh? I would, sunshine, but we've got a long day ahead of us. Unless you intend to join me and Raymore back at the cave.
No, he most certainly didn't intend on that.
We need to get moving. It'll warm you up, and it's coldest in the early morning, especially here in the upper reaches. The mountain air is thin. But we've got to get moving if you're to make Kirro before nightfall, and I'll need to find shelter for the night.
Lucian followed her out, finding that the gray daylight of the surface was indeed cold. They stood close, and despite her lack of layers, she didn't seem affected by the chill. A mountain woman, or perhaps a cave woman through and through. "Are all women here like you?" She laughed.
No, there's no one like me. Not in all the rifts of Psyche.
She pointed toward the pass, which was now a mountain of rubble.
Today's task is getting out of this pass and on your way to Kirro. Thing is, they don't just let anyone in.
So, how do I get let in? She pointed toward the sharp rocks Lucian had used to skewer the wyverns. He could see what remained of the wyverns' twisted, mangled corpses in the violet morning light.
If we harvest a trophy from those, it might be enough to convince the elders you're worth it. The venom in their fangs is especially prized. Not every mage can kill one of those things, after all.
You have a knife to cut it? She produced a dark, obsidian knife.
This'll do. Once done, we'll be on our way. Raymore should be good on his own till tomorrow, and I know how to take care of myself. You don't live as long as me unless you know what you're doing.
All right, then, he said. Lead the way. They began by hopping along the broken boulders toward the wyvern carcasses, a sort of dance in the low gravity. Though Sarah never explicitly said, it seemed she was racing him. She was always one step ahead, adroitly leaping from one broken boulder to another, her blonde hair streaming behind.
So, you still haven't told me, she called back. How does a little mage boy like you tear down cliffs like this? If the elders of Kirro ever hear of it, they'll think you're mad with the fraying.
Lucian stopped and feigned the need to breathe, to have more time to prepare his answer. In life-or-death situations, people are capable of incredible things.
That's a slippery answer if I've ever heard one. What do they teach you on Volsung, and might I learn it?
Lucian laughed, but thankfully, Sarah seemed to tire of the subject soon enough. She was scaling the cliff leading up to the wyvern remains. Lucian took note of her path and followed her. Despite where he was and how dire the situation, he couldn't help but smile. At least here on Psyche, there was some measure of freedom, even if he had almost died, twice by now. At this rate, he wouldn't last long. He knelt next to Sarah, who was slicing off a fang with gusto. It was at least a full meter long. Lucian's stomach churned just watching. "Try not to poke yourself with it," she said, handing it to him. "Just a drop of that venom will paralyze you for hours. 2 drops will kill you." "What about the other fangs? Should be 3 more, right?" "Well, if you wish to search for them, you are welcome to it. I'm not allowed to trade with the Deep Rift villages. Not officially, anyway. I'll come back later to harvest them." Her nose wrinkled. "For now, though, I'd rather step away from this stink." They made their way down the cliffs, and Sarah shared her water and food with Lucian. He marveled that she had thought to bring both with her last night. She likely never went anywhere without them, and for that, he was grateful. He drank deeply from her canteen while eating some mystery meat wrapped in some flatbread. He didn't want to ask what it was, but at this point, he didn't care. He was starving. "Helpless as a babe," she said, her eyes playful. "Would a baby have killed 2 wyverns?" "No, probably not," she admitted. "It's just so easy to make fun of you. You rise to the bait every time. We should keep moving." They picked their way over the boulders, taking most of the morning to get through the buried pass. It got a little brighter, and the clouds never really went away. Sarah would stream anti-grav discs for them to cross gaps more easily. "Thought you said you could fly," Lucian said. "I can, but I wouldn't want to leave you behind." "Oh, I see. Well, why don't you give your arms a few flaps?" She just gave a secretive smile. "Doesn't exactly work like that, but maybe someday." They had now reached the same trail Lucian had followed last night. The sky, like yesterday, was filled with those strange violet clouds, so thick that the sun was not visible. "Does the sun ever come out?" Lucian asked. She laughed. "If you go high enough. Of course, I hear the skies are clearer if you go planet side." "Planet side?" "Psyche is tidally locked. You know what that means, right?" "Of course." "Well, we're void side right now. Psyche's atmosphere is thick, so you can't see the sun unless you scale the highest mountains, which is impossible to do, as the air's only truly breathable in the rifts." "So, where are we compared to all that?" "Here we might be 1/3 of the way from the bottom." She pointed to the ridge behind her. "That might not look too high, but behind that ridge is one taller. That's how it is here. You can only see so far because of the haze. I don't know what it's like on other worlds. I've only had it described to me." "I wish I could show you South Shoal in Miami." "I remember. Lots of sunlight and a whole ocean of water, right? Almost enough to make me think you were spinning tales." "Oh, it's very real." He noted her pale skin. "You would roast alive."
"Sounds lovely. Are there mountains in Miami, too?"
"It's flat," he said. "Lots of buildings and people." She shuddered.
"Oh, I would hate that. Sounds like Dara."
"Dara is the city you talked about, right?"
"Yes, the seat of the Sorceress-Queen of Psyche. It lies in the Golden Vale, just before the Mountains of Madness. You should be careful with anyone from the Golden Vale, Lucian. Their slavers sometimes come into the Riftlands, and you'll know from their spears and armor of bronze. And their Mage-Knights wear colored robes and carry spears too. If you see anything like that, you should run."
Lucian clearly had a lot to learn. "There's a queen here?" She sighed and shook her head.
"You ask too many questions. Just stay away from the Queen's slavers. They aren't often seen in the Riftlands, especially this deep, but we are eternally at war with them."
By late afternoon, Lucian could better see the interior of the rift. plunging toward the fathomless depths below. Even in full daylight, that bottom was lost to distance. Looking upward, he could see the steep slopes of the mountains blocking out most sunlight. The terrain rose impossibly high until the tops were lost in a violet haze. He could discern trails crisscrossing down each side of the rift, though there seemed to be no clear way across. There were trails hundreds of meters above and below them on both sides. Even some greenery was beginning to cling to the rift's sides, with tiny waterfalls that were quickly reduced to mist and cloud. As they walked down the trail, Lucian couldn't help his curiosity. Is the entire moon like this? Hardly. Voidside is mostly mountains and rifts like this. Usually there's a deep lake at the bottom of those rifts. They say the land gets flatter the farther planetside you go. Once planetside, you're beyond the Mountains of Madness and Dara, in what's called the Westlands. Beyond that, they say there is a land called the Fire Rifts. And beyond even that, with Cupid taking up almost all the sky, is the Burning Sands. They say it's a hellish wasteland with no trace of water, with open cracks belching smoke and lava. Nobody in their right mind goes there. So, what you're saying is that this is the most habitable part of Psyche? No, that would be the Golden Vale, where Dara is located. It's warm enough from Cupid's extra light, with flatter land to build on and farm, and has some rivers. These are wild lands here, but it's here that we're safe from the Sorceress-Queen and her slavers. Lucian wanted to ask more, but Sarah seemed melancholy. So he was content to be quiet and take in the new world with his own eyes. After his cell on board the Worthless, Psyche might as well have been paradise. The land was harsh, but that harshness also had breathtaking beauty. It was the last thing he'd expected. He'd imagined something much like the Isle of Madness on Volsung, only worse. But he knew for all its beauty, there was even more danger. The wyverns and Raymore were evidence of that, and that had only been his first day. "Can I ask you a question?" Lucian asked. "You just did." "Why are you helping me? It has to be inconvenient, right?" She sighed. "I have my reasons. Besides, no one survives here on their own. Not for long." "You have?" "Not without help. People have taught me. My father—" She trailed off. Whatever it was she had been about to say, she decided it was better not to say it. From the prickly look on her face, Lucian didn't prod further. They walked all afternoon, descending deeper into the rift. The gathering darkness was more due to the rift's sides blocking the sun than the onset of evening. Only a thin sliver of the sky remained. Lucian wondered how anyone could live in such darkness. Perhaps there were fewer wyverns down here? Sarah was whistling a merry tune when Lucian spied 2 human forms round a bend. She gave no reaction, so Lucian figured it was safe. Lucian watched as they approached the 2 men, old, wizened, and weather-beaten. They each had a curious tattoo on their forehead, and his hackles rose at that. But Sarah was still acting as if everything were normal. The brand was in the shape of a snake, or perhaps an eel. The old men stood aside to let them pass without a word, their wrinkled faces cautious and eyes suspicious. "Good afternoon," Lucian said. One shook his head disapprovingly while the other clenched his jaw. Once out of earshot, Lucian looked back. "Not friendly, are they?" "No," Sarah said. "Technically, you shouldn't even be speaking to me." "Why is that?" "Frays are outcasts, shunned and forgotten. We can't speak to Rifter folk, nor can we trade with them. The Snake Rifters abide by the same laws as the Deep Rifters. Most of them, anyway." That's harsh.
In short, it would look bad if you were seen with me, so I'll let you go when you're close enough to be safe.
When will that be?
Oh, about an hour or two. What? Missing me already?
But Lucian's mind was on other things. You're taking a risk by helping me. What if those two men tell their rift about you and me?
They're from Snake Rift. Not my concern.
What are they doing out here then? This is the Deep Rift, right? She shrugged.
Not my business.
Lucian looked over his shoulder, but the two old men were lost to view. The mist had shrouded them. It was hard not to feel bad for Sarah. He kept that feeling to himself, though. Sarah would be none too pleased with that sentiment. She walked proudly, almost too proudly, as if she were aware that Lucian saw her differently now. The social system here makes no difference to me, Lucian said. It sounds a bit unfair. I'm not going to shun you, no matter what people say.
If you want to be accepted by Kirro, then you must. They walked a few steps more. Let me tell you, I did my share of shunning in my day. Maybe I deserve it.
The rest of the trip continued in silence, and Lucian was left wondering what he did or said, until he realized that he was dealing with someone with a lot of pain and rejection. Maybe she was upset that he could go where she could not. At some point, the trail leveled off into a long, narrow gorge. Lucian saw several large caves up in the cliffs, some of which had lights. Mountains towered almost vertically around them, with only a narrow sliver of clouded light shining down from what had to be kilometers above.
This is where my path ends, she said. They'll kill me if I take one step more.
She nodded toward a signpost with a symbol Lucian would have recognized anywhere: the septagon, each point holding one of the 7 aspects of magic. It seemed to be a universal sign of mages, the manifold and mage kind. He almost wanted to ask Sarah about it to confirm, but her feet were already pointing up the trail. He didn't understand how she survived without shoes here, but somehow she made it work. She still had a fair distance to walk back to the cave, and it looked as if she was ready to be off.
This is where our paths part, Lucian. May the fraying be kept far from you and sanity close at hand.
She turned to go, taking a few steps before Lucian called, "Hey!" She half turned.
What? Were you expecting a goodbye kiss?
He blinked in surprise. No, it's just, I don't know. Never mind. She gave a small, sad smile.
Well, don't be too sad. We'll always have the wyverns. If for some reason they don't let you in, the valley here is generally safe from predators. There's probably some bush you can hide in until daylight.
I hope it doesn't come to that.
Quit your dallying. Don't tell them you met me. And when they ask how you killed the wyverns, don't mention how much you wrecked the pass. That'll lead to questions.
Again, he got the feeling she knew more than she let on. But he didn't want to explore that possibility. Goodbye, Sarah. And thanks. She nodded, then walked up the trail into the gathering gloom. 5. Lucian followed the trail toward the light radiating from the massive cavern entrance. It was, as Sarah had said, a wooden wall about 5 meters tall, together with a gate closed off the entire entrance. 2 wooden outposts rose from beside the gate, each containing a guard wearing leather armor, each armed with a spear and bow. Lucian felt their eyes boring into him as he approached. He tried not to think about what a pathetic figure he cut in his prison jumpsuit, scraggly hair, and unkempt beard. Even for this world, he probably looked rough. "Who goes there?" one of the guards called, who had a trim goatee. "What brings you to the gates of Kirro?" Lucian held up a hand in what he hoped was a sign of peace. The guards stood straighter, each keeping a hand on the bow that was mounted to their backs. Seeing that, it took great effort for Lucian to not reach for his focus. If they were mages, and anything like Sarah, they might be able to detect it. It was the same thing as throwing up his fists. "My name is Lucian," he said. "Lucian Abrantes. Yesterday my pod crashed in the upper reaches. I followed the trail down here." The guards exchanged a glance. The original one turned back to him. "And what do you want with Kirro?" "Shelter," Lucian said. "It's getting dark, and I don't want to die to wyverns tonight." "The wyverns don't hunt this low," the guard scoffed. "The thick air slows their flight too much." "I didn't know that." "It's lucky that you found us without the benefit of a guide. We've had reports of several pods falling in the upper reaches. But you would be the first to arrive at our gates." The guard's tone said he was suspicious of Lucian's story. Sarah had warned him not to say she had led him here, but Lucian had the feeling that this guard would accept nothing but the truth. "I had help," he said. "I won't say who, though." "We're not letting you in unless you say who, off-worlder." "I told them I wouldn't say who they were. I'm just trying to honor my word." The two guards looked at each other a moment before the first guard turned back to him. "Was her name Sarah?" Lucian remained silent. "That answers my question. We know of her. It is forbidden to speak or deal with frays, off-worlder." "I didn't know that," Lucian said. "She led me as far as the valley, stopping at the sign. She pointed me the rest of the way." The first guard watched him for a long moment. That guard held his fate in his hands. With just a word, he could give him life or death. He was tempted to argue his case, but it was better to hold his tongue. He learned from the transcends that sometimes the best thing you could do was keep your mouth shut. After a painstaking half-minute or so, the guard licked his lips again. "Well, at least you're being honest. Our scouts reported a new arrival farther up the rift, along with who he was traveling with." Lucian wondered what else they knew. Could they know about the wyverns? Or how he'd killed them? He didn't see how it was possible. Lucian retrieved the wyvern fang tied behind his waist, which was almost long enough to drag along the ground. He held it up high and hoped the guards could see it well enough in the gathering darkness. "I was attacked by 2 wyverns near Snake Pass. A nearby landslide roused them. I fought them off and harvested one of the fangs, on the advice of the Fray." It felt wrong to call her that, but it seemed the guard expected it of him. "She said such a thing would be of value to you?" Again, the two guards stared down at him. They stared so long that Lucian feared that they wouldn't answer him. Had all this been for nothing? His heart pounded in his chest. It was getting cold. Even if this valley was safer than higher altitudes, he did not want to pass the night in the open. Keeping his mouth shut was difficult, but he reached for his focus without touching his ether. He needed calm, and decided the risk was worth it. He watched the guards carefully to see if there was any reaction. Their faces remained stoic. Lucian didn't think they could detect him doing this. They didn't seem like mages at all. Certainly not everyone on this world would be one. "Wait here," the guard finally said. He disappeared behind the wall, while the others stood watch, wary of any move. Lucian waited a good 10 minutes before the wooden gate creaked open, revealing a delegation of 4 men, all dressed in leathers and wielding shock spears. They walked forward as a single unit, though one of them hung back a few paces, older and prouder than the rest. He had long, shaggy hair the color of ash, and in addition to his leathers, he wore thick necklaces of bone and had earrings crafted of what appeared to be wyvern talons, at least 1/4 of a meter long. In a higher gravity,
Those talons would have been unbearable to wear. His sharp nose reminded Lucian of a hawk, and his eyes were similarly shrewd, like a bird of prey. He took quick note of the other men surrounding him, strong warriors, all, well-muscled and having the look of discipline. But one of those guards stood closer to the leader, stronger and taller than the rest, with skin the color of onyx and a square jaw that seemed chiseled from granite. The eyes that peered at Lucian were not friendly. "Hands where we can see them," the man said, the command brooking no argument. Lucian held up his hands. "I have no weapons. They took my spear on the barge." They patted him down anyway, making quick work of it. The dark-skinned man was rougher than the rest, even pushing him away lightly. Lucian almost stumbled. His eyes were cutting. What was this guy's deal? "Don't try anything," the guard said. "We'll counter you faster than a sand shrike." "Whatever that is." The guard grunted and motioned the others to stand back. At this moment, the long-haired leader stepped forward, arms crossed below his broad, hairy chest. Age hadn't done much to take his musculature away. His face was stoic, appraising and weather-beaten. "Let me see the fang, young man." Lucian held it out, but the old man made no move to take it. He extended his palm, which became wrapped in an aura of blue light. Lucian's eyes widened at the unexpected streaming of magic. But the man was not attacking him. He was drawing the fang toward him, slowly and carefully so that it landed bottom-side down. Once he grasped it, he inspected it all around before giving a curt nod. "Unspoiled," he said approvingly. "They often bite themselves before the moment of death. It's as if they know why we hunt them." He nodded at one of the guards, who took the fang and ran back toward the gate. "Hey," Lucian said. "That was mine." "Are you saying you wish to have your gift back?" Gift? Now Lucian was in an awkward position. It would look bad if he asked for it back. And what would he do with it anyway? "It's yours," Lucian said. "Now, I need—" The man held up a hand, cutting him off. "Talk less, son. You'll dig less holes that way." He nodded to his guards, who seemed to relax a bit. The only one who didn't was the tall lead guard, who stood closer. "The gate guard told me you killed 2 wyverns," the long-haired man said. Lucian nodded. "Yes, sir." "But I only counted 1 fang." "I left the rest for the one who helped me." The old man seemed to stiffen at that, and his face became strangely sad. "Sarah, you mean?" "Yes." He chuckled. "She made out like a bandit then. She probably followed you to see how the fight would go, expecting you to fall and take your things. She must have been very desperate to do that." "I had nothing to take. I think she was just trying to help." "She would do that too, if she felt the inclination." The old man scrutinized him. "Your story will be verified, of course. Our scouts have already reported the landslide at the Snake Pass. Now, you didn't happen upon these dead wyverns on the way down here, did you?" "Of course not," Lucian said hotly. "I killed them myself." "Not an easy thing to do, that. Our greatest warriors have trouble with even 1 wyvern, though you rarely find one on its own. The husband and wife always hunt together." "So I've heard." "I'll tell you what," the old man said. "The truth will be known in time. Until then, I have a cot and a hut for you. And yes, 3 square meals a day." He held up a finger. "On one condition." Lucian arched an eyebrow. "What's that?" "2 conditions, actually. That your worth is tested by becoming one of my watchmen.
The men around him stared at their leader in shock, the big guard even shooting Lucian a scowl. The old man carried on regardless. "And the other condition is that you take a bath and shave that god-awful beard." Lucian couldn't help but smile. "Done and done." "Very well. Then welcome to Kirro village. There is one last thing. Our elder of medicine needs to check you for signs of fraying. But you don't have the look of a fray to me." "Elder," the blackguard said, "is it wise to give one so young so much responsibility as a watchman, especially given the dubious nature of his story?" "If he's lying, then that will become obvious quite soon, and quite embarrassingly, I imagine. Any man who can take down 2 wyverns and live to tell the tale should wipe the floor with any of my watchmen." The leader shot a glance at the guard. "Even you, Captain Fergus." Fergus's face became a mask of anger, while his meaty hand tightened on his shock spear. Nope, Lucian did not like that. Not at all. But he didn't want to correct the elder. "Come," the elder said. "My name is Yitrib, the High Elder of Kirro." He turned to Fergus. "See that he's fed and kept separate for now. In 2 hours, he can give his accounting." Accounting? Lucian didn't like the sound of that, but it wasn't as if he had a choice. Fergus clenched his jaw, but, in the end, nodded his head regally. "Of course, Elder Yitrib." When Elder Yitrib turned back for the gate and the other guards followed, Fergus held back for a moment, staring daggers at Lucian. "I've got my eye on you, off-worlder. Perhaps he believes your story, but I'm not so easily swayed." "You can verify my story yourself. Go to the Snake Pass and you'll find the wyvern bodies on the rocks." "I need not do that," Fergus said with a dangerous smile. "As captain of the Kirro Watch, I'll be personally responsible for your training. I doubt you could last 5 minutes against even the least of my warriors." He eyed Lucian disdainfully. "You have the look of softness about you, and soft men don't survive Psyche long." With a smug expression, he turned and marched back toward the gate, where the other guards were waiting to escort Lucian. Lucian sighed. Things just couldn't get better without getting worse. 6. Lucian walked through the gates of Kirro village to find something far from expected. These were no mere cave dwellers. There were buildings, several dozen of them straddling 2 sides of a deep, underground stream. Most of those buildings were of mud-toned brick, but there were also larger tents and pavilions, as well as hollowed spaces and tunnels in the cavern's sides. Fires and torches lent an orangey ambiance, though that light was not enough to completely conquer the gloom. The cool, damp air held the aroma of roasting meat and spices, setting Lucian's stomach to growling. The stream ran the length of the cavern, deeper into the mountain, its source apparently some spring. The village lay on both sides of that stream, on various cliffs and tiers connected by a bewildering network of platforms, ladders, boardwalks, and rope bridges. A particularly long rope bridge connected both sides of the village that were separated by the stream. At the very back of the cave was a large brick building, the only one that was 2 stories. This village had to hold at least 100 people, if not more. "This way, off-worlder," Captain Fergus said, leading the way and using his spear as a walking stick. Unlike Lucian's old spear on the Isle of Madness, his appeared to be made from bronze, and it almost certainly didn't self-retract. Lucian hurried after him. A gaggle of laughing children ran across their path, all looking at Lucian. 2 women paused their work, drawing water at the stream, watching Lucian go by while speaking in hushed whispers. 2 old men sat on the porch of a nearby house on stilts, They were smoking something or other while following Lucian's passage with their eyes. "I take it this place doesn't get many off-worlders?" Lucian said, trying to break the ice. Fergus remained silent. Lucian cleared his throat. "Where are you taking me, Fergus?" "Captain Fergus, to you. We have an empty hut in the back of the village. You can stay there, for now." His tone implied Lucian wouldn't last long. Lucian bit back the sharp remark that wanted to come. He had to be on his best behavior, and he needed this place to survive. After he was settled in, he could figure out his next move. Their path wound through the left bank of Kirro, a trail of wooden slats buried in dirt forming the main drag. They passed numerous homes and buildings. They also passed several of the town's inhabitants, most of them dressed in well-worn leather clothing. Some also wore clothing that seemed to be made from a material similar to cotton or flax, if more roughly made than what Lucian was used to seeing. All they had here were the resources of this world, along with the ingenuity to make something of them. Lucian was further impressed when his path took them by a watermill, after which was a steep drop ending in a waterfall. The waterfall tumbled into an underground lake, around which were a few more buildings, but the torchlight ended there, probably signifying the end of Kirro. The larger two-story building was on the opposite bank, and it seemed one could reach it by taking the path by the mill toward the long rope bridge. They descended a steep set of steps that took them to the cavern floor. They were deep enough in the cave that it would have been pitch black if not for the copious amount of burning torches. Fergus led Lucian to the very last building. What Lucian suspected was the least desirable home in the village, since it was the farthest from everything. "This is it," Fergus said. "I hope it'll do." "It beats sleeping outside." "Humph. Well, you can put your things—" Fergus looked him over before realizing Lucian didn't have any things. "You can put yourself inside until it's time for you to give your accounting." "What's the accounting again?" "It's your chance to address yourself to the community, and the Elder Council decides whether or not you can stay." "If I stay, will you stop calling me off-worlder, at least?" "You've already been accorded more respect than you do, off-worlder." "What do you have against me, Fergus?" His expression darkened. "Captain Fergus. I will tell you straight up. I don't believe a word of what you've said. What are you, 16 in standard years?" 21. Maybe 22, I don't know. "Really?" This news seemed to be a shock to him, and an earther by the sound of your accent. "Have you met many earthers, Captain?" "One too many," he said drolly. "Get yourself cleaned up. When using your chamber pot, make sure you're well downstream of where folks draw their water. Once done, come to the bonfire outside the meeting hall." "Is that the big building?" "Yes, the big building. You have an hour. Don't be late." Fergus left, and Lucian was glad for it. He hoped he wouldn't have to deal with him much longer. He went inside the hut and streamed a light sphere, finding the inside to be surprisingly accommodating. There was a small table and chair, carved with able skill and craftsmanship, if not much artistry, and on top of the table stood several candles. The cot along the wall looked quite tempting, and Lucian had to stop himself from lying down. If he did that, he wasn't going to be waking up for a long time. What did Elder Ytrib expect of him? Apparently, the fang wasn't enough of a ticket of admittance. His stomach churned at the thought of talking in front of the entire village, but he had certainly been through worse. Alone, in this hut, his false bravado meant nothing. Soon enough, they'd find out the fraud he was. Captain Fergus had mentioned pitting him against some of his warriors. Surely that couldn't be happening tonight. If it did, then he would be out on his ass within a couple of hours. Even if he didn't have to prove himself in battle, he was expected to speak in front of everyone. He'd never been one for speeches, and his throat was raw from all the talking he had done with Sarah. After not using his voice for so long, his speech was a bit rough. First impressions were everything, and this community needed to accept him. At least for now. The alternative was starvation and death. That was if he wasn't killed by a fray or wyvern first. He pushed these thoughts from his mind as he streamed a small bit of heat into the candle wick, allowing the sphere to wink out. He used that candle to light the others, finding a leather tunic, pants, and boots waiting for him by the hammock. How had they had time to prepare all this? Things seemed to work fast around here. He just hoped the clothing fit him. On the table was a bowl and a straight razor, seemingly made from flint. There was a bowl of something next to the razor. It looked like lard. It seemed Elder Yitrib had been quite serious about the beard coming off tonight. Lucian shaved using the paltry light of the candles. He had applied the animal fat and got the idea to use the surface of the lake outside to see his reflection. The water was smooth enough to somewhat see what he was doing, though he had to stream a light sphere again to do it. He had to go slowly, to ensure he didn't cut himself. He tried to ignore some women drawing water near the waterfall who seemed to be looking his way. Well, he was downstream, so his hair wouldn't float toward them. He had already lost most of it to the dark void of the cave. Once done, he was surprised at how clean-shaven he was. The stone blade was sharp and well made. The face staring back from the lake's surface shocked him. He was rail-thin, with new lines that made him look 5 years older. How had Fergus ever thought he was 16? He looked 30. The man staring back was no longer the boy who had left Earth. He'd come a long way, but he still had so much farther to go. That was, of course, only if he could survive the mad moon. The 2 women by the waterfall had left, leaving the lakefront empty. He retrieved his clean clothes from inside the hut and placed them on the shore, letting his light sphere wink out. Then, in the darkness, he stripped off his clothes and slipped into the lake. The water was colder than anything he had ever felt since Volsung, but he needed a bath. He washed as best as he could without the aid of soap. Once done, he went to the shore and stood naked and shivering, wondering how he would dry himself. He settled for swiping with his hands. He couldn't stand the cold air any longer, so he stepped into his new clothes. They were rough and itchy, but infinitely better than the disgusting prison jumpsuit he had been wearing. He wasn't sure what to do with his old clothes. They needed to be burned, but he set them on the chair in the hut. Maybe someone could find a use for them. Lucian donned a pair of socks along with his new leather boots. The rough, flaxen shirt felt scratchy on his skin, but he supposed he'd have to get used to that. The outfit was colorless, looking like something out of medieval times. There was no auto-tailoring here with nanotech, no changing colors. It would have to do. He judged about half an hour had passed since Fergus left, but it would be wise to be early. He was no longer cold from his dip and was feeling somewhat refreshed, but still exhausted. He ascended the stairs leading to the main part of the village, brushing past people on his way. No one talked to him. He was still an off-worlder. Even if people didn't talk to him, he could see they were talking about him. From porches, from inside homes, from narrow alleys. People were even pointing from across the stream on the opposite end of the village. It seemed all of Kirro knew he was here. He headed to the rope bridge spanning the stream. It swung back and forth as he walked across carefully, trying to ignore the frothing white water beneath. He heaved a sigh of relief once he reached the other side. He wasn't the only one heading toward the meeting hall. There were young people, about his age, middle-aged laborers, and older folks as well. There was an entire community here, probably one of many taking up residence in Psyche's rifts. And in a tight-knit community like this, Lucian knew it was hard to be accepted. They had likely known each other all their lives. And yet, this was what was expected of him, and he needed to stay alive. He knew he should try to be more friendly, but he was just too exhausted. When he looked directly at the townsfolk, it seemed as if they were focusing on anything else. And yet when his eyes went forward, he could feel their eyes return to him. The only exception was two girls about his age, who giggled when they saw him. They walked on ahead, laughing the entire time. Well, it seemed no matter where he went, girls would be girls. It was a strange thing to find comfort in. A hand clapped on his shoulder, causing him to jump. He turned to see a balding, bearded man in his middle years, with a swarthy gut and hairy forearms. How a man of his heft could sneak up on him, Lucian could never guess. "Were you looking at my daughter?" Lucian sputtered. No, sir. They were just laughing at me, so it drew my attention." The man gave him a deadened glare, and then suddenly broke into a laugh. "I'm just messing with you, son." He nodded ahead. "Bonfire's that way. Need me to show you there?" Lucian nodded, still reeling. "Yeah, sure." "Keep your head forward and your eyes focused on those flames," the man counseled. "And stop making eyes at the girls here." Making eyes? He wanted to protest, but he knew it was useless to argue. "Name's Kyron Wardley. I'm the village smith." Lucian almost said he could tell from his burly appearance and hairy forearms, but he refrained. He was getting too tired for his own good. Unfortunately, he would have to speak at length soon, while not sticking his foot in his mouth. Lucian and Kyron passed some of the nicer buildings of Kirro, including the smithy Kyron must have owned. He could feel the heat emanating from the open-air forge. Lucian wondered just what kind of things he made here. He hadn't seen much in the way of metals in this place, outside the guards' bronze shock spears. And why bronze, anyway? Maybe this world was iron poor, or maybe they couldn't get their fires hot enough. They had now arrived at the bonfire, the flames about twice Lucian's height. There were around 20 people gathered so far, and all conversation went silent at Lucian's approach. He stood still for a moment. Should he wave or something? "Your seat's over there," Kyron said in his deep voice, pointing a meaty hand at the opposite end of the flame. There was a wooden chair separated from the rest of the assembly, while the rest of the seating was arranged on the other side. He watched in silence as the village filled the chairs up, including the two girls he had seen earlier. He kept his eyes far away from them. Captain Fergus, along with some of his guards, stood right outside the meeting hall entrance, just a few meters away. From within that building, Lucian could smell spiced meat and the aroma of freshly baked bread. His stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten since Sarah had shared some of her breakfast, and that hadn't been much at all. He was so hungry that he was feeling somewhat lightheaded and nauseated. Hopefully, this was over and done quickly. His eyes flicked back to the pretty, dark-haired girl, who he guessed to be Kyron's daughter. Why was he looking at her again? Exhaustion and nervousness were a poor combination. At last, the murmuring of the crowd died at the sound of approaching footsteps. It took every ounce of will for Lucian not to turn. He wondered whether he should stand, but decided to remain seated. There were still 5 empty chairs, placed slightly in front of the rest. Elder Yitrib and another elderly man with a long gray beard sat down, along with 3 women. All the women wore their hair long, their bone jewelry clanking on their necks and from their ears. Lucian noticed what looked like the tip of the wyvern fang he'd given to Yitrib was now part of the elder's necklace. That might be a point in Lucian's favor. The following silence was thick, and the only thing that could be heard was the crackle of flames and the rush of the stream. Lucian wiped a bead of sweat trailing down his brow. The heat of the flames was almost unbearable. Or was that only his nerves? At once, Elder Yitrib withdrew his spear, which made Lucian go stiff in his seat, but he only rapped it 3 times on the rocky ground beneath. "Rise, outsider. Your accounting has begun." Lucian swallowed the lump in his throat and rose. He hoped he hadn't missed a spot shaving. Is that why the blacksmith's daughter was smiling with mischievous eyes? He needed to stop looking at her. "You may begin your address." Instantly, 100 pairs of eyes went on him. Lucian cleared his throat, hoping that whatever he said, he didn't sound stupid. He wasn't good at being judged, as his fatal audience with the transcends had clearly shown. "First, my name is Lucian. Lucian Abrantes. In case you didn't already know. I'd like to thank you and your people for your hospitality. I landed 2 days ago, way up in the upper reaches. I crashed, to be more accurate. Hopefully, all of you will allow me to stay here until I get my bearings." He gave a nervous laugh. Everyone remained silent. "Well, I'm honored to be here, and would be happy to answer any questions you might have." "The elders will be asking the questions," one of the female elders said primly. Her long gray hair and hawkish gaze reminded him too much of Transcend White, and of course, Vera. Like those two, he got the sense that she was a powerful mage indeed. "I will begin. Are you frayed, outsider?" "No," he said. Why were they staring as if he were lying? "At least, not to my knowledge. I've been told it's hard for a frayed to know they are fraying until the signs are obvious." "And are they very obvious?" No. Not by my estimation. There's no rot, and I can still think straight." "We shall soon see about that." An icy silence followed this statement. Lucian tried to ignore all the eyes on him. Elder Yitrib was next to speak. "Give your accounting, outsider. That was only an introduction. Choose your words well." As if he wasn't already trying his best to do that. "I will, Elder." He licked his lips. "As I said before, my pod crashed 2 days ago in the upper reaches. It took me a couple of days before I could find my way down." "How did you find Kirro?" one of the other female elders interrupted. Of the 3 women, she had the most bone jewelry around her thin neck, adorning her hair, piercing her nose, ears, and mouth. "A fray led me here. A girl." Elder Yitrib held up a gnarled hand, and Lucian stopped speaking at once. "You need not name her. We know the details." Some in the crowd started whispering at that. There was something he was missing. Sarah was known here, which made sense, considering she used to live here. That meant these very people had exiled her once upon a time, and associating with her might be a point against him. The other male elder, who had a long, narrow face and dark skin, broke his silence. "Why don't you tell us some of your history, outsider? Who you are, where are you from, and what brings you here?" "Yes, I should have done that at the start. My name is Lucian, as I said before. I'm from Earth." That made the crowd whisper even more, as if Earth were some mythical place that people only heard rumors about. In this backwater of a backwater, he might as well have said he had come down from heaven itself. If only these people knew that Florida was closer to a drowned, watery hell than heaven, they might change their opinion. He gave them the basics: how the League had identified him as a mage and forced him to go to Volsung, how the Transcends there had exiled him for failing the trials. That was a bit of a lie, but he didn't want to get into specifics. He told them a bit of the Isle of Madness, as well as his choice to come to Psyche rather than remain there. All watched him with rapt attention, none so much as the elders. Captain Fergus from beside the elder's chair didn't bother hiding his scowl. "You know the rest. I came down here, killing 2 wyverns on the way, and now I stand here before you." Lucian waited an inordinately long time. The fire crackled, the stream ran, and everyone just watched him, as if waiting for him to break under the pressure. At last, Elder Yitrib broke the silence. "All that's very well. Now, how do you think you might best serve the village?" Now was the chance to make his case. "I'm a hard worker. I won't complain. I'll do any task that's given to me. I'm used to that type of thing, especially from my time as a novice in the Volsung Academy." "And yet, the Transcends exiled you." "That's true," Lucian said. "I made some mistakes, but I believe I've learned from them." Elder Yitrib held up a hand. All right. Well, I think you've said enough, unless you have anything else to add." Lucian felt the tension go out of his shoulders, at least somewhat. His part was done. Now all he had to do was wait. "I think I've said what I wanted to say." "Well," said the heavily pierced woman, "he seems harmless, in need of a hot meal, and it's not like us to turn someone away, especially when they've already given a gift of immense value." Lucian assumed she was referring to the wyvern fang Sarah had sawn off for him. "I can fight too, if it comes down to it." The elders stared hard at him, and Lucian knew he had made a mistake by opening his mouth. He had to treat these elders as if they were Transcends. Do not speak unless spoken to. Of course, he could only hope these elders didn't treat him the same way the Spectrum had. "I concur," the first woman said, who looked like Vera. "We should give him a chance. See if his story holds up." "I also agree," the youngest of the 3 women elders said. She had more black in her hair than gray, along with a plump figure. That left the 2 men, who exchanged a glance before one of them broke the silence. The tall, mournful one with dark skin stroked his beard. "Not an easy thing to take on someone when things have been so hard. But supposing what he contributes is greater than what he takes, I'm for it." "It's settled then." Elder Yitrib stood and broke into a wide, gap-toothed smile while holding out a hand. "If you'll join us, Lucian, then welcome to Kirro." Lucian approached and took it, feeling a relief such as he had never known. "Thank you, Elder Yitrib. Thank you, elders." "Save your fawning," the hawkish woman said. "I'm Elder Jalissa. I guess you might call me the village seer. My gifting is prophecy and psionics." The other elders introduced themselves. The thin woman with the bone jewelry approached. "And I'm Elder Sina. I'm something of an herbalist. If you're sick, I'm the one who will treat you." Lucian nodded respectfully to both. The sorrowful-looking man approached. "I'm Elder Arimo. It's nice to have a fellow Earther among us." "There is no nationality or planetary affiliation among us," the quiet, portly female elder said, approaching. "We are one community here and one blood, now and forevermore." She favored Lucian with a welcoming smile. "I'm Elder Gaia. Elder Yitrib is my husband." Elder Yitrib wrapped an arm around her. The elders turned as if of one unit, to include the rest of the assembly. "Come, let's feast and make our new brother Lucian welcome." Lucian was swarmed, first by the children, who jumped around him like jackrabbits, and then the adults, who gave more sedate introductions. Once that was done, there was nothing but to join the stream of people entering the meeting hall. 7. Inside, a veritable feast had been spread on a large mat on the floor. It seemed that Lucian had nothing to be afraid of at all. His acceptance had probably been a foregone conclusion. The interior of the meeting hall was spacious and well lit, containing a large lower floor and a small upper loft made from wood. People took up spots around the food right there on the floor, all laughing and talking. Chiron grabbed Lucian's arm. "Come, sit with us." Lucian followed him in a daze. Being around so many people like this was so foreign to his recent experience that he didn't know how to process it. People were shouting his name, especially the children. It was more noise than he'd dealt with in a long time. More life than he had experienced since, well, ever. This would not be one of the more reserved meals at the Volsung Academy, that was for sure. Lucian sat next to Chiron and tried to ignore the dark-haired daughter that had been eyeing him earlier, who sat next to another young woman, the one she had been walking with toward the bonfire. Next to Chiron sat a pretty middle-aged woman, long and willowy, who watched him with hooded eyes. "Lucian," Chiron said, "this is my wife, Julia." Lucian wasn't sure of the mannerisms here, so he nodded his head and smiled. "Pleased to meet you." Chiron's daughter and her friend giggled at that, and Lucian's cheeks flushed. "Girls, be kind to our guest," Julia said, shooting them a look of warning. Her voice was melodic and calming to listen to. "Why don't you introduce yourselves?" Chiron's daughter stifled her giggles long enough to answer. Her dark eyes were mischievous. "Morgana." "I'm Myra," the other girl said shyly. Her eyes were wide and blue, and her hair copper red. "Nice to meet you both," Lucian said. Morgana only watched with a slight smile. There was something strange about her eyes, but Lucian couldn't tell what it was. He wished she would stop looking at him like that. If she kept it up, it was going to be an awkward meal. Thankfully, neither of her parents seemed to notice the behavior. "Why don't you serve our guest, girls?" Chiron asked. "He's had a rough couple of days, I'd imagine." The girls didn't snicker this time and instead did exactly as Chiron asked. While the girls were away, Chiron leaned closer. "As you can see, we don't often have guests in the village. The excitement can last for weeks." "I see," Lucian said. "Are most of you natives of Psyche?" Chiron nodded. "We have a couple of mages from other worlds. Elder Arimo is an earther, like you. Captain Fergus is from Irion and Elder Jalissa from Hephaestus Station. All three were sent here by prison barge, albeit years ago. But the rest of us are Psyche born and raised." "Even Elder Yitrib?" "Aye," Chiron said, with a nod. "Elders Yitrib, Gaia, and Sina are descendants of the first colony, settled over a century ago. It'll be nice to have another mage among us. Of course, the elders are all mages, and some of the watchmen can stream too. We have 10 mages in all." "Really? I thought there would be more." Chiron laughed at that. "Oh, nothing like that. I'd say mages are about half and half from other worlds or born here. Of course, anyone, mage or not, must give an accounting before the village can accept them. There have been mistakes in the past." "I see." Julia smiled. "As long as your words are true, you don't need to worry." At that moment, Morgana and Myra returned, setting down clay plates in the middle of the group. There was a haunch of meat from some animal Lucian couldn't begin to guess, though it looked like mutton. Could it be they had Terran livestock here? Perhaps descended from the original colony? Whatever the case, the meat was covered with some sort of red sauce and was served next to a large bowl of mixed vegetables, some recognizable and some not. Another plate contained puff pastries along with a green dipping sauce. There were kebabs of creatures that looked like shrimp or whatever the local equivalent was. He noticed there was no silverware either, though there were bowls of warm water spread at regular intervals. He assumed it was for washing before and after eating. At this point, Lucian didn't care what or how the people of Psyche ate. He had never felt so ravenous in his life. He let them take the lead and watched as they washed their hands and filled his plate, with hands, as he had suspected. When Julia gave it to him, he thanked her, and it took all his self-control to wait for everyone to get their own food. When he finally started eating, every eye was on him, watching for his reaction. When he took a bite of the spicy meat, an explosion of flavor. He had never tasted anything as good in his life. "That's incredible." Julia's cheeks colored. "I'm glad you like it. It's an old family recipe." "My wife is the best cook in the village," Chiron said. "She organized the feast tonight." "I've never tasted anything half as good in my life, and that's the truth." "You flatter me." Morgana shifted in a bid to get his attention. "Is it true you killed 2 wyverns?" Everyone watched him expectantly. Even people in other groups overheard the question and went quiet to listen. "I did," Lucian said, though he thought it wise not to add more details. "How'd you do it?" Morgana asked. Lucian had to be careful here. Of course, with the orb, he had access to an incredible amount of magic. He couldn't reveal the truth of how he'd brought those monsters down. He didn't want anyone to suspect him in the least. "It all happened fast, so it's hard to remember. I'm lucky to have survived." "No doubt," Julia said. "We live in fear of those monsters. They are the main reason we can't ascend the upper reaches." "That's it?" Morgana asked, her face disappointed. "No details?" Lucian saw he wasn't getting out of this. Even as they were watching him, he noticed Captain Fergus had sidled closer, though he made it look as if he was talking to one of his guards. Lucian had the feeling that every word he said would be judged. "Well, I crashed high in the mountains and started heading down to the valley. The Deep Rift, I guess you would call it. As it started getting dark, I saw this cave with a fire. I went inside, thinking there were people. Well, I did find people, but they were 2 frays." Morgana gasped at the revelation. For a world known for its maddened mages, she seemed unduly shocked that he had come across a couple of them. Lucian found that curious. Perhaps the life they lived down here in the rift was sheltered. "Anyway, one of them was far gone. A burner, I guess is what you would call him. He streamed some thermal magic at me, and I barely held up. I had no choice but to run, despite the fact it was night." He had gathered quite the audience by now. He didn't want to be the center of attention, but it was impossible not to be. He tried to ignore Fergus, who was openly glaring. "It was full-on dark by now, so I had to stream myself a light sphere to see. That's when I heard them coming. Screeches you could hear from clicks away." "Curious," Fergus said, taking a few steps closer. "Wyverns are known for utter silence when hunting their prey. That is what makes them so dangerous. You never truly see them coming." All went quiet as they looked at Lucian for an explanation. He turned to Fergus and tried to answer as calmly as he could. "These 2 weren't. I could hear their shrieks for a long time before they ever showed up." "Then they hunted like no wyverns I've ever heard of," Fergus said. And I've hunted quite a few myself.
Yes, with help, Morgana said fervently. Lucian did it all by himself.
Why couldn't she keep her mouth shut? Lucian kept his face neutral, but he could tell some were doubting him. It was the last thing he needed. Fergus was a respected man in the village, while Lucian was an outsider, and Morgana was defending him for her own reasons. And if it was true that wyverns were silent when hunting, why hadn't they been when attacking Lucian? Did he do it all by himself? Fergus asked. I wonder. Perhaps he happened upon a dead one in the rock slide of Snake Pass. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We will learn of this young mage's skill soon enough. The truth has a way of coming out eventually. With that, Fergus left, engaging in conversation with Elder Gaia as if nothing had happened. I'm not lying, Lucian said, turning back to Chiron and his family. We know that, Chiron said. Fergus is top mage here, but we all saw that fang you brought Elder Yitrib. A wyvern like that wouldn't have been careless enough to die in a rock slide. Lucian was glad at least he could see the truth. That said, Chiron went on, even if the fang was quite large, it was still not the biggest we've ever seen. Fergus hunted a wyvern several months back that was quite a bit bigger. Did he now? Lucian wondered why Chiron was bringing this up. That's true, Julia said. That one was probably the largest we've seen. Enough venom for the village's arrows to last us months. If what I've heard is true, Lucian's fang didn't have half the venom, despite its size. Better than no venom, Lucian said. The two girls giggled again, as if there were some joke he wasn't getting. It's no matter, Chiron said. You might make a fine hunter yet, if you learn from a man as experienced as Fergus. It's one thing to kill a wyvern with magic, quite another to do so without that benefit. Sometimes we men go wyvern hunting in the upper reaches, some of the women too. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes not. But most of us only have spear, longbow, or javelins to kill with. If you want to truly test your mettle, hunt without magic. Lucian finally understood what they were trying to do. Keep him humble. They didn't think him some sort of god for doing what few had ever done. It was all a test, to see if he would be a good fit for the community, whether he would try to prop himself above the rest. You're right. I'm no hunter. If it hadn't been for the noise, I wouldn't have had time to prepare my defenses. Perhaps they were fledglings, Julia offered, taking a bite of a pastry. That could explain why they announced themselves, lacking the experience of older hunters. Or perhaps they were gloombats from the Dark Rift and not wyverns at all, Chiron added with a cheeky smile. You saw that fang, Morgana said. That was no gloombat. I don't know what those are, Lucian said. I've never heard of one so high up, Chiron said. But gloombat venom is something we can use, though theirs is not as potent as the wyverns. If you happen to cross a large gloombat, their fangs can grow almost as large. They sound like terrifying creatures, Lucian said. Morgana giggled. They can be kind of cute. They're fuzzy, have large eyes, and some people even keep them as pets once they're defanged. The feral ones are dangerous, especially when you disturb their colony. Again, she was staring at him. Julia watched, bemused, though Chiron seemed oblivious. Lucian was thankful for that much, at least. Before Lucian could respond, everyone's attention switched to Elder Yitrib, who stood in the center of the meeting hall. The light of torches and sconces lent his skin an orangey luster. I hope you've enjoyed the feast. I'd like to thank Julia and the people who put this together on such short notice. There was a general applause and several shouts of, "Hear, hear!" Today, we welcome a new mage into our ranks. Lucian, would you please stand? It was the last thing Lucian wanted to do, but it wasn't like he had a choice. Lucian, We hope that you bring much to our little community here, and we hope to give much in return. Tomorrow, you will learn all about life here. There are dangers, yes, great dangers. But we all must do our part to make life worth living. The villages of the Deep Rift have learned to work together according to the code, for the good of all." Several applauded at this, but Elder Yitrib raised his hand, staying the noise. He leaned on his bronze spear, making it nothing more than a walking staff. "Tomorrow is gathering day. We'll be going to the river, which we all know can be dangerous. But I trust having another mage with us will afford additional protection." He broke into a smile. "Besides, we have to replace all this food we just ate." Most laughed at that. At this point, Lucian noticed some of the women filling clay cups with some sort of liquid. Judging by the amber hue, it was alcoholic. One of the women came toward him, offering the cup. Once every person of age had a drink, Elder Yitrib continued. "A toast toward the bright future of our village. May Kirro stand strong, stay safe, and prosper." He raised his glass, and the assembly drank. Lucian nearly coughed at the amber-hued drink. Such was the kick. It was cloyingly sweet, which didn't do much to take the bite of the alcohol off. He wiped his mouth and did his best to keep the liquor down. Chiron clapped him on the shoulder. "Not bad for your first shot of Mystica." Lucian cleared his throat. "What's it made from?" Chiron looked at him deadpan. "Wyvern testicles. It's the venom that gives it that kick." Lucian nearly heaved right there on the spot, as everyone laughed uproariously. "It's made from fermented glow shrooms and caro pepper," Chiron said. "Not as exciting, I'm afraid." Lucian noticed some of the people filtering out, though many hung around to talk. When Chiron and his family had left, Lucian was about to leave himself to get some much-needed sleep before Elder Yitrib waved him over. Fergus stood next to the elder, gripping his spear tightly as Lucian approached. "I know you're weary," the elder said, "but I want to go over tomorrow with the both of you." Fergus stood straighter, while Lucian wondered just what the elder was going to say. "It is well that another mage has joined us," Yitrib continued. "There are few enough in the village as it stands." "He has yet to be proven," Fergus said. "But I intend to discover the extent of his abilities. Of that, you can be sure." "Yes," Elder Yitrib said. "That was what I intended. Fergus, I would like you to take Lucian under your wing tomorrow. Teach him about the rift, teach him about our customs, and fill any gaps in his knowledge. Though he defeated 2 wyverns, he is still too young to know as much as you in the ways of magic." Fergus looked at Lucian. "What kind of mage are you?" "I'm not sure what you mean." "What do you mean you don't know? What magic did you use to kill the wyverns?" "Binding." "So, binding is your primary?" "I'm not sure yet. It might be." Fergus looked at Elder Yitrib incredulously. "You expect me to believe that a child of such limited knowledge killed those wyverns, Elder?" "Until we have evidence otherwise, then yes, I do believe it." Fergus shook his head, and Lucian got the sense that he didn't often disagree with Yitrib. "That said," Elder Yitrib continued, "it is a bit strange. What did that academy of his teach him?" "I'm willing to learn more," Lucian said. "They saved most of the advanced instruction for the talents." "You weren't even a talent?" Fergus asked. Lucian ignored the question. He was done trying to explain himself. "Your primary is the aspect with which you are most gifted," Yitrib explained. "If you used binding to kill those wyverns, that would make you a binder. And that would make psionics and radiance your secondaries, and gravitonics and dynamism your tertiaries." "I was taught that such beliefs were limiting." "Then your academy doesn't know its ass from its tits," Yitrib said. It's inconceivable that you could have killed creatures as powerful as wyverns with anything but your primary. That makes you a binder, plain and simple. The adjoining aspects on the septagon are radiance and psionics, your secondaries. They are things you should not be as proficient in, but you can still do basic streamings. And finally, your tertiaries. Many mages must stream quite a bit of their magic to even do basic things. And finally, your quaternaries you can just forget about. They are possible to stream, but with a great deal of effort and inefficiency. For you, those would be atomicism and thermalism.
I'm pretty good at thermalism, though, Lucian said. At least, I think I am. This was met with silence until Fergus shook his head.
Impossible.
Ytrib held up a hand.
Now, let's not jump to conclusions, Fergus. If that's true, Lucian, then what you've said is an incredible thing. Of course, a gifted mage can stream their quaternaries, but not without a great deal of practice. Since thermalism and atomicism are on the other end of the septagon, they are as far from binding as you can get. But if you are good at thermalism... Talia, might you bring us a pail of water for the young mage?
Not for the first time in the past few days, Lucian found himself under the gun. When the pail was brought, the two older men waited eagerly as Lucian reached for his focus. He found the septagon image easily enough, despite the pressure, and noticed for the first time that lines interconnected bordering aspects, and aspects 2 places apart. He could also see the blue orb shone more brightly than the others, almost so bright as to be blinding. But shining quite brightly next to it was the violet orb, psionics, while the green orb bordering the blue one was not as bright as the violet one. If binding were his primary, as these two were saying, wouldn't the purple orb, the one representing psionics, and the green one representing radiance, be of equal brightness? But it was not so. Lucian realized the truth then. Binding was not his primary. At least, it hadn't been before finding the orb of binding. Psionics had been. For the gravitonics orb was brighter than the radiance orb, and the blue one would have been just as bright as gravitonics, if not for the orb of binding in his possession. That orb had made his secondary even more powerful than his primary. Far more powerful from the looks of it. "I'm not a binder," he said. "I'm a psionic." Ytrib's eyes widened at that. "So, you are saying you defeated the wyverns with your secondary?" Fergus growled. "Why are you lying to us? Do you take us for fools?" "I'm not lying, Captain." But he could not explain himself further. He could not tell them about the orb of binding. Not ever. And he had almost given it away, so maybe he should have just pretended that binding was his primary. At this point, it was. If they somehow, against all odds, figured out the truth, they might kill him for it. The oracle told him as much, that the builders had turned on each other for the right to bear even one orb and become a vigilant. "Then if you are a psionic, you must be even more powerful with psionics than with binding," Fergus said. "Rest assured, you will be tested on this." What Lucian knew for sure was that he always felt psionics had been his strong suit, while binding and gravitonic magic had come somewhat easier for him. Even if he had failed his gravitonics trial, he was able to wing it after watching Rhea perform. According to this theory, his actual tertiaries would be radiance and thermalism. He could perform radiance readily enough, though he hadn't tried anything more complicated than light spheres, not counting the radiance trial, where he'd isolated radio waves. Nor with thermalism had he tried anything harder than heating or freezing water, though he had streamed an impromptu thermal shield last night to defend himself from Raymore. But then again, it had used his ether quickly, and he would have burned to a crisp without Sarah's help. Neither had asked him to test his thermalism on the pail of water sitting beside them, so Lucian ignored it. That left dynamism and atomicism.
Dynamism was no doubt his weakest aspect. It had been the most difficult to learn, and it exhausted him much more quickly than the others. That he had done so well on the trial was something of a miracle, and probably had more to do with the fact he had worked to conserve his ether as much as possible. The final aspect, atomicism, was impossible for Lucian to learn at the academy. He had never streamed it before, but perhaps such magic wasn't forbidden on Psyche. Pfft, Fergus said. Fine. I'll test your mettle tomorrow, newcomer. Of that, you can be sure. Fergus turned around to leave, while Yitrib and Lucian watched him go. Why does he have it out for me? He doesn't, Elder Yitrib said. At least, not in the way you think. Fergus is loyal to a fault. That's why he's captain of the Kirro Watch. He's just trying to protect me, in his own way. Fergus paused by the exit, not leaving as Lucian supposed he would. The man was still keeping an eye on him. I hope I can prove myself. I hope so too. It would be a shame for another mage to not work out. Lucian frowned. What do you mean? Yitrib shrugged. It seems we can't keep our mages. The last one frayed. I think the strain was too much for him. Another led a party into the Dark Rift, chasing some rumor of treasure. She never returned. And, of course... Yitrib trailed off, electing not to continue. The point is, don't expect this to be easy, Lucian. You have made extraordinary claims backed up with that fang you brought us. Soon enough, we will know how it was earned. So, the Elder didn't totally believe him either. At least he wasn't being an ass about it like Fergus. That's fair, Elder. Lucian stifled a yawn. It was long past time he went to bed. Go get some sleep. I'll send someone to wake you since you are not used to the darkness yet. Be at the cave entrance tomorrow morning, and for breakfast, meet here. Lucian took his leave, trying to ignore the hard stare Fergus gave as he left. There would be no winning that one over, and Lucian had to get used to the fact. The town was mostly empty as he wove his way back. He was swaying, either from the residual effect of the mystica or sheer exhaustion. He almost stumbled down the stairs leading to the lake. The sounds of the waterfall became distant as he walked down the shoreline. Some of the houses had lights on within, though Lucian couldn't imagine staying up another minute. He was about to reach his door when he noticed someone standing out front. Who's there? Lucian streamed a light sphere to find Morgana standing at his door. 8. Lucian, I'm sorry, but there's something you should know. Her dark eyes were sincere with no sign of her former mischief. Something had happened. What's that? It's Captain Fergus, she said. I overheard him talking to some of the guards. They are going to humiliate you in front of everyone tomorrow. What do you mean by that? Well, I heard him talking to Gabriel. They are going to do their best to make you look incompetent, like you don't belong here. Again, Lucian didn't know what that meant. Are they going to set me up somehow, or... I don't know, Morgana said. I only came here to tell you to watch your back. Elder Yitrib told my family to take you under our wing, so to speak. I'm just doing my part. I see. Well, I appreciate the warning. Why did he get the feeling that this was just an excuse for her to come out and see him? He already knew Fergus was up to no good. I'm sure you'll be able to handle him. You killed 2 wyverns after all. But Fergus is a proud man and doesn't like being shown up. Thanks for the warning. Take care. When she left, she brushed by him close enough to make him wonder whether she had done it on purpose. There was something strange about her. But again, he just couldn't place his finger on it. He entered the hut, took off his boots, and went straight to sleep. He saw a golden city at the foot of an impossibly tall mountain range. Those mountains reached into the clouds like daggers, the bottoms of their steep slopes holding towers and palaces. Between two peaks was a wide tunnel, at least 100 meters across, and just as tall, situated high above the city but nowhere near the mountain's peak. That city was a sprawling mass, buildings crowding around stone roads, zigzagging up slopes and terraces. Green farms were carved into the mountains until that greenery was lost to the stone above. Even with the grandiosity of the city, what he longed to know was what lay beyond that tunnel, that pass through the mountains the city was guarding. Lucian flew closer, passing over the city's high stone walls, outfitted with towers that held cannons. He zoomed above the winding, cobbled streets, all empty of people, though there were hundreds of carts and stalls in the plazas and alleys, as if it were a market day. His trajectory seemed to be taking him ahead, toward the slopes of the mountain flanking the city's right, where above its sprawl rose the largest palace of all. Its walls were high, shining golden with 100 towers, all connected by bridges and halls and wings. Who needed such a place? He did not doubt that this palace was real, only he didn't know what or where it was. That was when the sky darkened. The golden light became hidden as the sun sank on the opposite side of the mountains. As he drew even closer to the palace, all its windows were dark, all save one. A light shone in a single window of the highest and grandest tower, a beacon in the gathering gloom. And standing in the center of that light, a shadow. And the shadow was watching him. Panic seized him. This was a dream. He had to wake up from it before what? What could be done to him in a dream? "Come closer," a female voice said. "I've waited for this moment for so long. The Manifold has brought you here. The Manifold has brought the Chosen." The Chosen? Was the voice another oracle? But what would an oracle be doing in this place? A human-made palace. "Come, Chosen. Tell me about your long journey here. I can help you find what you're looking for." He didn't know who this was, but he did know he needed to get out of here. As much as he tried to force himself awake, the dream kept its hold over him. What kind of power was this? He was trapped, pulling ever closer to the shadow in the tower, the source of the voice. Lucian reached for his focus, but couldn't access his magic. Was he being blocked? Or was it simply impossible to stream in a dream? He drew closer to the shadow in the tower window, powerless to resist, until he was near enough to see the outlines of a feminine form. The last thing he wanted was to see her, speak to her, or tell her about himself. He reached for his focus again, this time pushing with all his might to access his ether. Even if he could get a trickle of magic flowing, enough to break him free. "You don't wish to fight me, Chosen. I'm far too powerful. Wouldn't you rather have me as an ally? Why do you fear me so?" "Because," Lucian responded, "you won't let me leave." "Not because I wish you harm. The stakes are too high. Though distance separates us, the Manifold desires this meeting." Lucian didn't understand how she, whoever she was speaking to him like this. A psionic link wasn't supposed to work unless two people had met face to face and had already shared a link, which meant one of two things. He had met this person before, or she was doing something with magic that should have been impossible. Then again, Perhaps dreams worked differently? After all, the Oracle of Binding had spoken to him in his dreams, and he had certainly never met her. And there was that mysterious voice that had told him to find the orbs, the voice he hadn't heard from in months. The voice the Oracle of Binding had said was the former immortal Emperor of Starsea. Lucian couldn't believe that. How could such a thing be possible? He was just meters from her now, her form still hidden by shadow. He could see the faint outline of her face, along with dark, violet eyes that pulled him in with hypnotic gravity. "We were meant to meet, Chosen. The stars have spoken of it. The manifold has wished for it. Our fates are intertwined, whether you will it or not." At that moment, visions danced in his head. Though he could not see her face, he saw that she was a woman of surpassing beauty. He saw himself standing at her side. Together they could rule this moon with justice and power. They would bring the disparate factions of this world together, make them into a force that would bring the League to its knees. Together, they would make the League pay for what it had done to the mages. The mages would have their revenge, would rule the billions of humanity in an unassailable aristocracy. Was that his dream or hers? It was hard to tell the difference. All he knew was that with him, the Chosen, and her, the Queen of Psyche, they could not fail. He, with the Orb of Binding along with the Orb of Psionics. The Orb of Psionics? Where had that thought come from? "Yes," she said. "I know where it is, Chosen, and it can be yours if only you work with me and dream big things. I have seen your thoughts, and I know it is your fate to find the aspects of the manifold. You with the orbs and with me training you, it would be a simple thing to take revenge on those who sent you here. And that would only be the beginning. It is your fate to find all the orbs, not a mere 2. And it is my fate to help you in this endeavor. You are the Chosen. You are the world's only hope. Together, we can do great things. Things Zara Malice could scarcely dream of." For all she'd said, Lucian could only focus on one part. "The Orb of Psionics is here?" "Yes," she said. "The ancient Shantazar built his shrine here, and hid his treasure in the burning sands at the close of the Age of Madness. Yes, I know of that. And more, Shantazar has spoken to me about the secrets of Starsea. But he will not show me where his orb lies until the Chosen has come. And he prophesied that I would feel the Chosen falling on this moon with thunder and power." She paused, as if gathering her thoughts. "That happened 2 days ago. I sensed a great uproar in the ethereal background, as something drew an incredible amount of ether into itself. An orb wielder had come. The Chosen had come. Lacking a true psionic link, I could only home in on that power through my dreams, where a part of the mind of all mages go during sleep. That is how I found you." So, she knew everything he did, or nearly everything. Using the orb did have a cost. It would seem other mages could detect it if they were sensitive to the ethereal background. He would have to be careful with it in the future, and only use it if he had to. "The Orb of Psionics is yours," she said, "but you need me to find it, as I need you to fulfill my own goals.
I dare say our goals align very much. Come to the Golden Palace in Dara. We can speak more in person, and you will see how our plans are the same.
The Golden Palace of Dara. That had to be where this was. And if this woman were speaking to him from there, then there was only one person she could be.
Everything I do for the betterment of mage-kind, the Sorceress Queen said. My plans will be apparent once we meet in person. I'm unwilling to say more in a dream, Chosen. With the power of the orbs, we can bend the galaxy to our will. Mages will be free of the fraying, and we can stand at the fore of a new golden age for humanity.
How could this possibly be real?
This is insane. I just want off this world. You wish to leave this moon? I understand. That wish will be granted, in time. Control of Psyche and the greatest population of mages in the worlds is only a small part of the plan. But first we must find the Orb of Psionics. With its power we can take command of the defense platforms and League fleet stationed above us. While you may be the one to wield it, you will need me to teach you the properties of psionic magic. And there is none more accomplished in the worlds at that than me.
Lucian was at a complete loss for words. How could he ever agree to anything so outlandish? And yet, it seemed she was completely serious. One thing he did know was that he could never work with her, not with Sarah's warnings about the Queen so fresh in his mind. How did he know she wouldn't try to take control of him with her magic? Mind control was one of the powers of the psionic aspect, and if the Sorceress Queen were truly one of the most powerful psionics in the worlds, then what was to stop her from doing it? She seemed to anticipate this rejection, or perhaps to read his mind about it.
Even if I meant to control you, that is not my goal. You are a vigilant of Starsea, the chosen, and a powerful mage at that. I would require a weaker vessel, a weaker mind.
That didn't do much for Lucian's assurances.
Come to Dara. We will speak more, Lucian.
The Sorceress Queen was already turning away from the window, and the dream faded. 9. Lucian awoke to deep darkness, the images of his dream swimming before his eyes. The only light came from outside the window, from the torches along the lakefront. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he knew the dream to be real. The Sorceress Queen had somehow visited him, and more than that, they needed each other to find the Orb of Psionics. At least, according to her. And she had left more questions than answers. Only one thing was sure. He didn't believe for one moment that she had his best interests at heart, especially after what Sarah had told him. Why would she want him to rule by her side without even knowing him? But still, she knew things she shouldn't have known about Starsea and the orbs. And for that reason alone, she might be telling the truth, or at least part of the truth. If she knew how to find the Orb of Psionics, then he needed to visit her. But how to do so and guarantee his safety? The fact that she knew he had an orb himself was dangerous. She could kill him and take the orb for herself. But what if she were telling the truth? That was frightening in its own way. It seemed she wanted to use him to find the Orb of Psionics, and use the Orb of Psionics to take control of the League fleet above them. Was such a thing possible, even with an orb? If it was, then that was terrifying. He wasn't interested in her vision of fighting back against the League. All he wanted was to get off this moon, hopefully with the orb of psionics in his possession, without starting a new mage war. But if that wasn't possible, what then? Lucian couldn't say. All he knew was, as it stood, he would have to work with her, or at least gain more information. But the Sorceress Queen wouldn't give him anything freely, and he would have to help her with her plans. Even if he was stronger than her in binding, she was stronger than him in everything else. Lucian thought about it for a while, and was unable to go back to sleep. So, he got up, got dressed, and left the hut. It was impossible to say what time it was, but it felt as if 4 or 5 hours had passed since he went to bed. He was still exhausted, but there was nothing to be done about that. He was walking toward the main part of the village when he noticed an old man sitting by the light of one of the lakeside torches. As Lucian got closer, he recognized Elder Arimo. Lucian wondered what he was doing down here. Arimo turned from where he had been staring at the lake and stood at Lucian's approach. His long gray hair, beard, wrinkled skin, and thin form made him look quintessentially wizard-like. What Lucian thought every mage looked like before he learned he was one himself. "Lucian," he said, "walk with me. There are things we must discuss." It was as if Arimo had been waiting for him. He remembered something Elder Yitrib had said about Lucian being tested for signs of fraying, so maybe that was happening? Lucian fell in beside the elderly man, and they made their way back toward Lucian's hut. Neither said a word, though Lucian's curiosity was stoked when they walked beyond the hut, and the elder streamed a light sphere by which to see. The trail grew rougher as the path descended deeper into the cavern, following the fast-moving stream. Elder Arimo set a fast pace, and Lucian was hard-pressed to keep up. "Where are we going, Elder?" Lucian's only answer was silence. The trail branched off, and they found themselves in a grove of rocks and underground growing plants, mostly glowing mushrooms growing in damp corners. Water ran down the walls in small rivulets, the tiny streams joining a tributary that trickled toward the main flow of water. Arimo nodded toward a small, fist-sized rock at the center of the grove. "Lift that rock using binding." Lucian reached out his hand and reached for the binding aspect. He anchored the rock and set a focal point on the stalactite-encrusted ceiling. The rock lifted, following a thin tether. About halfway up, Lucian slowed the stream where the pull of the focal point equaled that of gravity pulling the rock downward. The rock levitated, remaining perfectly still. "That's a beautiful tether," Arimo commented. "Steady, sure. And you didn't stream more than necessary. You may release your stream. I don't wish to exhaust you." Lucian was nowhere near exhausting himself. He could feel the binding aspect pulsing with power, but he wasn't even tapping into the orb of binding now. The ether flowed as steady and clean as the stream in this cavern. He cut the stream and the rock fell to the ground, seemingly in slow motion due to the lower gravity. "Now," Arimo said, "do the same thing but with a psionic stream. You need not hold it steady." Lucian reached for the psionic aspect, streaming a burst of magic. Focusing it on the underside of the rock, it shot into the air, bouncing off the ceiling before falling back down. "Good. A light sphere?" Lucian took a deep breath. He'd never had to switch between aspects this quickly, but he found it good practice. He streamed the sphere, weaker than Arimo's. Once he'd held it about 5 seconds, Eremo nodded.
That's all your primaries and secondaries, he said. The streams of your secondaries are fairly clean, but the purity of your binding stream is like nothing I've ever seen. Not in all my years.
Eremo's bushy gray eyebrows shot up, as if demanding an explanation. How are you able to follow my streams so closely? Lucian asked.
That's quite elementary, he said. So long as you aren't being blocked, you can reach your focus to another mage's stream and follow it. You can even allow the other mage to control your focus as well.
Why would I ever do that?
Two streaming as one can be more powerful, and it can allow a more experienced mage to take the lead. But it also requires a great deal of trust. Joining streams is called confluence.
Of course, Lucian said. I think I've locked onto another mage's stream before without realizing what I was doing, but I didn't know it was possible to add to another stream. What about blocking, though? Others have been able to cut off my magic before, but I don't know how they did it.
That is advanced. A subset of a technique called branding, Eremo said. It's quite simple to stream a psionic ward to counter that. I'd be happy to show you if time allows it. But for now, it's more important that you learn about wards. You must understand those before you can learn brands.
Lucian hadn't expected this impromptu lesson, but he welcomed it. He would have had to wait for years at the academy to get access to this knowledge. What's a ward, then?
A ward is what we call a passive stream. It exists without your active engagement for a certain amount of time, from hours to days, or even longer for more powerful ones. Wards require a portion of your total ether supply. It's a trade-off. You'll have less ether overall to use for active streams, but you will also be defended from attacks of the aspect the ward is designed to protect you from.
I see, Lucian said, wondering if a psionic ward could have kept the queen from paying him a visit in his dreams. So, how do I do it?
Wards require 2 streams at a minimum. A psionic ward, for example, needs to be set with a gravitonic or binding shell, each coherent to the other. The coherence allows the streams to push each other along, so to speak, allowing them to last in the world without actively streaming it. Think of wards as insurance, to make sure another mage doesn't catch you unawares. Of course, it requires judiciousness. If you know another mage's strengths, you can create wards that counteract that strength ahead of time. Since most enemy mages will choose to attack you with their primaries, or if they're strong enough in them, their secondaries.
What is Fergus's primary? Eremo chuckled.
Worried about our dear captain?
A little.
Fergus is a gifted radiant, and the most powerful mage in our village. His wards are second to none, and he can do them well in almost every aspect. Like most radiants, he's also greatly sensitive to any abnormal deviations in the ethereal background. Don't think you can defend yourself against him with just one lesson from me.
Could you teach me to stream a ward anyway?
Certainly,
Eremo said.
Especially since I do not believe you are close to fraying. But I'm interested in how you've developed your binding stream so cleanly. I dare say it is near 100% purity, with hardly any trace of manifoldic toxin, if any. Of course, that cannot be possible.
Lucian tried to play it off with a shrug. If other mages learned how pure his binding streams were, it might make them suspicious.
I don't know, he said. I had a good teacher at the academy. I see, Eremo said, his tones suggesting he knew Lucian was hiding something. First, back to wards. As I said before, a ward can only defend against a specific aspect. A radiant ward, for example, can only defend against radiant magic. So, if you are in a duel with a radiant, you better have a strong ward prepared. Now, to stream the ward, you must open a dual stream, with the warding stream as the primary and a cohered stream as the secondary. That second stream is called the shell. Its only purpose is to hold the primary stream in place. I think I understand. So, how do I stream one? Patience, young mage, Eremo said. You must imagine the primary stream diffusing around your entire person. If hostile magic is streamed at you, your ward will focus on the point of attack and counteract it. Of course, a ward can be broken with a powerful enough stream, but it will take much more magic to undo a ward than to form one. That is part of their advantage. Then again, if you waste your ether on a ward and another mage comes at you with a different aspect, then you will be at a disadvantage. So, how is warding different from shielding? Like a thermal shield or a dynamistic shield? Shields require only one aspect and are active streams. That means they burn ether as you use them. Wards require a subset of your pool in advance and remain active for hours or longer, depending on the total ether a mage dedicates to the ward, and they unravel on their own after a certain amount of time and must be restreamed. A shield can be advantageous as up front the ether investment is less, but over time will be greater than that of a ward. And of course, active streams cannot be maintained during sleep, while wards can. That makes wards useful if you're out in the wilds and want to be protected from frays, for example. Radiant wards can detect deviations in the ethereal background, allowing a mage to wake up in time to defend themselves. As said before, wards require at least 2 aspects to set, while shields require only 1. Wait, you said at least. You can add more than 1 aspect to a ward? You can. You still need a shell aspect and coherence between all 3. But obviously it requires a greater supply of ether, and you can only stream 1 ward at a time, and a ward as strong as the total supply of your ether pool. That is something that can only be guessed at. A ward will collapse if there is not enough ether to supply it. If you decide to ward against 2 aspects, the aspects still need to be complementary. That is, within 2 spaces of each other on the septagon. And obviously a dual ward in effect is a tri-stream, only streamable by the most powerful of mages, with large pools of ether. Anything above that is theoretical. As I'm sure you know from your training, a dual stream uses 4 times as much ether as a single stream, and a tri-stream uses 9 times as much. Of course, a quadra-stream would use 16 times as much, so on and so forth. So yes, you could make a dynamistic and radiant ward with an atomic shell, for an example, which would defend you from dynamistic and radiant magic. Or, alternatively, you could create a dynamistic ward with an atomic and radiant shell, which would last for an exceptionally long time before needing to be refreshed. The more streams in the shell, the longer the ward will last. In theory, 6 aspects could be used to shell just one, leading to a ward that would, in theory, last an infinite amount of time.
Lucian was learning far more than he had ever bargained for. These lessons were no doubt reserved for the talents in the Volsung Academy. Could multiple mages join streams and create a ward like that?
In theory, yes. If they work together closely with intense concentration and no mistakes by anyone. And it would require a great many powerful mages. I don't know the purpose of such a ward, which is why it has likely never been done. But, assuming you got enough powerful mages, no doubt dozens at the least, and you have a leader whose focus was trained and powerful enough to direct all that magic, to the point where the leader didn't pass out or fray from it, then, yes, it is possible. Or you could do any variation thereof. 6 aspects, 5 or 4, so on and so forth. But if any one of those mages loses their focus, then that focus will slip out of the lead mage's control, making creating such a theoretical ward extremely problematic. And it's likely having access to that amount of magic will fray the mind of anyone controlling the stream.
So, how about when a mage completely cuts you off from magic? How is that done?
By using a brand. I won't show you how to do that, but essentially, a brand is a ward that you place on another mage, or in the world itself. It requires more magic than a ward. The farther you stream the brand, the more ether required. You can create a branded light sphere, for example, that will remain in place for hours, and specify it to remain a certain distance from you.
Lucian had always thought light spheres were active streams.
That would be useful. Irimo nodded. Indeed, advantageous if you're traveling at night, and it uses less magic than an active radiant stream. And to answer your original question about being blocked, that would be a psionic brand formed around a target mage's focus. You would have to contend with their defenses, be they wards or shields, and it takes at least a few seconds for even the most accomplished of mages to lock the brand in place. Once you're experienced enough, you can feel it happening and hurry to defend against it.
So how do I defend against it?
A psionic ward is usually sufficient, and you can get one up faster than it takes a rival mage to block you, assuming a fast reaction time. But as discussed before, a ward itself can be overpowered, especially if you're caught by surprise.
Okay, I think I'm ready to learn how to ward now.
I should first say, I have not had a scion in many years, young mage. As with Elder Jalissa, my role is that of healer and prophet for Kirro.
Prophet? Does that mean you interpret dreams?
I do, depending on the dream. Why do you ask?
If Lucian told him his dream, He would have to reveal his knowledge about the Orb of Binding and the Orb of Psionics. Perhaps he could only tell part of it, but of course, that risked Eremo figuring out the rest on his own.
Have you ever heard of Shantazar?
Eremo went stiff at the mention of that name. It meant something to him.
What do you know of that? Where did you hear that name?
It was mentioned in my dream. Who was he?
Who mentioned him?
Lucian hadn't expected that question, but Eremo's steely gaze could not be denied.
Someone calling herself the Sorceress-Queen.
Eremo's expression went ashen under the light of his light sphere. Whatever answer he had been expecting, it hadn't been that. Lucian had made a mistake in saying that much.
We must return to the village, Elder Eremo said. It's safe to say our lesson on wards must come at another time, but certainly before you go to sleep tonight. Elder Yitrib must hear of this.
10. Elder Eremo judged Lucian's dream important enough to even gather the other elders, despite the early hour. Elders Jalissa and Sina joined Lucian and Elder Eremo in Elder Yitrib's hut. Elder Gaia set before them a meal of flatbread, rice, and fish, and they ate as Lucian explained his dream. He left out plenty of crucial details, essentially only telling them that the Sorceress Queen wanted him to find the Orb of Psionics, saying he was something called chosen. As soon as he finished, Elder Sina scoffed, her bone jewelry rattling as she shook her head.
Why do you lie, boy? What would the Sorceress Queen want with a young whelp like you?
I agree that it doesn't make sense, Elder Yitrib said, eyeing Lucian anew. It would seem that you are far from what any of us expected, though in what way, it's hard to decide.
He has great potential, Elder Eremo said. Never in all my life have I felt a binding stream so pure. Even the masters of the Mako Academy never approached this level of purity.
Might we see for ourselves?
Elder Gaia asked, gently. Lucian realized he had no choice. How soon before they guessed the truth? Or was the truth so unbelievable that they would never consider it in a million years? He had to hope it was the second one. He focused on a nearby empty cookpot, tethering it to the ceiling above. It floated in midair, and Lucian's skin prickled. That feeling was every single elder following his stream. That will suffice, Elder Yitrib said. Rotting fish guts. You weren't kidding, Eremo. Elder Sina gave him a hardened stare, as if suspecting some trick. Elder Gaia's face was ashen, supposedly because he was doing the impossible. Elder Jalissa watched curiously, her dark eyes shrewd.
You must explain,
Elder Jalissa said, her voice reedy.
If my estimation is correct, then you can stream that aspect indefinitely, almost without limit. That is not something even the greatest binders can do.
Lucian cleared his throat. I don't know how I can. Binding has always been my strongest aspect. You said last night your primary was psionics, Elder Yitrib said. Why are you changing your story?
What you are doing is impossible, Elder Sina added. I've seen nearly 80% purity before, and never thought I'd see anything exceeding that. Your stream, Lucian, unless I miss my guess, is 100% pure magic. Manifoldic toxin is absent from your stream entirely.
What about the other aspect, Elder Eremo? Elder Yitrib asked.
What I've tested so far is all polluted, as might be expected. His psionic stream is quite pure for a mage of his ability level, while his radiant stream is of middling purity. I suspect his tertiaries will be even more inefficient, and didn't deign to test them."
"I see." Ytrib's brow furrowed in thought. "Since all this is so highly irregular, it might behoove us to test all his aspects, even the quaternaries."
"If I'm expected to stream later today in the valley," Lucian said, "that might exhaust me."
"Maybe so," Ytrib said. "But if your binding is truly this pure, then you will at least have access to that aspect. I don't see how you could mask the purity of your stream." He nodded, stroking his beard. "Go ahead, Lucian. Let's test the other aspects." The elders watched carefully as he streamed each aspect, except for atomicism. As with Elder Arimo, he performed the same basic tests, lifting the pot with psionics and streaming a light sphere. Next, they had him lift the pot with a gravitonic stream, which Lucian did with a bit more difficulty. He was starting to feel drained, and it would only be harder to stream as he drifted further from his primary.
"His radiance is nowhere near as pure as his psionics," Elder Jalissa said, "which is not what we should expect if both are secondaries. And his radiance is less pure than gravitonics. Most curious." He next streamed dynamism, a simple shielding that he couldn't hold for more than 5 seconds. "Quite weak," Elder Sina said. "Now for thermalism." He was able to boil a pot of water quite easily, though he was pushing his limits. The taste on his tongue became acrid, enough for him to cough. "Stop," Elder Gaia said. "You are close to overdrawing." Lucian cut off his stream. "Given these results," Elder Gaia continued, "we can expect atomicism and dynamism to be his weakest aspects."
"But that's not consistent with binding being his primary," Elder Ytrib said. "His weakest should be thermalism and atomicism. We can't be entirely sure unless we ask him to stream atomic magic," Elder Ytrib said. "And I would not have him do that, at least not here." The elders settled into silence. He was a puzzle to be figured out, and it was a puzzle that could only be solved if he opened his mouth and told the truth. But the risk was too great. If any of them knew what he had, they might kill him for it. The Oracle had said that friends and family turned on each other for the mere chance to hold an orb. For that reason alone, Lucian couldn't trust anyone with what he had. "Well, friends," Elder Ytrib said after a long silence, "I believe we have exhausted every other possibility." At once, their gazes fixated on him. Those eyes were knowing, judging, seeming to see to the marrow of his bones. "Lucian," Elder Jalissa said, "I don't believe you are tricking us in any way, nor do I believe you were simply born this way, nor do my fellow elders here. There is only one explanation that makes sense." She paused, probably to allow him to confess, but Lucian wasn't going to say anything. If they wanted to say it, then they would say it. "It would seem legends have come to life," Elder Gaia said. "We know the truth, Lucian, for there is only one explanation for why your binding stream would be of perfect purity. Our only question is, where in all the worlds did you find the orb of binding?" There was no use denying it. If they wanted the orb, then they would kill him for it. But despite this fear, it didn't seem as if any one of them had that in mind. The least he could do now was tell his story, hoping to convince them that killing him was a bad idea. With some prodding, he told the full story, leaving nothing out this time. He even told them about his dream with the Sorceress-Queen, at which all their expressions darkened. Once done, Elder Arimo cleared his throat,
When he mentioned Shantazar, I suspected the truth. But I didn't believe it until now. Until I saw that the purity of his stream was not my madness.
How do you even know about the orbs? Lucian asked. Where I come from, few know about them. It's no story, Elder Gaia said, her expression one of reverence. It's history. I don't know how it is outside Psyche, but here, most believe in the orbs. Not everyone, but most.
I didn't, Elder Jalissa said faintly. I once studied Ariane's prophecy of the Seven, from a scholarly perspective, as a talent of the Irion Academy, long ago. I sought to disprove it, but when I was sent to Psyche, I took my memories of the prophecy with me. I wrote out everything I remembered and discovered things in those lines that were closed to others. I suppose you could say it was a revelation.
What revelation, Elder? Elder Jalissa watched him closely. It seemed the other elders were deferring to her. This seemed to be her area of expertise.
There were 7 orbs, the 7 aspects of magic manifested, and sometimes called the Jewels of Starsea. Starsea was the ancient empire of the Builders. Of course, their existence was prophesied by Ariane in the days when magic was new to the galaxy. Well, new to us humans. Magic has always existed, but was somehow lost during the days of Starsea. None can say just how much time has passed since then, but certainly over 1,000,000 Earth years. The Builders, sometimes called the Ancients, used it to create their gates, but that is the only remnant of magic that has remained. When magic returned, Ariane had his prophecy about the 7 orbs, but his revelation from the manifold was garbled. Mages couldn't understand his words, or at best, they might understand a small fraction of it. Even so, many mages took these fractions of truth and used them to seek the orbs, though none were ever found. At least, not that we know of.
Lucian wondered how she could have even memorized Ariane, especially if what he had written was garbled. The words of his prophecy were indecipherable. The times he had read it, nothing made sense outside one passage, which had described the orbs and their existence. But apparently, Jalissa had gleaned enough information to know what he knew, and perhaps more.
Where did you find the orb, Lucian? Elder Sina asked. You haven't told us yet.
Volsoon. There is an island far to the north, near the ice cap. I'm not sure where it is on a map, but it's where the Academy sends their exiles. I sort of stumbled upon it without realizing what it was.
Of all the places in all the worlds, Jalissa said, not believing. The odds are insurmountable. Unless the manifold meant him to find it, Elder Gaia said. She turned her attention to Lucian. I believe you were meant to go to that island, to find that cave, and finally to hold that orb. And likewise you were meant to come here to Psyche, to find the orb of psionics.
The Queen Mage means to use him to locate it, Elder Arimo said. But we can never allow that.
Tell me about her, Lucian said. Why is she so bad? All stared at him in wide-eyed disbelief, before Elder Yitrib held up his hands placatingly.
He is new to this world, friends. He knows nothing.
That only seemed to mollify them a little bit. Yitrib continued.
The Sorceress Queen is an evil woman, and a powerful psionic, quite possibly the most powerful there has ever been. She has a rare gift that is a curse for the rest of us. Her magic is so advanced that she can create brands that last for years. These brands allow her to keep track of her subjects, even to directly control them, if need be.
Elder Arimo told me a bit about brands, but what does that mean in terms of the Queen? It means that she can keep tabs on her subjects without needing to be present, Elder Sina said. Of course, she can't directly possess all her subjects, but certainly she can do so, at need, with one or even a few people. The brands allow her to sense the mental state, and even the thoughts, of those who carry them. If ever you were to meet her face to face, no doubt branding you would be her first action. Could she do that to me in a dream? No, Elder Sina said. She must physically see you, and if it happened, it's something you would certainly be able to feel. Whether non-mages would feel the same thing, I can't say. The brands lose power over time and need to be refreshed, Elder Gaia said. It's not known how long it takes exactly, but once it weakens, the Sorceress Queen can simply renew the brand with a new infusion of magic, and it's as good as new. That is how she lays claim over Dara, how none can stand against her. She streams little active magic. Every one of her brands drains her total ether supply, but she need not be physically powerful when her branded mage lords and mage knights can do the fighting for her. She trains her psionic mage-knights to brand their minions. She's like a spider, trying to weave a web large enough to ensnare all of Psyche. She's the reason that we, long ago, were driven from the Golden Vale and into the deep rift lands, the only place on Psyche we can hide from her patrols. Rarely do they pass through here, but sometimes her slavers come and take who they may, labor to fuel her growing empire. They are destined for the fields, the mines, her armies, or even for sport in the blood arena. Her eyes looked at him intensely. If she ever found you, Lucian, everything would be lost. Psyche would be as good as hers if she had your orb.
So, it was safe to say that her desire to work together with him was all a lie. She most likely wanted him to find the orb of psionics, though Lucian didn't understand why she needed him for that. It made him wonder why she ever thought she could fool him in the first place. She thought I'd be lost and alone, he realized. She thought I'd be happy to have her help. Lucian realized that the elders might want his orb, too. Was there any reason he should trust them? Maybe he should be reaching for his focus right now. We will have to discuss this among ourselves, Elder Yitrib said. Suffice it to say, Lucian, you are under our protection. If it's the orb the Sorceress Queen is after, then she must never learn that you're here. You have an artifact of great power, and I suspect you don't have the faintest idea how to use it. I used it to kill the wyverns. Yes, Elder Jalissa said, and almost killed yourself in the process by bringing down the Snake Pass. And there's no doubt that the Sorceress Queen will learn of that destruction, Elder Sina said. And you already mentioned she detected you from the fluctuation in the ethereal background. The prospect was terrifying. Kirro was just a day's walk from the Snake Pass. She or her agents could easily track Lucian to Kirro. We've gotten ahead of ourselves, Elder Yitrib said. Go to the meeting hall and get Captain Fergus. Tell him to come here. Am I still going down to the valley today? Yes, Elder Yitrib said. We need you now more than ever, Lucian. You must train as you've never trained before. There is no room for failure. You must make up for the shortcomings that caused you to be exiled from the Volsung Academy. You hold one of the orbs now, and if it falls into the Sorceress Queen's hands, she will be able to bend all of Psyche to her will. With the orb of psionics, none could stand against her. So, she's 100% lying that she wants me to keep the orb?
I suppose she may have some other plan we're not aware of, Elder Jalissa said. However, she would not allow you to keep it unless she knew some way to control you. She hinted that the Orb of Psionics could take control of the defenses above Psyche, somehow, Lucian said. How would that even be possible? I'm not sure, Elder Arimo said. All we do know is that the Sorceress-Queen has been a constant presence on Psyche since the end of the Mage War. If the fraying has not worked on her body, then it has surely warped her mind, especially since she is not known to restrict her use of magic. Then again, her strength with psionics is such that her stream is highly pure, which has made it possible for her to hold out this long. That said, she would love nothing more than to escape this world with 2 orbs in hand, and an army of fiercely loyal mage knights and mage lords at her back. It was a terrifying thought. All Lucian knew was that he had a dangerous enemy. I'll go find Fergus. He left Elder Yitrib's hut and headed for the meeting hall. 11. Lucian found Fergus eating breakfast alone. He watched Lucian disdainfully as he approached. Captain, the elders wish to see you. Fergus arched a questioning eyebrow. To speak with me? Yes, Lucian said. I'm just the messenger. Fergus grunted, setting his food down and washing his hands in a nearby bowl. Stay here, then, and find something to eat. The farming party will set out soon. Fergus left, bronze shock spear in hand. Lucian took a bowl of soup filled with vegetables and some sort of meat. He was too hungry to question what exactly was in it. By the time Fergus returned, half an hour later, Lucian had finished his soup, and the meeting hall was almost full. Lucian supposed that this crew of 50 was to be the farming party. The watchmen stood separately, dressed in leather armor while holding their spears of bronze. Some of them cast surreptitious glances in Lucian's direction. He wondered if he would be getting his own spear. It would feel good to have some sort of weapon he was familiar with. Fergus stood at the entrance to the meeting hall. He rapped his spear 3 times on the stone floor, and all conversations stilled at the sound. All right, he boomed. Time to move. Let's get this over with before evening. Everyone stood, some grumbling, and began to filter out of the hall. Lucian approached Fergus after noticing the other watchman doing the same. The warning Morgana had given him yesterday was still fresh in his mind. What do I do, Captain? Remain silent unless I call upon you, he said. If I need something, I'll tell you. You have my word on that. Lucian swallowed his pride. As you say, Captain. Fergus let out a sigh as if Lucian's case were hopeless. When the last of the gathering party had exited the hall, Fergus motioned for his guards to follow. Most of them looked to be about Lucian's age or older. Lucian wondered if any were mages like him. As they walked through the village, Lucian couldn't help but wonder how Fergus might make an example of him. He wondered who among these watchmen were part of that scheme. Perhaps all of them? Was there anything he could do to prepare for it? The elders had already exhausted him with their tests, so he was in no position to defend himself. Of course, he always had his binding magic, but if other mages were like the elders, they would notice the purity of his stream, and that might lead to questions. Of course, Fergus might have been apprised of the situation. Whatever the case, it was clear Fergus despised him. Once they had reached the gate of the village, Lucian was surprised at how bright it was outside. Not that it was bright by any means, but it certainly was compared to the gloom of the cave.
Lucian had to squint as he emerged into the cool, misty air, golden with sunlight diffusing from above. The sun here had to have been bright to shine through all this atmosphere. Perhaps it was a good thing Psyche was a cloudy world. Off-worlder! The guards pulled to a stop as Captain Fergus thrust a spear point down in Lucian's direction. What? Fergus scoffed. Don't tell me you've never used one of these before. Lucian took the spear, giving a few twirls of a basic ceremonial sequence he'd learned at the academy. Several people stopped to watch the movements, flashier than they were practical. This spear didn't retract like the one he once owned, but it would suit his purposes. I know little enough, Captain, but I'm eager to learn more. Lucian hadn't meant that to sound sarcastic, but a few of the other watchmen snickered. Their laughs were stifled with one venomous glare from Fergus. You will learn, off-worlder. Of that, I assure you. Fergus faced the rest of the watchmen. Keep an eye out. I know we are still in the deep rift, but that is no guarantee of safety. Eyes sharp. The group moved quickly down the narrow trail at a jogging pace to catch up with the rest of the gathering party, which had gone on ahead. After 30 minutes of skirting the right side of the rift, the trail forked. The left path followed the rift deeper down, while the right path turned into a long set of stairs descending into a tunnel. To Lucian's surprise, they went into the tunnel, down the stairs that took them deep underground. There was a light at the end of that tunnel, but it was far in the distance. The villagers lit the path with torches, making streaming light spheres unnecessary. After about 10 minutes, they emerged on the other side to find themselves standing hundreds of meters above a narrow valley, with slopes so steep it could almost be called a canyon. Craning his neck, Lucian could see golden light filtering through the thick atmosphere above. The tops of the mountains were lost to that radiant light, making it seem as if the world were nothing more than this valley, this rift, delving deep into the heart of Psyche. Is this still the deep rift? He asked. The watchman proceeded ahead, seemingly ignoring him. All but one, who paused beside him. He had pale skin, flaming red hair, and brilliant green eyes. This is the Green Rift, the guard said with an easy drawl. So called because, well, it's green. Lucian saw that he was right. The rift's lower reaches were green with vegetation, and at the bottom ran a swift river that plunged deeper into the fissure. Lucian wondered if all the rifts were like this, carved with swift running water from who knew where, until it collected in some place of darkness deep beneath the surface. For all he knew, that water might fall to the center of the moon itself. The thought seemed ridiculous, but perhaps this world was small enough for that to happen. Each side of the rift was lined with multiple rows of terraces, each filled with green vegetation. This was where they had to be going. The terraces ended about 100 meters above the level of the water, where the steep slopes became bare and brown. Even higher, far above all their heads, the terrain was rough and rocky, and Lucian could see even more caves. They would need to watch above as much as below. Wyverns could be lurking in those shadowy entrances. If some were to come out, there would only be a short amount of time to seek shelter. Lucian and the red-haired watchman brought up the rear. Quite the sight, isn't it? The watchman asked. Lucian nodded his agreement. I've never seen anything like it. The guard laughed. Neither had I. Not until I came here. Lucian put out a hand. I'm Lucian. I know, the guard said, taking his hand. My name's Cleon. I'm a thermalist. Lucian took the hand. I guess you could say I'm a binder. Cleon nodded toward the group making its way down below.
It's just you, me, and Fergus that can stream out of this bunch. Aside from our elders and another 3 old ones back at the village, that makes for all the mages of Kirro."
"Not many," Lucian said.
"No, we mages are a rarity, even on Psyche. Though in Dara, there are many more. A lot of opportunities there for a mage."
Lucian wondered why Cleon was telling him this. Like him, though, it seemed he wasn't from this world, or at least not from the Riftlands, so that gave them one thing in common. It took another half-hour before they'd reached the terraces below. Lucian stood next to Fergus and Cleon as the villagers labored at the harvest. It was hard not to feel like they were forcing the villagers to do the hard task, at least at first. But the guards spent all their attention facing outward from the harvesters, scanning the rift for signs of trouble. That told Lucian it was a team effort, each person playing their part according to their skills. It was important to do well. If Lucian didn't prove himself today, he might find himself harvesting with the laborers. He was sure Fergus would like nothing better than that.
"You need to be looking up as much as down," Fergus instructed them as he walked by on one of his rounds. "Wyverns from above, humans from below."
"Yes, sir," Cleon said, saluting. Lucian copied the salute, and at an arched eyebrow from Captain Fergus, added his own. "Yes, sir." When Fergus strolled away, Cleon leaned closer to Lucian.
"You watch below, I'll take the sky."
"Sounds good to me. Where are you from, Cleon?"
"I'm a slum rat from Dara, originally."
"Dara? I thought you were an off-worlder, too." He shook his head.
"Most Psychians are natives. Because I was a mage, I rose to be one of the Queen's Mage-Knights."
He gave a bitter laugh.
How proud I was of that. It worked for me for a time.
"What do you mean by that?" His expression darkened.
"Long story. I won't bore you."
The story probably wasn't boring, but Lucian knew better than to pry.
"That's why I'm here. Hoping for the day all the tribes of the Rifts are strong enough to take down Dara and the Sorceress-Queen. Who knows? It might happen. Or she may crush us all. She's taken all the Golden Vale by now, and even most of the Westlands beyond the Mountains of Madness. Her empire covers most of the moon, all the way to the burning sands on planet side. All that's left are the Riftlands."
"Stop your yakking, Cleon," Fergus called.
Cleon shut his mouth. Lucian only knew one thing about the Sorceress Queen. He did not wish to ever see her in his dreams again. But that would likely not be the case. His fate was intertwined with hers, if only because he held the orb of binding. The thought made him sick. Things seemed quiet in the Green Rift. The day grew brighter, but the mist hanging in the air didn't seem to dissipate. Even so, Lucian could feel the sun burning through it. When Fergus was far away, Lucian asked Cleon another question. "How far is Dara from here?" Cleon cast a glance in Fergus's direction before answering.
"Hard to say. If you follow the roads through the rifts, several months. I went by a faster and more dangerous route. I followed the Dark Rift, paying a guide, and ended up somewhere in Snake Rift. After that, I found my way to the surface. That took me about a month, give or take a few days. After the elders of Kirro heard my story, they let me in. They said anyone who could survive the Dark Rift was a welcome addition in their community. Truth be told, though, if you have magic and a working brain, they will let you in easily."
"I thought I told you to can it."
When had Fergus come back? Cleon stood straight to attention, while Lucian was slower in obeying. Fergus got in his face and stared him down, hard.
"Step forward, off-worlder."
There was nothing for Lucian to do but advance, drawing the eye of every watchman and half of the gathering villagers. Fergus was now in his face, expression grim.
Keep watch.
Instantly, every watchman's attention refocused on their watch points, while the villagers returned to their harvesting with renewed vigor. Fergus paced back and forth in front of Lucian, his face a storm cloud of anger. His grip on his spear tightened, as if he were itching to use it. At last, Fergus seemed to reach a breaking point, nodding to the space in front of him.
Stand across from me, off-worlder. It's time for your first lesson.
Lucian most certainly didn't want to do that, but he couldn't disobey a direct order. He stood directly across from Fergus, about 5 meters away.
All of you, keep your watches. I would test this mage.
Lucian wondered how testing him in front of everyone would help the villagers harvest faster, or the guards watch the rift better. But he was just a day one grunt, so who was he to question? If there was any watching to be done, it would be watching him have his ass handed to him.
All right, Wyvern Slayer, Fergus said. Let's see what you're worth.
Lucian hardly had time to react. Fergus reached out his left hand, which unleashed a sudden flash of green brilliance. Lucian stumbled backward, blinded, fumbling with his spear. When he felt cold metal at his throat, he knew he had been bested, and in less than 5 seconds.
Your radiance defense is non-existent, as expected. Again.
At least Fergus had the grace to allow Lucian to regain his vision first. Lucian crouched, feeling a fire in his belly as he deftly handled the spear, which felt so light in Psyche's gravity. This round, he wouldn't embarrass himself.
Ha!
Fergus shouted, in what Lucian supposed was the beginning of a new bout. Lucian felt himself getting heavier, even as Fergus leapt high into the air, far higher than he should have been able to. Using his focus, Lucian detected 2 streams emanating from Fergus, one that made him heavier, and the other making Fergus lighter. As Lucian struggled to remain standing, his legs buckling, he knew he had to counter one or the other. What would Fergus expect the least? Lucian reached for gravitonics, and instead of undoing the gravity amplification disk beneath him, he focused on the anti-grav stream that allowed Fergus to leap so high. His stream met resistance, but to Lucian's surprise, the tactic was somewhat effective, because Fergus started dropping faster. Fergus's eyes widened slightly, his only betrayal of surprise, but the captain regained control quickly. He was falling straight toward Lucian, even more quickly than before, which meant Lucian would be killed by him even faster. Lucian raised his spear to defend himself, but it was so heavy he could hardly lift it. Fergus landed on Lucian's opposite side, where he placed his spear at his back. Lucian was so heavy that he couldn't turn fast enough to deflect the attack.
Not a good showing for gravitonics, either.
The pressure of Fergus's gravitonic magic eased, allowing Lucian to breathe freely once again. His legs were still shaking from the effort of standing.
"You can yield!"
Cleon called from the sidelines.
Not yet,
Lucian said. He had to wait for his opportunity. If Fergus was testing him on each of the aspects, eventually they'd get to binding. That was when he'd show him. But it seemed as if Fergus wasn't interested in testing Lucian at his strongest aspect. Next, Fergus swung his spear, but no lightning flowed from the spear's tip. Instead, a kinetic wave pushed against Lucian, forcing him back to the terrace edge. He responded with his own kinetic wave, but somehow Fergus was able to shield it. It went back and forth like that for a while, until Fergus started pelting Lucian with rocks. Lucian streamed a psionic shield, which slowed most of the rocks down, but some still made it through his defenses. While under that barrage, Fergus pounced. Lucian could hardly defend against Fergus's spear as it found an opening near his abdomen. In the next bout, Fergus made Lucian's spear so cold he couldn't even hold it, By the time the stream was underway, Lucian couldn't figure out how to reverse it. He tried to do the same thing to Fergus's spear, but he felt his stream being countered, making it an exercise in futility. He knew he should just give up. He was already bloody and bruised, and his ether nearly depleted. When Fergus's spear became shrouded in lightning, Lucian immediately threw up a dynamistic shield. To his surprise, that shield held at the first streak of lightning from Fergus's spear tip. They danced around each other, energy shields up and spears wreathed with electricity. Lucian felt his ether fast depleting. It was then that Lucian remembered Transcend Yellow's axiom: the mage who ran out of ether first lost. He didn't know whose pool was larger, his or Fergus's, but he knew it was the only way he could beat the more experienced captain. Lucian weakened his shield. Fergus took the bait, his spear becoming awash with electricity. But just before he slammed the tip into Lucian's shield, Lucian drew even more ether, strengthening the shield not only to match, but to overpower. By the time Fergus struck, it was too late. The captain cried out at the nasty shock he got, almost dropping his spear as he was pushed back. Lucian went on the offensive, collecting the residual energy of his shield into a lightning bolt that streaked from the tip of his spear. Fergus easily countered, somehow absorbing that magic with his spear and shooting it right back. Lucian raised his shield, but he was already so weak. The shield shattered with a thunderous crack, and Lucian was knocked back a few meters. Fergus didn't even bother delivering the killing blow this time. "You've done him good enough, Captain," one of the older villagers said, stepping forward. "One would think this isn't training but a personal vendetta on your part." "This isn't over until he yields," Fergus said. Lucian seethed. When he spat, blood came out. He'd taken a rock right to the face during the psionic bout. No longer filled with the pain-reducing effect of ether, the pain of it was visceral. Perhaps it was time to give up. "We have yet to test my binding, Captain Fergus. Would you care to go another round?" Fergus watched him, seeming to consider. Lucian then saw his strategy. Tire him out with all his other aspects before testing him on what he was good at. Perhaps he did somewhat believe him about the wyverns, but the captain couldn't go back on his disparaging remarks. Perhaps the elders had even told him about the orb this morning, but Lucian knew he couldn't let pride get in the way. Using the orb was like lighting a beacon, one that would attract the attention of the Sorceress-Queen. But surely she couldn't detect it if he opted to use only a little magic. "Aye, one more round," Fergus said. "Now we see if you were lying about those wyverns." They both faced off again. By this point, no one was making a pretense of gathering or watching the rift. All eyes were on the captain and the recruit. Lucian hadn't made a good showing, but he could show them all with his best aspect powered by the orb. It was a chance to undo all his losses and prove himself. Captain Fergus and Lucian just watched as a cool wind blew through the rift. When this had gone on about half a minute, Lucian wondered whether Fergus was waiting for him to make the first move this time. He seemed more guarded this round. That took great discipline, to not underestimate an opponent he had already defeated 5 times handily. When Lucian reached for his focus, a woman screamed. Shortly after that, one of the watchmen was shouting, "Slavers! Slavers in the rift!" Lucian followed his line of sight to see a contingent of men emerging from a cave at the bottom of the rift, just a few 100 meters down the trail. 12. Fergus took command instantly. "Retreat! Everyone back to Kirro! Now!" Somehow his voice boomed far louder than it should have, perhaps enhanced by some magic Lucian didn't understand. Whatever the case, the Kirro villagers got the message instantly. taking their gathering bags and running up the trail in a coordinated maneuver that had to have been rehearsed. Meanwhile, all the watchmen converged on Fergus, who now stood on the trail to guard the villagers' retreat. Lucian went to stand in line with them, with Cleon on his left and Fergus at the vanguard. He felt for his ether, finding that there was only a small reserve left. Having it out with Fergus had been the height of stupidity, but there was no way to come back from that now. He would probably have to use the orb, especially considering as many as 50 bronze-clad soldiers were marching out of that cave, their armor and spears glinting in the sun. At their head was a violet-caped man with a purple plume at the top of his bronze helmet, carrying a silvery shock spear that was already streaming electricity. Even from distance, Lucian could tell the man was huge. The others looked like children marching behind him. Directly behind the Mage Lord, several more men were demonstrating magical ability too, about 6 or so Mage Knights to match the 3 that Kirro had, each of them wearing colored robes over their armor, 1 green, 2 red, 2 blue, and 1 gray.
"Fafnir, Ewan," Fergus said. "Get up the trail. Make sure the villagers make it home safe. There's too many of the Queen's hoplites and Mage Knights for us to deal with."
The 2 men nodded and did as commanded. Now, it was just Fergus, Cleon, and Lucian left to guard the trail. The heavily bronze-armored, spear-bearing hoplites were advancing fast, though as of yet, the Mage Knights hadn't streamed any magic.
"How are your wards, off-worlder?"
Fergus asked.
Non-existent.
"Never mind that. You use that rotting orb you have, or we're not getting out of this alive."
Cleon's eyes popped at that, but he said nothing more.
"What do you want me to do, Captain?"
"Wait for now, Cleon. Ward thermal. I'll ward dynamism. Lucian, stand between us. Make the ward have a radius of 5 meters or so, Cleon."
"That would right drain me, Captain. Might not have much left for active streams."
"Do it," Fergus said. "All we need to do is bide our time. If they advance, we can take care of the Forerunners the old-fashioned way. Wyvern Slayer will be our offense. Overdraw if you need it, Lucian. This is about survival now."
"They're nearly in range for thermal," Cleon said. "Brace yourselves."
At that moment, several fireballs streamed from the hands of the enemy mages. Lucian reached for the binding aspect, and holding it, could see the tethers that were drawing those fires forward. Opening himself to the orb, he felt an infusion of fresh, unpolluted ether, and used it to reverse the direction of each of those tethers. He felt resistance at that, great resistance. But he simply streamed more magic, until the tethers did what he wanted, reversing the anchor and focal points. The fireballs paused in their paths and reversed direction altogether, flying back toward the enemy, exploding upon impact.
"Rotting hell,"
Cleon said.
"How'd you do that?"
"Get that ward up, Cleon,"
Fergus said.
Aye, sir. Something tells me these are not slavers."
Lucian got the same feeling. His skin prickled as an aura of magic surrounded the 3 of them for a moment, then faded. And just in time for a fresh fireball to crash right into them before Lucian could think to reverse it. The ward diffused the fire's energy, sizzling against the invisible barrier.
"Retreat," Fergus said, pointing his spear outward. "Keep the wards up."
More fireballs flew as the non-mage soldiers charged up the slope. Cleon shouted in frustration.
"As soon as we turn our backs to them, they'll overwhelm the wards."
"Do something, off-worlder," Fergus said.
Lucian was trying. Even if he had the power to do it, he didn't have the mental fortitude to reverse every fireball being thrown at them.
"We need to get some cover," he said. "Long enough for me to try to bury the trail." "That might cut off our farms," Cleon said.
"We'll worry about that later," Fergus said. "Up to that boulder, and Lucian, you better stream fast."
They charged up the slope, and for the first time, Every single fireball streamed their way connected with Cleon's ward. Lucian felt the heat of them on his back, almost enough to burn him. Just when the heat was getting unbearable, they dove behind the boulder. A peek around the side revealed the hoplites were even closer. Lucian had about 30 seconds to make something work. Lucian wasted no time. He deepened his focus and created a focal point on the trail itself, about 20 meters away, while setting the anchor point at the base of a high cliff above the trail. Lucian let ether rip through him, drawn by the power of the orb. More and more magic streamed out of him until the binding tether radiated with blinding blue light. "Take cover!" Lucian released the stream, and instantly the ground shook from the sheer amount of energy Lucian had streamed into the tether. The tether collapsed the cliff in a torrent of rock and dirt, burying the trail in a flood of earth. Men screamed and died as tons of rocks made the trail completely impassable. The dust hadn't even settled, but Lucian could still hear men approaching, clanging spears and shields in a blood frenzy. At least a few had slipped past the landslide and were mere meters away. Fergus nodded. "We can take these." Lucian's stomach seemed to do a flip. All of this was happening too fast. He had likely already killed with the rock slide, but now he might have to kill in person and didn't know if he'd be able to do it. But there was no time to think about it or amp himself up. Fergus was already charging with a roar, with Cleon right behind, and Lucian couldn't let them fight alone. As soon as he stepped out from the boulder, the air was choked with dust. 2 bronze-clad soldiers charged from the grit-filled air, spears out and shields raised. Taking the lead, Fergus sidestepped the first while ramming his spear into the guts of the second. Cleon's hands became wrapped in red light, and he streamed a small fireball at the first one. The soldier raised his rounded bronze shield in time, eating the impact of the fireball with ease, even as 3 more advanced from the dust. One broke free of the pack and charged right at Lucian. Still holding the binding aspect, he streamed a tether to the hoplite's shield, pulling it toward the mountainside. Unknown to Lucian, the soldier's arm was fastened to the shield, causing the entire man to fly up and away toward the mountain. But despite seeing full well what had happened to him, the other soldiers charged forward, fanatical in their devotion, and their eyes glowing with violet light. These men were possessed by a force outside themselves, for anyone else would have been fleeing by now. But Fergus and Cleon stood ready. "Cover your eyes," Fergus shouted. Lucian did so without waiting for an explanation. Even closing and covering his eyes with his arms, a flash went off. He lowered his arm to see the 3 hoplites stumbling forward blindly. Fergus and Cleon dealt with what was left quite easily, making quick work of it. Lucian's stomach churned a bit at the efficient butchery, and was glad he didn't have to do that dirty work. "Let's move," Fergus said, after cleaning the blood from his spear. "If they have binders or psionics with them, they'll be able to force a path through those rocks." They didn't waste any time, running up the trail toward the tunnel. As soon as they had left the dust behind, a bend in the trail took them out of sight of the mages and their henchmen. "Those are the Queen's men?" Lucian asked. "No doubt," Cleon said. "And that purple-caped one I would recognize anywhere." "Who?" "Mage Lord Kiani, my former commander, and someone I swore to kill." "We're not turning back," Fergus said. "You'll have to save your quarrel for another day. Lucian needs to stay alive. It's him they're after." Cleon gave no response to this, either because he had nothing to say, or they were getting quite winded running up the trail. When the tunnel entrance came in sight, Lucian couldn't have felt more relieved. "You'll have to bury it," Fergus said. "You have the ether for that?" "He can't," Cleon said. "He must have overdrawn like crazy with that rock slide." Neither had a clear picture of how the orb worked. "I can do it." Once they had gone a good distance up the tunnel, Lucian streamed the tether. Holding it, he ran with the rest of them up the stairs, releasing only when they had gained a good distance. It would not do to have the entire tunnel collapse on them, a possibility since magic could have unforeseen consequences. With a thunderous boom, the entrance to the green rift collapsed, and the three men continued to run toward the deep rift and freedom. 13. By the time Lucian, Cleon, and Fergus stood before the gates of Kirro, they collapsed, such was their exhaustion. It wasn't just the constant running uphill, it was the extreme fatigue from streaming more magic than he ever had in his life. Even if all that magic had come from the orb of binding, there seemed to be a mental limit he had surpassed. He was in over his head, and he knew he was incredibly lucky to have not passed out, or even outright killed himself. He needed more advanced training. But who in all the worlds could teach him how to handle the insane amount of magic he had just streamed? As uncomfortable as the thought was, his mind went to the Sorceress-Queen. The Sorceress-Queen who was sending her soldiers after him. How had they gotten into the Green Rift in the first place? If they were truly coming after him, and Dara was weeks or even months away, then how could the Queen have responded to his presence so quickly? It didn't add up, but Lucian was too tired to reason out the possibilities.
"Inside, men," Fergus said. "The elders must hear of this."
Despite these words, Lucian felt himself fading. His vision darkened, while sounds seemed to come from far away. He heard Cleon saying something, but it seemed like another language from another world. What followed was long darkness, a darkness so deep that there weren't even dreams. It was as if Lucian were dead. When he did wake up, he was inside a hut with a fire burning at its center, over which hung a steaming pot of soup. Lucian blinked, supporting himself with his arm. He was lying on a bed of some sort of woven grass that emitted a sweet fragrance. There were 2 hammocks across the hut, but both were unoccupied. The periphery was filled with various articles: pottery, roughly made stools next to a small table, tools such as a pickaxe, scythe, and fishing rod, along with amphoras filled with some sort of liquid, probably water or cooking oil. Bronze spears and shields were hanging from the wall, but one spear in particular caught Lucian's eye, which seemed to be made from dark gray graphene. That was a genuine, retractable shock spear, the kind only forged by Academy atomicists. Such a spear would have had to be brought here, somehow, as Lucian doubted anyone could create one of its kind with this world's primitive technology. Lucian hadn't been awake more than 5 minutes when Elder Arimo stooped into the hut, his solemn face watching Lucian from the doorway. This must have been the Elder's home. "Elder Arimo? What happened?" The elderly man considered him for a moment. "You overexerted yourself. It can happen if you stream too much magic too quickly. Streaming burns the body's physical energy as much as it does ethereal." Elder Arimo was already ladling some of the soup into a wooden bowl. "Can you sit up?" Lucian thought he could manage that much. It took some time to sit up, and he felt a moment of vertigo as his vision darkened. After a few steadying breaths, his sight returned. Elder Arimo was holding the bowl before him. "Eat slowly," he said. "We have much to talk about." Lucian took a bite of the soup, which was filled with greens, potatoes, and prawns. Elder Arimo took up the stool nearest Lucian, watching him for a moment.
Things can change in such a short amount of time. It isn't often we have the Queen's soldiers in the Green Rift, led by a mage lord, no less. That they have infiltrated this deeply into the Riftlands is a cause for great worry. Captain Fergus reported heavy armament and at least 50 hoplites, with no less than 6 Mage-Knights. That is no ordinary slave train. It's a war party. And they were sent here for one purpose.
Lucian already knew the truth, but hearing it stated so boldly only cemented it in his mind.
They were looking for me.
Elder Arimo gave a slow nod.
They still are. You buried the entrance to the Green Rift, but we must collapse the entire tunnel and give up the terraces. At least, we must for now. We have stores to last a few months, which hopefully is enough to see us through, but soon food will be the least of our worries.
What do you mean?
That mage lord and his men are headed here, Lucian. The Deep Fork is a 3 days' march north of the terraces, and it's another 4-day march down the Deep Rift to reach Kirro. And if they are hardy and run much of the way, they might be here even sooner.
So, we get our defenses ready? Lucian said. We have mages and soldiers too, right? Elder Arimo's face was grave.
We do. But the Sorceress-Queen may have more men scouring the rifts than even that group. If 2 or more groups of them were to join up, I'm afraid we wouldn't last long. Best case, we defend ourselves at a grievous loss we could never recover from.
But I don't understand, Lucian said. How do they know that I'm in this village?
They might not know you're in this one, but it wouldn't take long before they found the right community. There are about a dozen villages like ours in the Deep Rift, and we mostly get along. And it may be there's time to cobble together a decent defense, but we cannot depend on that.
There's one thing that's still confusing me, Lucian said. How in the world did she get her soldiers this far without us knowing about it? Isn't Dara a couple of months away, at least overland?
It is,
Elder Arimo confirmed.
I see 2 possibilities. The Sorceress Queen's brands make it possible for her to instantly communicate with anyone who has one, and that would include all her mage lords. It's unlikely someone of such a high rank would be directly controlled, but the Sorceress Queen would be able to give and receive information from them, despite the distance. In this possibility, she would have had some men already in place in the rifts, in secret, which I find unlikely. The other possibility, which to me is the more probable one, is that they were carried from Dara by the Queen's airship, Zephyr.
Airship? If they had that, then they could be in the Deep Rift faster than Arimo had suggested. They could be here at any moment.
I see what you're thinking,
Elder Arimo said.
The Riftlands are treacherous for an airship's passage. The mountains bordering the Deep Rift are so tall that it will still take a few days to find a pass low enough for the ship to get through without its crew suffocating. The Zephyr has never been sighted this deep in the Riftlands for that very reason. Besides the fact that traveling the rifts with its wyverns and strange wind patterns is practically a death wish. Yet, even so, we must allow for the possibility, given how much the Queen wishes to find you.
Those words only reminded Lucian of his dream. He suppressed a shudder.
What do we do then, Elder? How do we fight them off?
Elder Arimo watched him grimly, his expression ashen. Lucian had a similar feeling when the transcends of the Volsung Academy exiled him. Surely these people wouldn't do the same thing. But he wouldn't be surprised. He had experienced betrayal before, and he already felt the anger building up.
As for what we do,
Elder Arimo said,
that is a matter still to be decided. You must accompany me at once to the Elder Council. You aren't going to send me away, are you?
On that point, the Elder remained silent. He stood and gestured for Lucian to follow.
Perhaps it is better if we waited until everyone's in the same place.
There it was then.
No need. I can be out of here in 30 minutes.
Elder Arimo's eyes widened.
Don't be foolish. Come with me.
Lucian stood on shaky legs and allowed himself to be led out of the hut. 14. Lucian tried to ignore the villagers' stares as he followed Elder Arimo through the dirt streets of Kirro. But he couldn't help but look up at the ringing of a hammer at Chiron's forge. The blacksmith paused his work at his bench to look up. His expression was grave before returning to his labor. The path turned from the main drag, which led to the meeting hall, instead of sloping upward into a tunnel entrance. It wove up a set of stairs until it broke into the open air, a chamber of a cavern with large openings at the top. But at the very center of this chamber was a stream fed by small waterfalls tumbling over the cavern's sides, and in the center of that stream was an island. A rope bridge led there, and in the middle were a dozen wooden chairs arranged in a circle. 6 of those seats were occupied, 4 with the other elders, and the other 2 by Captain Fergus and Cleon. Lucian didn't even have the mind to take in the beauty of the grove. Every one of those eyes was staring at him, and the feeling that this was just like the transcends wouldn't go away. It was his bad luck to be the holder of one of the orbs of the manifold. All too soon, he and Elder Arimo had crossed the bridge.
Be seated, Elder Yitrib said, and stop looking like you think we're going to push you into the river.
Lucian sat, deciding it would be best to keep his mouth shut. Every time he said something, he only made things worse. Elder Gaia's plump face was friendly, but Lucian didn't trust that expression. It could easily be a mask for something else.
I trust Elder Arimo has briefed you?
Regarding the Sorceress-Queen coming after me? Yeah, sure. Lucian eyed each elder in turn. If it was going to be a fight, then it would be a fight. Fergus only stared at him disapprovingly, as if not remembering the fact they had fought side by side in the Green Rift. Cleon only stared at the ground, his face paler than usual. Like Lucian, it seemed he would rather be anywhere but here. That said, Lucian wondered what exactly Cleon and Fergus were doing here.
What we have to say isn't easy, Elder Yitrib began, but it's necessary. It is a brute fact that the Queen's Mage-Knight and her minions will be here in a week, or even less. We have less than that amount of time to decide what to do. Ideally, we will reach that decision by tonight.
Fergus shifted in his seat.
Elder, I mean no disrespect, but why have we not summoned the most responsible citizens and soldiers to this meeting? It hardly seems fitting that this off-worlder and former Mage-Knight would have a seat on this esteemed council.
They are here, Captain Fergus, Elder Gaia said softly, because we are the only ones on this moon who know about the Orb of Binding, along with the Sorceress-Queen herself.
Lucian looked at Cleon, whose face went even more ghostly. Fergus had mentioned it in the Green Rift, which explained Cleon's presence.
We cannot risk anyone here letting that information out, Elder Gaia finished.
As I said before, Cleon said, I won't breathe a word of it. I promise you that on the grave of my parents.
Fergus scoffed. There is more honor among Rift Adders than a Mage-Knight of Dara.
Former Mage-Knight, Cleon corrected. If you hold my former station against me so much, then why did you let me join the Watchmen in the first place?
Fergus sighed.
Desperation?
Enough, Elder Jalissa said, her voice cracking like a whip.
This bickering avails nothing. We must decide what to do about the off-worlder and his orb.
Simple, Captain Fergus said. Give me 20 good men and every mage in this village, and I can escort him to the Dark Rift, blindfolded, and bid him good luck.
Fergus, Elder Sina said, coming out of her silence with a soft voice. I would not expect such cruelty out of you.
It's not cruel, Fergus said. It's for the safety of Kirro. The Queen is after him, so let her follow him into the Dark Rift. Kill 2 gloombats with 1 javelin, so to speak.
That is the worst possible thing we can do for the safety of Kirro, Elder Arimo said. If ever Lucian falls into the hands of the Sorceress-Queen, she will have a tool so powerful that none can withstand her. We all know what she is capable of with purely psionic magic. Just imagine what horrors she can unleash if she were to get her hands on the Orb of Binding.
Then hand the orb over, Fergus said, reaching out a hand to Lucian. I shall make quick work of it. Nothing can stand up to my shock spear.
Fool, Elder Jalissa muttered. The orb cannot be destroyed. The prophecy of the 7 states as much.
Of all of them here, Elder Jalissa knew the most about Ariane's work. He wondered what she knew that he didn't, and whether she would share that information.
Of course, she went on. The work is an incomprehensible babble, but under the influence of the manifold, it is possible to discern some of the reason behind the madness.
And what is this reason? Fergus asked. I mean no disrespect, Elder Jalissa, but the orbs are a child's fable. No one believes they truly exist.
Then how do you explain the magic Lucian streamed?
Cleon asked, his voice somewhat shaky.
No one should be able to do what he did, pulling down the mountainside like that. Even you have to believe he killed those wyverns up in the Snake Pass by now.
Fergus looked from Cleon and then back to the elders. From the relaxation of his features, Lucian could see that he was, at last, starting to accept Lucian's abilities with binding. Indeed, I've never seen magic like that, he said. If any other binder streamed to that degree, it would have either killed or frayed them.
I'm glad you see that much sense, Elder Jalissa said. If you sensed the purity of his stream, then you would know the truth, Fergus. No poison taints his binding. He can stream as much as he wishes without ill effect. That is per the prophecies of Ariane and the powers accorded to the orbs of the manifold.
Not exactly, Lucian said, his face reddening. He knew he shouldn't interrupt an elder, or contradict one, but honesty was important. Using that much magic still exhausted me, even if the amount of ether was unlimited. Mental load, Elder Yitrib said. Yes, that takes training, strengthening your focus to handle multiple streams of varying strength. That only comes with experience. So, I will always be limited in that way, Lucian said. Unless someone can teach me to stream more efficiently. Maybe so, Fergus admitted. I could feel the strength of your binding magic. Imagine what you could do if you had a modicum of expertise. Even if Fergus had meant to insult him, Lucian found himself agreeing. I need to learn more. I don't deny that. I'm the last person who should be holding the Orb of Binding. Then why not relinquish it to one of your betters? Fergus asked. At this, there was a stark silence. Lucian would have thought that any of them would jump at the chance to have it, just like all those ancients back in the days of Starsea. Indeed, he did see greed in the elder's eyes, and fear. Which would win out, he couldn't say. I will not give up the orb, Lucian said. First of all, I don't know how to do it. The orb isn't a physical object. It's something that fuses inside you. Getting rid of it might kill me for all I know. Besides, I can't be sure of anyone else's plans for it. And what are your plans for it, off-worlder? My name is Lucian, Captain Fergus. Please learn my name and treat me with respect. We fought side by side today. Why, you little... Fergus clenched his jaw, but under the scrutiny of the elders, he relented. Well, is it not an important question? What does this young man plan to do with such a powerful artifact? What does the Orb of Binding even do? Where did it come from? Lucian saw that he would not only have to catch Fergus up, but Cleon too. It wasn't something he wanted to do, but when Elder Yitrib nodded his assent, Lucian saw that it was necessary. Even Elder Jalissa would have gaps in her knowledge because he hadn't mentioned every detail about his meeting with the Oracle of Binding. Not even Ariane's words would speak to everything she had said. I still don't see what this has to do with me, Cleon said. I came to Kirro to escape trouble, not find it. This concerns you, Elder Sina said. Remain seated. Cleon crossed his arms. It looked like he might bolt, even with Elder Sina's warning. I guess I'll start at the beginning, Lucian said. Let's hear it, Elder Jalissa said. Her dark eyes seemed hungry for knowledge. So, Lucian started at the very beginning, with the day he found out he was a mage at the League Health Authority. He didn't understand why he started there, but they didn't stop him, even as he related details he believed to be extraneous. They seemed surprised that he had met Vera when he told her about how she was the teacher of Zaramalis, though none of them made any comment about it. He told them of his short tenure at the Volsung Academy, his quick progress, and how the Transcends had stabbed him in the back, leading to his exile on the Isle of Madness. And there, he told them of his dreams, how he had come across the Orb of Binding, as well as his meeting with the Oracle. And he told them everything the Oracle had said, about the rise and fall of Starsea. He talked about how the orbs were there from the beginning, and how wars were fought for them, and that if all of them were held by a single being, it would stop the fraying from rotting the minds and bodies of mages, while making the being that held them immortal. It was only here that he was interrupted by Fergus. Impossible! Lucian swallowed his anger. He had to be prepared for dealing with objections because others might be thinking the same thing. I thought so too, at first. But then she gave the orb to me, and everything I've been able to do since then confirms that I have it. If I didn't have it, then how is my binding stream so pure? How can I do these things that would otherwise be impossible? And why would the Sorceress Queen be so set on finding me? Fergus didn't have an answer for all that, though Lucian wished he did. Lucian continued his story. He told them about the Vigilance and their ambitions to hold all 7 orbs, to become the immortal emperor, to rebuild Starsea after it had been destroyed by the Swarmers, called by them the Alcassin. There were only 2 options to stop the fraying and the Alcassin, the cycle of destruction foretold by Ariane. The first way was to gather all the orbs and hold them, becoming the new immortal emperor, or to take the orbs to the heart of creation, from where they had originated. The heart of creation was only reachable through the first gate deep in dark space, the abode of the Alcassin. Only there could the immortal destroy the orbs, ending magic and the Starsea cycle once and for all. Once Lucian was done, it was hours later. Night had fallen, and no one made a move to adjourn the meeting. Everyone was quiet and solemn. Even Fergus, who seemed at a loss for words, for once. There had been so much information that Lucian was afraid he'd left something out, or even worse, said something incorrectly. Even saying it out loud sounded like pure madness, and he was half expecting any one of them, or perhaps all, to throw him out of Kirro once and for all. But none of them laughed. All just watched him pityingly. Elder Yitrib was the one to break the silence. "Thank you, Lucian. I would call an end to this council, was this not a matter of such gravity. But as it stands, we cannot disperse until we decide what we are going to do about the orb. Every second that passes, the Sorceress Queen's agents draw nearer." He paused to look at him, and Lucian got the feeling a hammer was about to fall. "You can't remain in Kirro, Lucian. The Sorceress Queen would just find you here. But there is nowhere on all of Psyche for you to go. This world is a prison, and wherever you run, the Sorceress Queen will hunt you down. Be it days, weeks, months, or years, she will one day find you." Everyone nodded at that, and it sent peals of dread down Lucian's spine.
"There is only one clear answer,"
Elder Jalissa said, her eyes sad as she watched him.
"As crazy as it sounds, it's the only thing that makes sense."
Everyone watched her, looking for some shred of hope in the situation. Elder Arima was already nodding as if he had guessed where she was going.
"It's said that the orb of psionics is somewhere on this moon. Ariane mentioned an ancient named Shantazar, who came here, one of the 7 oracles of Starsea. Or at least he came to a world that matches the description of this one. The pertinent part he wrote reads thus: Under the white world with red whorl eye, upon a moon of violet, violent sky, peers beneath burning sands and wind, lies the amethyst of Starsea within.
She paused to let the words sink in.
Or so such a line might be translated from his mad garble. Ever since the end of the Mage War, many mages on Psyche have heard those words and have sought the orb of psionics, to no avail. The white world with red whorl eye must be Cupid. Psyche is the moon with a violet and violent sky. The burning sands lie under Cupid's gaze, and they even derive the name from those lines. And the amethyst of Starsea is clear enough. Each of the orbs was called by its attendant jewel. Psionics is violet in its manifestation. Therefore, the orb of psionics, the amethyst of Starsea, lies buried somewhere in the burning sands, under the great gaze of Cupid's eye.
Cleon suddenly stood.
"All right, enough. I know I don't belong here. I don't understand a word of what anyone is saying. I'm leaving. I'll never breathe a word of this to anyone. You have my promise."
"You're in too deep now, Mage-Knight," Fergus said. "Keep your seat." Lucian thought Cleon would leave this time, but to his surprise, he sat back down, sinking into a sullen silence.
"The Sorceress Queen said the orb is on Psyche as well," Lucian said. "At least, she said as much in my dream. I don't think she wants to kill me. At least, not immediately. I think she plans to use me to find the orb of psionics somehow."
He left out the part about her invitation to work with her. All the elders knew that by now, but to say so out loud in front of Fergus,
might only flare his suspicions and make things more difficult going ahead. I wish you well in your quest, off-worlder, Fergus said. You can find the burning sands far beyond the Pass of Madness. Perhaps, with your binding powers, you will find a way where others have not.
At those words, Lucian felt a despondence such as he had never known. Was that truly to be his fate? To be sent on a mad quest with almost no possibility of success? Well, that was what he signed up for the moment he gave himself up to the prison barge.
Getting to Dara itself is a nearly impossible journey, Elder Sina said. Much more the burning sands beyond. They say those who enter that place lose their way and never come back. Lucian can't ever hope to uncover the orb of psionics alone. It is only with the power of that orb that he can hope to defeat the Sorceress-Queen and her psionic magic.
Then there's no hope,
Cleon said.
No, Yitrib said. There is no use saying something is impossible until you've tried. Many have tried to find it, Fergus reminded him. All have failed. But that doesn't mean it is impossible, Yitrib said stubbornly. I know. It's easy for me to say, sitting here.
None of them seemed to consider the obvious. What if Lucian didn't want to do this? He knew he had no real choice. The Sorceress-Queen would hunt him wherever he went. Of that he had no doubt. And there was the even more impossible goal of getting off Psyche altogether. The orb of psionics might help with that as well, though he didn't know how it might achieve that. I have no choice, Lucian said. I will leave tomorrow if that's what it takes.
You cannot do this alone, Lucian, Elder Yitrib said. You will need help. If we were sending you off to die, we would send you alone. But you dying will not solve our problems, but only exacerbate them. As we mentioned before, the worst thing possible would be for the Sorceress-Queen to take the orb you already have. So, we must do whatever we can to prevent that.
Elder, Fergus said nervously, what are you suggesting? Elder Yitrib leveled his gaze at the captain, his bushy eyebrows rising.
You know exactly what I'm suggesting. I called you and Cleon here not only because you know the truth about the orb. I've called you because the both of you will be helping Lucian find the orb of psionics.
15. Fergus's expression became grim, while Cleon's jaw hung open. Even Lucian couldn't help but stare at the elders in disbelief.
Wherever Lucian goes, the Sorceress-Queen will follow, Elder Yitrib explained. With the Sorceress-Queen's men in the Riftlands, and possibly the Zephyr too, we need our most powerful Radiant to go with him. That Radiant is you, Captain Fergus Madigan.
At these words, Fergus nodded, though his eyes still seemed shocked.
Of course, I will do whatever you ask of me, Elder Yitrib. But if you send me away, I won't be able to defend the village. Kirro will be lost if Lucian fails, Elder Yitrib said. And the Queen will eventually be drawn here if he were to stay. Lucian and the orb he carries are our salvation, along with the orb of psionics. We must believe that it's there and can be found.
From Cleon's pale face, it looked as if he might heave at any minute. Lucian felt much the same.
If that's true, then I will take every guard in the village, Fergus decided. Whatever gives us the greatest chance of success and keeps the Queen's men away from here.
On the contrary,
Elder Gaia said softly.
There can be no more than 4 of you. The last thing we want is to attract attention, and the more people who go, the more likely it draws the Sorceress-Queen's eye.
Why can't Lucian ward himself?
Fergus asked.
You know the answer to that, Elder Gaia said. He is young in the ways of magic, despite the power of the orb of binding. You will teach him not only to ward himself, but to stream magic. You are well versed, even in the aspects that are not your strengths. There is no better guardian to appoint to Lucian. Guardian? Lucian found the word distasteful. It made it sound as if Fergus were adopting him. They shouldn't have to come if they don't want to, Lucian said. I can find my own way.
Fool, Fergus said. This isn't about any of us, or what we want. The fate of Psyche is at stake, and if your story is to be believed, the fate of humanity itself. Everything depends on finding the orb and defeating the Sorceress-Queen before she finds you.
Slowly, everyone's gaze shifted to Cleon, who groaned.
Is he okay?
Elder Sina asked.
Doesn't look like it, Elder Arimo said. Watchman Cleon? Elder Yitrib asked.
Cleon only groaned louder.
Why is he being forced to go anyway? Lucian asked. I understand Fergus, with his wards and all, but why Cleon?
Cleon must go for 3 reasons, Elder Yitrib said, holding up a finger. 1, he knows about the orb of binding. He held up another finger. 2, Cleon is an accomplished thermalist, and his strongest aspects complement Fergus's weaknesses, meaning they can ward against almost anything. Yitrib held up a 3rd finger. And last of all, your path will take you through Dara and the Pass of Madness, the only way into the burning sands. Cleon has lived much of his life in Dara and will know how to navigate the streets. At this, Cleon did heave, but nothing came out but water.
Get a hold of yourself, man, Fergus said. Anyone this lily-livered will run at the first sign of trouble.
He didn't run in the Green Rift, Lucian said.
Not Dara, Cleon said. I'm not ready for that.
You're going back, whether you're ready or not, Fergus said. The elders have spoken.
This isn't my fight. My life is here now. I have a girlfriend. I'm starting to put the past behind. And now you would make me face it again? The past? What in the world was he talking about? Cleon had run from something in Dara. That much was clear. Lucian couldn't help but be curious.
Our time spent in Dara will be minimal, Fergus said. We have 1 mission and 1 mission only, to find the orb of psionics and use it to end the Sorceress Queen's reign of terror. Dara will be one of the most dangerous parts of the journey, but with you, our chances of success are all the greater.
Cleon shook his head. I'm going to be recognized. I was a Mage-Knight. People know me there, even if it has been 5 years.
So, you won't go? Lucian asked. He heaved a sigh.
Seems I have no choice, do I? If I refuse, I'll be exiled for my troubles, or at least reviled.
Why are you being so difficult? Fergus asked.
Difficult? Do you realize we're going to die? And probably long before we reach Dara and the Golden Veil.
If that is our fate, then that is our fate, Fergus said. We are the only ones who can find the orb of psionics. We are the Riftland's only hope, the world's only hope.
That's rotting madness, Cleon said. Even if we somehow made it to Dara and through the Pass of Madness, we'd still have 2,000 kilometers more just to get to the burning sands, if not more. It's so hot there it'll melt the skin off your very bones, and there isn't a drop of water to drink. Add to that dust storms, moonquakes, and constant lava flows from Cupid's gravity, and you're only guaranteeing what is already a foregone conclusion. Our deaths.
That is our path, Fergus said easily. Lucian had to wonder if he was faking that confidence. Either be exiled, Mage-Knight,
or help us. Your choice.
I already said I would help, Cleon said. Doesn't mean I won't complain every rotting step of the way.
Fergus shook his head and sighed. These are the men I am to lead into the burning sands, Elder Yitrib. Can I not choose some others?
4 is already too many,
Elder Jalissa said, her voice rattling. Her expression seemed weary, which might have explained her recent reticence in the conversation. Who's the 4th? Fergus asked, his expression not holding out much hope.
It would be one of us, but we are too old for such a long, dangerous journey,
Elder Arimo said.
And we will need capable mages to defend Kirro, for the Queen's agents will, no doubt, come here anyway. As it stands, we might even die before you do.
Then we must evacuate the village at once, Fergus said.
We will certainly do what we can,
Elder Sina said.
However, it will be impossible to hide this village. We will have to band with the other communities to give you 3 a head start, and hope, with all of you gone, the Queen's focus will turn away from the Deep Rift.
If our 4th is not anyone from the village, then who is it? Fergus asked. Every eye then went to Elder Yitrib, whose face was a mask of sorrow. Lucian wondered why they were looking at him like that. He wasn't going. There are 2 paths to Dara, Elder Yitrib said. One is through the Riftlands, which will take months to cross, and the other is through the Dark Rift, which is fastest, but also the most dangerous. Lucian was wondering where Elder Yitrib was going with all this. If it were any other circumstance, I would urge the first option, Elder Yitrib continued. But the Sorceress-Queen has a greater chance of finding you if you travel in the open, especially if she is roving the rifts with the Zephyr. Elder Jalissa scoffed.
Even if she is looking for Lucian with it, they have a better chance of survival traveling the rifts.
Elder Arimo nodded at that, apparently agreeing. Lucian had to admit the Dark Rift sounded ominous.
I took the Dark Rift once, Cleon said. I would never go that way again. I only made it here through sheer luck. Anyone who goes down there is bound to lose their way.
That is where your 4th comes in, Elder Yitrib said, who was now looking at Lucian. I believe you've met my daughter, Sarah. Lucian's eyes widened at that. Sarah was his daughter? He fumbled for words at this revelation. No one knows the Dark Rift like her. That is no guarantee of safety, but she's been all over the Riftlands and knows more secret paths than anyone. Though she was exiled by my word, she is still my blood. I love her dearly, and even now wish she were home, and not out there. He shook his head. But that cannot be. It can be if you just give the order, Lucian said. He wondered how the elder could have exiled her, especially if she was his daughter. It was hard to imagine anyone doing such a terrible thing. Fergus looked as if he wanted to punch Lucian. No Frey can live in Kirro, Lucian. Not even the daughter of an elder. The law applies to everyone, great or small. Fergus was just the type of person Lucian didn't like. The goody-two-shoes type, always following the rules to the letter, no matter the consequences, and no matter who got hurt. He didn't have the strength to argue with him. I met Sarah on my way down here. If not for her, I'd be dead from the wyverns, and would have never found this place. She is nowhere near frayed. Even if she's showing some physical signs, her mind seems fine. Elder Yitrib's face paled, along with Gaia's, and Lucian got the feeling he had gone too far. Yitrib at last spoke, choosing to ignore Lucian's point.
I know if you three find Sarah, she will lead you as far as Dara. If anyone has mapped out Slave's Run and the Dark Rift, it's my daughter."
"I thought Slave's Run was just a story," Fergus said. "Something the Daran slaves believe because it gives them hope."
"My daughter has told me it exists," Elder Ytrib said. "I've spoken with her. Quite recently." Now every eye went to him. Fergus's expression seemed the most shocked. It meant Elder Ytrib had broken the law that all rifters were supposed to follow. "Yes, I've broken the law. Many times. But you don't understand the pain I feel."
"It was at my insisting," Elder Gaia said.
"No," Elder Ytrib said. "It's my fault alone."
"I don't understand," Lucian said. "Why can't you talk to Sarah? Why have these laws in the first place? They seem, well, stupid."
Elder Jalissa's face was stony.
"The code is necessary for the safety of the Deep Rift. In the past, Freys have banded together and laid waste to what little farmland we have, even killing. Any Frey can turn into a burner at any moment. We have our laws for a reason. It's how we have survived this long."
"I admit my fault," Elder Ytrib said. "And I'm ready to abdicate my seat on this council if others here call for it. I only said this much to let you know, beyond a doubt, that my daughter has explored the Dark Rift substantially. More than that, she has located a passage she believes to be Slave's Run."
"Believes," Elder Jalissa said. "It's still safer to go through the Riftlands to reach the Golden Vale. It's tenuous, yes, but my vote is for the more traditional path. That said, it might be most prudent to let Fergus decide as need dictates."
"I will do my best," Fergus said.
"The fate of the worlds stands upon this tower of slender reeds," Elder Jalissa said. "The merest breeze will displace them."
At this sobering reminder, all went quiet.
"So, when do we begin?" Lucian asked.
Everyone looked at him as if he should know the answer, as if he were the one to give the rest moral guidance. Surely that couldn't be the case. Surely things were not already this desperate.
"Cleon," Lucian said, "I'm sorry for your part of this."
Cleon didn't respond. The words sounded hollow, even if Lucian hadn't meant them that way. Lucian turned to Fergus.
"I know we don't see eye to eye on things, but we'll have to work together from here on out. I'm willing to listen to you, and even let you lead, but only if you are willing to not discount me for my age, or call me off-worlder."
Fergus ground his teeth, as if this were too much to ask. In the end, however, he let out a sigh. Done.
"It should be said that none of us are doing this because we have a choice," Lucian said. "I think we're all aware of the stakes, so I won't go over that again."
He looked at the others. From their long faces, his speech wasn't doing much to inspire.
"We have a wild card, though. We have the Orb of Binding. With that, we might make it farther than we ever thought possible."
"How?"
Cleon asked. Lucian shook his head. "I don't know. If I had any choice, I wouldn't be here right now. And since you guys are roped in with me, we have to try. Focus on the small goals first. Finding Sarah should be easy enough, right? She's not a day's walk up the rift from here, just beyond the Snake Pass. If we walk fast, I bet we can be at her cave by tomorrow."
Her companion, Raymore, was another problem entirely, but Lucian wouldn't mention that yet. He wanted to make this seem easy. He'd warned them about Raymore once they were on the trail.
"Simple enough, I guess," Cleon said. "So, when do we begin this mad, rotting quest?"
Tomorrow morning, Lucian said. Before the break of dawn. Cleon whistled. You're a cruel bastard, aren't you?
He's right, Fergus said. Even now, that mage lord, his mage knights, and those hoplites are marching up the Green Rift for the Deep Fork. If the Zephyr is giving them a lift, then they'll be here even sooner. If it were me, we'd leave tonight. But I understand if you both need to recuperate from this morning.
Lucian shook his head, as if Fergus didn't need the rest as well. If Fergus were going to be this insufferable the whole journey, finding the Orb of Psionics would be the easy part. I can arrange for your supplies, Elder Gaia said. Food, water, cookware, packs, tools. You must travel light, but you will need sufficient provisions to see you to Dara and beyond.
Assuming we make it that far, Cleon grumbled.
We will, Fergus said. We will because I said so.
That's nice, Cleon stood. Well, I have to take a leak, and make love to my girlfriend one last time before I head off on a suicide mission.
He looked at Fergus to Lucian.
I'll see you gents tomorrow, bright and early.
This time when Cleon left, no one stopped him.
I should begin preparations, Fergus said.
Things were happening so fast. As soon as Lucian had found safety, it was being snatched from him. He would have to head back out into the wilds of this hostile moon. And not only that, survive the Sorceress-Queen, who was many times more powerful than him, who had hundreds if not thousands of mages and hoplites at her command. Lucian doubted even the Orb of Binding could stand up to all that. But he had no choice, as he saw it. It was his fate to find the Orb of Psionics or die trying. 16. All Lucian wanted to do was head back to his hut and sleep, but it seemed he wouldn't get his wish. Both Elder Arimo and Fergus approached him before he could make his escape.
One thing, and I'll leave you be, Fergus said. You shouldn't be staying on your own by the lake anymore. I don't doubt the loyalty of every man and woman in Kirro, but the Sorceress Queen is a dangerous foe, whom we shouldn't underestimate. As unlikely as it is, there may be a spy in the village. We shouldn't take the chance.
Where do I stay then?
Chiron is an honorable man, and his house is one of the largest in the village. I'm on my way there now to let him and Julia know. Go straight there after Elder Arimo is done speaking with you.
Are you sure, Fergus?
You're a hero, off-worlder.
He cleared his throat awkwardly.
I mean, Lucian. It'll be fine. Julia sets the finest table in the village. It'll be the perfect place for you to rest tonight.
What if they ask questions?
I'll tell them we're going wyvern hunting. You've already killed 2, so they won't think anything is amiss. We already have a custom of having each family host a newcomer, so that they can get to know everyone.
If that was the case, then Lucian had to wonder why Fergus had made him stay by himself at the lake. Pure dislike, probably.
Be on your best behavior, Fergus added. They must not sense anything wrong. By the time they realize the truth, we should be long gone. Try to eat a lot and get a long night's rest. You'll most certainly need it.
With that, Fergus left Lucian behind with Elder Arimo.
And now I must say my piece, the elder said solemnly. And I'm afraid it will be more than a piece. There is something you must be careful of going forward, Lucian.
What's that, Elder?
The Sorceress Queen will not only be looking for you physically, but mentally. She is the most powerful psionic in all the worlds. Or at least, if there is one more powerful, I haven't heard of it.
There's Vera, the mage I met on the Burung.
Yes, there is her, Elder Arimo said. But it's hard to imagine there being a psionic more powerful than the Sorceress Queen. She has been a constant presence here on Psyche since the end of the Mage War.
The war ended 50 years ago, Lucian said. But in my dream, I got the sense the Sorceress Queen was quite young. How could that be when she's been here over 50 years?
I don't know about that. Though few outside her nobility have seen her, she is known to be quite old. However, her powers are those of the mind. She can, and does, use mind tricks to appear a certain way, when she must. Perhaps she thinks she can better influence you if she appears in the guise of a young and beautiful woman. One of the basic tenets of thought manipulation is that it's better to inflame a positive emotion than a negative one. Your subject will be far more likely to do your bidding willingly.
So, what are you saying? That she's trying to make me fall in love with her or something?
In love?
Elder Arimo looked aghast.
Almost certainly not. Seduce you, perhaps. You must be on guard of that, Lucian. If she can get a toehold, whatever the means, it won't be long before the entire mind falls prey.
The mere idea that an 80-plus-year-old woman was trying to seduce him in the guise of a young woman made him sick, so much so that he didn't have words.
We are delving into the unethical, Elder Arimo said. We won't debate the morality of mind control. Suffice it to say, it is possible, and it's a powerful tool for those who use it, for good or for evil. The Sorceress Queen can outright control the minds of her subjects with her brands. With all that said, most obey the Sorceress Queen willingly, without the need for outright possession, the technical term for any sort of mind control. It's easy to manipulate others without active magic when you can read intentions, if not their thoughts. She can enter the dreams of other mages and implant ideas that the mage will act on in the waking world.
How is that possible? My mind is my own, so I don't see how she can influence it.
A mind is far more moldable than you realize. That is why you must always guard it. If people can be influenced by ideologies, propaganda, fears, and misinformation without the aid of magic, enough to start wars, revolutions, and abandon all sense and reason, how much more can the human mind be manipulated with the aid of magic? If you take that idea and multiply it 1,000-fold across many minds in an empire, for example, then you'll come close to what the Sorceress Queen is capable of. Add to that an artifact as powerful as the Orb of Psionics, then it might be the end of the worlds as we know them, especially if she finds a way off Psyche. Worse, mages have a particular vulnerability, a mage's mind, or at least a part of it, is connected to the manifold. She can reach you through there. Not easily, mind you. It takes far more magic for her to break your defenses than it does for you to defend against them. That is why it's so important for you to learn to stream wards. It's during sleep that you are most vulnerable, especially when you've reached a point of incredible exhaustion. That is when you, or any mage really, becomes vulnerable to dream implantation.
And you can teach me to defend myself from that?
Elder Arimo nodded. That's why I've come to speak with you. Fortunately, a psionic ward is usually enough to keep other mages from interfering with your dreams, and you won't need the ether while you're asleep anyway. Forming a psionic ward before bed should become a daily habit of yours. Normally, a dual stream is sufficient. However, the ward can be strengthened by making it a tri-stream.
How long will it last?
That depends on how long the streams in the ward cohere. Usually that's 8 hours before the ward unravels, or even longer if the warder is particularly skilled. To create a psionic ward, either binding or gravitonics will form the shell. As stated before, the shell's purpose is to keep the psionic magic in place through stream coherence. Through coherence, the two streams act in tandem to keep the ward active. It's paramount you learn to do this before you sleep tonight. Now, expand your focus to me and follow along.
Lucian did as instructed. Elder Arimo began with a binding stream, with which he surrounded himself. Lucian saw why he called it a shell. The blue aura surrounding him had the appearance of a shell, or perhaps an egg. That layer of magic was thin, almost non-existent. Lucian followed along and felt the stream was simple to perform, the magic circulating at the same steady rate. Then, Elder Arimo opened a new stream, this one psionic. The way the magic streamed felt different from the kinetic manifestation Lucian was accustomed to. It was slower, more like an eddying creek that filled every groove and crack than a sudden burst. Elder Arimo's psionic magic spread, filling the space within the binding shell. It didn't fill all the space. Lucian wondered why, until he realized that the shell was leaving room for more potential streams. Theoretically, there was enough space for the rest of the aspects to be streamed within the shell, though the amount of magic necessary to do that would no doubt kill whoever attempted it. Once done streaming, Elder Arimo closed his eyes and combined the two streams, or rather, cohered them. The bubble was now indigo from the fusion of psionic and binding magic. Lucian realized he had unwittingly done the same thing when he'd escaped the snow-filled valley on the Isle of Madness. Only in that instance, he had cohered binding and gravitonic magic. Lucian felt Elder Arimo's stream cut off, leaving the indigo ward visible for a few seconds before it faded. Lucian followed the same steps, his ward fading. Though the ward was no longer visible, inside Lucian felt that something was different, as if his potential were weaker. The ward was fed from his base supply of ether, so if he ever needed to stream, he would have less ether to do it with. How that worked in conjunction with the orb of binding, Lucian couldn't begin to guess.
Good, Elder Arimo said with an approving nod. You're a natural.
Where did the ward go? Lucian asked.
I can still feel it, I think. It's there, Arimo confirmed. Even if you can't see it. Now, for the sake of teaching, if I were to do the opposite and make psionic magic the shell and binding magic the ward, then you would have a decent defense against binding magic. You might do this in case you were worried about someone tethering you or binding your body parts together. That sounds awful. A hard thing to do, that. Thankfully, as you gain experience, you can learn to sense what other mages are gifted at before it comes to blows by feeling their focus. That will give you a clue about what to ward against. And if they attack you with an aspect they are weak with, they will burn more ether to do so, and it will be easier for you to defend.
I see. Makes sense.
The advantage of wards is that they take little magic compared to the opponent who wants to break them. Remember, Shields are active streams and are typically more powerful, but are temporary and burn more ether in the long run. A ward stays in effect for much longer and is a passive stream. The disadvantage is that they are weaker than active shields and take up a portion of your ether pool. The amount depends on the strength of the ward.
I think I understand.
Now, let's test your ward and make sure it's set right.
Before Lucian even had a chance to feel nervous about it, there was a curious tickling at his mind. It was the strangest feeling, like an itch he couldn't quite scratch.
Your ward is well made, Eremo said. Even I can't puncture it. Your ward should keep you safe from dream implantation.
And it will go away on its own?
It will weaken over time, but usually a ward doesn't lose effectiveness until after 8 hours or so, Eremo said. After that, they dissolve quite quickly. As you get a feel for things, you'll learn when a ward is active and when it is not. While a ward is active, for example, it will be more difficult to open new streams. Upon dissolution of the ward, that ether will be gone until it is naturally replaced or drawn from the ethereal background. Another disadvantage of wards, if you wish to think of it that way.
Lucian wondered what would have happened if he'd had a gravitonic ward in place on his first day on Psyche. If Sarah had been an enemy, it could have easily been his death. He not only had to learn to stream wards effectively, he also had to learn to detect the strengths of other mages, to size them up in a flash, in case the worst happened.
I'll keep that in mind, Lucian said. That's all I had to show you. If you wish to learn more about wards and their uses, I suggest talking to Fergus about it. As a Radiant, he is an expert in wards.
Why are Radiants better at wards than other mages?
Most of their magic depends on wards and brands. Light spheres, for example, work better as brands than active streams, as we discussed this morning. Seeking and concealment wards are also Radiant talents. So, of course, is the detection of light across all its spectrums.
Lucian clearly had a lot to learn, but this new knowledge should serve well enough for now. I should probably get going.
I wish you well, Lucian, Elder Eremo said. Come by tomorrow morning, and my shock spear is yours.
Lucian's eyes widened at that. The graphene one you have hanging on the wall? The elder nodded.
You'll need it more than me.
Lucian almost refused, but he knew the elder had a point.
The road ahead will be difficult, Elder Eremo said. But Fergus is a good man, and the best mage in the village. With him, you won't have to worry about the Sorceress-Queen or her agents finding you. Go, Lucian. Get some rest. You are most certainly going to need it.
With that, Elder Eremo went to join the other elders at their deliberations. Lucian followed the trail back to the village. He was grateful for the empty streets, though he felt lonely walking in the darkness. The only light coming from inside homes. Conversations and laughter filtered out from doors and windows, which only reminded him of everyone he had lost. The sound was doubly sad because those people didn't know the threat they were under because of him. He wanted to go back to his hut by the lake. He wasn't in the mood for conversation, but Fergus did have a point that it was better to be safe. He tentatively approached the door of Chiron's cabin and knocked 3 times on the wooden door. When it opened, it revealed Chiron's ruddy, bearded face beaming a wide smile. His mood seemed to be the complete antithesis to Lucian's.
Welcome, he boomed.
Julia and I were wondering if you'd gotten lost. Come inside.
Lucian stepped into the light of the home, finding a well-swept floor covered with a mat of rushes. A fire burned low in a mud brick fireplace, lending a warm ambiance. Over that fire simmered a pot of stew, its aroma savory. Julia was leaning over that pot, stirring it.
Julia, Lucian is here.
I know, honey, but I doubt he wants his stew burned.
Once done to her satisfaction, she stood and smiled.
Welcome to our home, Lucian. Please have a seat. It's warm by the fire.
Lucian nodded. Thank you. Lucian went forward, where a couple of wooden rockers were placed before the hearth. Toward the left was a dining table with 6 chairs, all simple but well-crafted. 2 pitchers of drink sat in the center, beaded with condensation. Above his head, Lucian noted a loft accessible by a short ladder, and another room leading off from the main family area. Fergus was right. This was one of the larger homes in Kirro. Once Lucian was seated, Julia looked at her husband.
Chiron, dear, please see to setting the table. Lucian, it'll only be a moment until dinner is ready.
I'm looking forward to it. Julia's cheeks colored as she looked upward toward the loft.
Morgana, where's your manners? We have a guest. Come keep him company while I finish up dinner. Yes, Mother, I'm still getting ready.
Lucian shifted in his seat, hoping the encounter with Morgana would not be as awkward as it was last night. He heard the floor creaking from the loft above, and then Morgana climbed down the ladder, wearing a pink skirt and red blouse with a large red ribbon in her dark hair. She skipped the last few rungs, landing neatly on the floor. Lucian stood, not sure of the mannerisms of this place, but it was better to be safe. When she turned, her face was made up, and her eyes smoky and holding a curious gleam that caught his attention. She strode toward him confidently, offering a hand. Lucian took it, wondering if he were supposed to kiss it or something.
My stars, Morgana, Julia said. You look so lovely. Well, you said to get ready, Mother, so I did. She looked at Lucian. Hello, Lucian.
Morgana, it's nice to see you. Her eyes sparkled even more as she took her hand away.
Well, I don't want anyone to say our hospitality is wanting.
Julia looked from Morgana to Lucian for a moment.
I think I'll see to the bread. You two catch up.
Lucian almost told her to stay, but she was gone before he could get a word out. But by this time, Chiron was done readying the table and came to stand by Lucian. Maybe he could rein Morgana in. But Lucian wasn't holding out much hope. I have to say, Chiron said jovially, Captain Fergus has warmed up to you a lot, and I can see why after your heroics today. I'm glad you're on our side, especially with what folks are saying.
What do you mean, what folks are saying?
Morgana asked, her expression at once becoming pouty.
You know I don't like being in the dark, Father.
At this moment, Julia returned from outside with the dinner rolls. Lucian supposed that was where the oven was.
Morgana, behave yourself, she said.
Lucian wondered how she knew her daughter was being unruly with just one look. But perhaps unruliness was Morgana's default.
Lucian, why don't you have a seat at the table? Chiron, take his boots. Morgana, get the washing bowl.
Morgana sighed.
Yes, Mother.
As she stalked off into the back room, Julia shook her head.
Something has gotten into her lately, Julia said. She's usually much more agreeable. Please, Lucian, have a seat. Dinner is ready.
Lucian sat at the table and tried to ignore the following awkwardness. If he could have his way, he'd be eating alone in his hut. But for now, he'd have to survive this. Morgana returned and offered the washbowl, steeped with some small white flowers, a mischievous glint in her brown eyes which had a tingle of violet. Had her eyes always been that color? Lucian was too flummoxed to remember. He washed his hands quickly while Morgana smirked. She turned just as her parents were heading back. After they had laid the pot on the table, Morgana offered the washbowl to them both, her face a mask of innocence.
"Thank you, Morgana," Julia said. "That's much better. Forgive me for my earlier rudeness," she said, including Lucian in the apology. "I know I can be a menace, but I mean well."
"That she can be," Chiron said with a chuckle. "Let's eat."
"You spoil her," Julia said. "Morgana, please fill the cups, but not the Mystica. That is for your father to serve." She looked at Lucian. "It's his own brew."
Morgana served Lucian first, standing almost directly behind him as she reached over and filled his cup. She brushed his shin with her foot as she walked around the table, so lightly that it might have been an accident. She was growing bolder. She next filled her parents' cups with tea before filling her own. Chiron served Lucian some stew, which was filled with meat and root vegetables. When Morgana took her seat, she scooted her chair closer to Lucian and gave him a warm smile. He wondered how soon he might get out of here. He was already starting to think of excuses.
"Before we begin," Chiron said, reaching for the other pitcher, "some of my Mystica, in recognition of Lucian's bravery today." He poured out 4 shots of the drink. "You bring honor to our family and our table by being here."
Lucian cleared his throat.
"The honor is mine, Chiron."
They drank, and the sweet drink burned Lucian's throat and settled warm in his stomach. It was quiet again as they all took their first bites of stew. The meat was tough and stringy, though the stew had done some work to soften it, while the flavor was good and savory. The vegetables were mostly familiar: potatoes, chopped up beets, leeks, onions, with a few other things he didn't recognize.
"It's delicious," Lucian said.
Julia smiled, pleased.
"It isn't much, but thank you, Lucian."
"They are already rationing the community larders," Chiron put in. "They say a slave party will be making its way up the Deep Rift in just a few days."
"Good thing we'll have Lucian to protect us,"
Morgana said, lightly touching his knee. Lucian jerked his leg away, doing his best to keep his face neutral.
"Didn't you hear, dear?" Julia asked. "Lucian will be gone for the next few days, hunting wyverns with Fergus and Cleon. We must have enough venom on hand to make those slavers think twice about stepping foot in the Deep Rift." "Oh," she said sadly. "That's much too bad."
Lucian almost spat out his stew when Morgana's foot rubbed his shin. It was hard not to betray the surprise on his face. He shifted his feet away, but that did nothing to curb Morgana's determination. She just reached farther, and Lucian was helpless to escape. What in the world was this girl doing?
"Is everything all right?" Julia asked, concerned. "I didn't put too much Kirro pepper in the stew, did I? It can be rather hot on the foreign palate." "No, you didn't," Lucian said hastily. "You poor thing. Your cheeks are burning so. It's like you swallowed a lump of coal."
"The stew is perfectly fine," Lucian gasped. Morgana's foot was trailing up, dangerously. He had to put an end to this.
"I'm sorry. Where's the bathroom?" "We have an outhouse out back. Morgana, why don't you show him?"
"No need," he said, getting up. "I can find it." Before any of them could say another word, he was out the door. 17. Lucian made his way behind the home, where he found the outhouse. All he needed was a moment to think about what to do. To cut his losses and head to his hut, or follow Fergus's orders and stay. He had to think of some excuse to get out of this. But what? He wasn't sure even that would solve the problem. She had shown up at his hut last night, so he wouldn't put it past her to do the same again. All he had to do was survive dinner. After that, her parents would surely be a curb on her behavior. His thoughts were broken with the sound of footsteps approaching from outside.
"Lucian?" Morgana called. "I hope everything is all right."
"Rotting hell," he muttered. He wasn't sure how to respond. "I'm fine. You can go back inside." She did not go back inside. Instead, she took a few steps closer to the outhouse door.
"I guess things got a little heated in there."
Well, at least she was admitting it. "What's gotten into you? You're making things awkward." It was quiet for a while, almost long enough for Lucian to think she had gone. Then she stepped closer, and the door moved when she placed her hand on the outside. One move and she could push it open.
"I've never seen anyone like you before. Handsome, brave, and you've seen things. I want you to tell me stories of what it's like out there, off Psyche."
"Maybe later, if you control yourself. Just don't open the door."
"Don't worry. I wouldn't do anything you don't want me to do, Lucian."
Lucian nearly choked. He had to be careful with his answer. He couldn't let her manipulate him. For some reason, he was reminded of what Elder Arimo had said, how people could easily be influenced to act a certain way, even without the aid of magic. Well, he couldn't let her do that to him. "All that stuff at the dinner table," he said. "You need to cut it out. All you're doing is making me angry. You don't want that, do you?" She laughed.
"Angry? That was just a bit of fun."
"For you, maybe. I don't like it."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Do you want to know?" At that point, she began pushing on the door, while Lucian kept it shut with his foot. The time for words was over. He streamed a small bit of psionic magic, enough to push the door wide open. Morgana sprawled backward with a startled cry, tripping over her skirts and falling into the dirt, her eyes wide as saucers. When she got up in a huff, her cheeks were red and her eyes had narrowed dangerously.
"Lucian! How dare you? You've dirtied my clothes!"
Lucian had to say. It was satisfying to have the upper hand for once. "Now let's get through dinner peacefully. No more games." She watched him for a moment, as if sizing him up again. There was something dangerous in her eyes, something that made her seem much older. He knew that was crazy because she was just an impulsive young woman.
"Very well,"
she said icily. She headed back toward the house. Lucian waited a couple more minutes before he followed. Hopefully, things went better when he returned. For the rest of dinner, Morgana was the picture of perfect propriety. Lucian was even beginning to enjoy himself, especially when the Mystica loosened tongues. Chiron told crazy stories about his hunting trips. "You have to come upon the wyverns from above," he said. "Not easy, that. They nest high in the mountains, and it's rotting hard to breathe up there."
"Chiron," Julia said warningly. "No cursing at the dinner table."
Forgive me, my dear." He refocused on Lucian. "And the stalking is most certainly not easy when the wyverns are so good at smelling. But granted you can get above them, the rotting bastards never think to look up."
"Chiron, language," Julia chided.
"Interesting expletive," Lucian said. "I haven't heard it outside of Psyche." "Really now?" Chiron said. "I wouldn't know. Anyway, the only way you can hunt wyverns is with spears and harpoons." "And magic," Lucian said. "Aye, that too, though only mages have that benefit."
"A pity they can't be trained to carry people," Morgana said. "They are certainly large enough."
Chiron laughed at that. "They are wild beasts, Morgana. They would never consent to be flown by the likes of a human."
"They say the Queen's Mage-Knights fly them."
Chiron dismissed her with a wave of his hand. "Stories. If the Mage-Knights flew them, the Riftlands would be under the Queen's full control by now."
"Cleon has told me as much."
Chiron blew a raspberry. "He tells tales if he thinks it might earn him a pretty girl's favor." Morgana was about to contest that,
but Julia cut her off. "What are you doing passing time with Cleon? I don't want you anywhere near a man from Dara." "I saw him in the store. And besides, he was the one who talked to me." She blinked her eyes innocently. "Anyway, we got to talking. He mentioned the hunt and said the wyverns aren't much to worry about, that the people of the Golden Vale hardly paid them any mind. The Queen's magic is enough to tame them, and the Mage-Knight's valor, of course."
"That Cleon spins some wild tales," Chiron grumbled. "You shouldn't believe every word that comes out of his mouth. You should know better."
Morgana's face hardened. "I do know better, Father. I'm 13, a grown woman." Lucian almost spat out his mystica, until he remembered the years were longer here. That was probably 18 or 19 in Earth years.
Chiron waved a warning finger at her. "The fact you're sniffing around the likes of Cleon and not speaking to this perfectly suitable young man right here tells me you are not grown."
Lucian coughed. From the corner of his eye, he could see Morgana smirk. Was Chiron hoping to set him up with his daughter?
Like rotting hell that was going to happen.
"Chiron," Julia said, "I think you've had enough tonight." "Cleon and I were only talking, Father," Morgana said. "That is not a crime in Kirro, is it?"
Chiron, with some effort, took his hand off his cup of mystica, not seeming to have a response. It was getting late, and Lucian could no longer hide his fatigue. He tried to stifle a yawn.
"It's time you go to bed, Lucian," Julia said. "You have a long day tomorrow, and no doubt have had an exhausting one today." "What about our parlor games?" Morgana asked. "I wanted to be partnered with Lucian."
Chiron looked up at that. "Well, if Lucian isn't opposed—"
"I'm afraid I can't," Lucian said. "I can't keep my eyes open a minute longer." "He's tired," Julia said, her tone brooking no argument. "Morgana, could you show him to bed?" "I'd be delighted," she said, her voice far too cheery.
Before he could protest, she took his hand and guided him toward the ladder. There had to be more than one room up there, because that seemed to be where Morgana's quarters were, and surely they wouldn't put him, a stranger, in the same room as her. She went up the ladder, and he waited until she was at the top before he followed. What he found was a cozy space, with a small bed in the corner, a chest, and then another cot which had been made on the opposite side. Well, it did look as if he'd be sharing the space with Morgana, but it seemed flirtation was far from her thoughts for the moment.
"This is your bed," she said, her voice somewhat cold as she led him to the cot. "I hope it's comfortable enough."
Lucian just stared, wondering how he was going to survive the night. Morgana watched him, arching an eyebrow.
"What? Are you waiting for me to tuck you in, or do you want a story?"
"Morgana, are you mad about earlier?"
"Of course," she said. "That was uncalled for."
Lucian wanted to argue, but it would be better to just agree with her and apologize. He would be out of here tomorrow, and the last thing he needed was drama. "You're right. I went a bit too far."
"Save it,"
she said, crossing her arms. "Look, I'm sorry it had to come to that earlier, but you were crossing the line. I dealt with it as I saw fit." She was already heading down the ladder, completely ignoring him. Lucian shook his head. It was useless, but at least he had space to himself, for now. He pulled back his blanket, opting to keep his clothes on, given the circumstances. The sooner he got some shut-eye, the better. It was quiet, and Lucian was so tired that he had almost completely nodded off, safe in the knowledge that his psionic ward was still active. Reaching for his focus, he could feel its presence, as well as his depleted supply of ether. The ward should last him the rest of the night. Within moments, Lucian was asleep. 18. Lucian awoke to someone grasping him from above. He was about to shout, but felt a hand over his mouth.
"Hush now," Morgana said. You'll wake everyone. This is important.
Though her voice was calm, there was something in it that seemed off. He didn't trust it. Lucian writhed away, but she stood before his cot, blocking his escape. In the darkness, her eyes held a curious violet glow. "Morgana, what are you doing?"
Please, listen. There isn't much time. I can't be here long.
Can't be here long? What in the world was she talking about?
You must tell me where you're going, Lucian. More is at stake than you know. We are allies, not enemies, as others would have you believe.
Morgana? What in the world? At once, he realized the truth. Those violet eyes were a sign of psionic control, and he remembered where he had heard that same tone of voice. The person possessing Morgana was none other than the Sorceress-Queen herself. How is this possible?
Never mind that. You are chosen, Lucian, and we must work together for the good of all. I have a plan, but it requires your help. Get to the Deep Fork, and I can explain more.
What's your plan?
There isn't time, Lucian. It's hard to reach you from this far. If you try to get the orb on your own, you will never make it.
I can't trust you, he said, hardly believing he was talking to the Sorceress-Queen. Your men tried to kill me in the Green Rift.
Kill? No, they didn't. They were trying to find you. More is at stake than you know. Remember the Deep Fork, Lucian. Meet me there.
Morgana cried out and tumbled forward, the violet in her eyes fading. Lucian ran forward to catch her. Footsteps ran up from the floor below, toward the ladder. "What's going on?" Chiron shouted from below. In a moment, he was in the loft, his eyes wide and expression fearful, with Julia not far behind. Lucian knew the scene didn't look good. Morgana had screamed and was in his arms, her chest heaving and expression terrified. Lucian stood facing her, looking like a predator on the attack. Chiron's face reddened. "You step away from her right now." Julia was already pulling her daughter away, covering her protectively.
Where am I? Morgana asked. What's happening?
Julia looked at Lucian, her eyes seething.
What did you do to her?
Lucian's heart was stabbed with horror. He tried to respond, but didn't know how to convince them of what had happened, or whether they would even believe him. "Get out of my house," Chiron said, stepping forward. Lucian backed into the corner. He didn't want to have to scream, but Chiron seemed ready to use those big muscles to snap his neck. "I know it's hard to believe," Lucian said, "but Morgana was somehow possessed by the Sorceress-Queen. The Queen was trying to get a message to me. She should be herself now." Chiron paused, if only for a moment. Whatever he had been expecting Lucian to say, it wasn't that. "What are you going on about, boy?" "It's true," Lucian said. "If we can bring one of the elders here, they will back me up." Julia looked at her daughter, unsure.
She has been acting rather moonstruck lately, ever since Lucian got here. It goes beyond Lucian being a handsome young off-worlder. She's also been more mouthy than usual, not herself in the least.
"Morgana has always been like that," Chiron said. "We can't let him get away with this. I let him into our home. We fed him, drank with him, shared our table with him."
Chiron, calm down before you do something stupid. Have you not been paying attention to your daughter? Something strange is going on. There's something in her eyes. I know our daughter, Chiron, and her eyes have always been brown. But these past couple days, they have almost looked purple.
For the first time, doubt entered Chiron's features. "Are you saying you believe him?"
"It doesn't seem he's lying, Chiron."
Lucian was grateful that Julia's cooler head had prevailed. "As far as I understand, violet eyes seem to be a sign of possession." "Possession?" Chiron asked, his eyes widening. "How can the Queen do that from Dara?" He pointed an accusing finger at Lucian.
Maybe you're the one controlling her mind, and maybe my wife's mind too. The elders will hear of this."
The burly blacksmith's voice was shaking. With a start, Lucian realized the strong man was afraid of him. Muscles could do nothing against magic, but even so, his fists were balled up, as if he were ready to fight to the death for his family.
"Chiron, he's not controlling me," Julia said. "Do you see my eyes?"
Julia took his hands, holding him steadily.
"It's me. You've looked into these eyes 1,000 times by now. More than that. Now tell me, who is staring back?"
Chiron's lip quivered for a moment. "It's you, Julia. It's you."
"Chiron is right about one thing," Lucian said. "We should get Elder Arimo here. He knows about these things." "That's the best idea we've had so far," Julia said. "He's the best psionic in the village."
Morgana gave a stifled cry, and Julia rubbed her back.
"It's all right, dear. Things will be cleared up soon."
Morgana's eyes went to Lucian, seeming to see him for the first time.
"Lucian? What are you doing here?" "She doesn't seem to remember a thing," Julia said. "What's the last thing you remember, darling?" "I remember going to bed, and after that, this."
"What about dinner?" Chiron asked. "Do you remember that?"
"Of course," she said. "The accounting feast in the meeting hall." "No, dear," Julia said. "That was the day before yesterday." "Are you saying the last thing you remember was going to bed after that?"
Morgana nodded, wiping tears from her eyes.
"What's happened to me?"
"It must have happened last night, after she had gone to bed," Lucian said. "As I said, Elder Arimo will probably clear up any confusion about how it might have happened."
"Chiron, please get Elder Arimo. We haven't a moment to lose."
Chiron looked at Julia for a moment, as if questioning that. But in the end, he nodded. He was out of the house within the moment. The following silence was heavy. No one spoke, though Julia held her daughter as she cried and moved her to her bed. Considering the possession, Lucian felt bad for the way he had treated Morgana. Her strange behavior made sense now. He didn't understand exactly how possession worked or how the Sorceress-Queen had been able to do it, but all he could remember was what Elder Arimo had told him. Mind control worked by inflaming emotions, so she was probably inflaming whatever feelings Morgana had for Lucian into an inferno. But what could have been her purpose with that? Probably to get his guard down? To get him to tell her things that would help her find him? If that was true, then the Sorceress-Queen already knew far more than she should have. Lucian wanted to apologize for his behavior, until he realized that Morgana probably didn't remember anything of what had happened. The entire time he had spoken to her tonight, he had been speaking to the Sorceress-Queen. The thought made his skin crawl, and he had trouble believing it was real. But he couldn't get past how the Sorceress-Queen could control her in the first place. It had to have been through Morgana's dreams, especially given that the last thing she remembered was going to sleep. Of course, if that were true, it meant Morgana was a mage. "Can you use magic, Morgana?" Her eyes widened at that. "Why would you bring that up?" "That's only known to the family," Julia said. "But yes, she has emerged recently." "It's the only way the Sorceress-Queen could have reached you," Lucian said. The door opened and 2 pairs of footsteps entered the house. Within a moment, both Chiron and Elder Arimo were in the loft. The elder looked very tired, his eyes hooded with exhaustion. But upon seeing Morgana sitting on her bed, crying, he became very alert. He went to her. "Morgana, would you look me in the eyes, please?" Her eyes were still tear-filled, but to Lucian they seemed brown rather than violet. Elder Arimo nodded. "You seem to be full of yourself,"
but the time has come for your training, Morgana. We elders have respected the wishes of your parents for some time, but Kirro needs you more than ever."
Morgana watched him for a moment, and then nodded.
"Okay, whatever you need me to do."
"Please, give Lucian and me a moment," he said. "Will the rest of you wait here?"
"By all means,"
Julia said. Lucian followed the elder outside to the stream. It was only once they stood by the running water that Elder Arimo broke the silence.
"Chiron told me what you said. Now, I need to know what Morgana heard while under possession. For whatever you told her, the Sorceress-Queen would have also heard."
"Yeah, I figured that much."
"I grossly underestimated the Queen. I supposed she would try to dream implant you, but I never thought she would do it to others. And to use Morgana, a mage who has barely manifested her powers, was a stroke of genius. What exactly did you tell her?"
"Only what was discussed at dinner last night. She knows that Fergus Cleon and I are leaving Kirro tomorrow to go wyvern hunting. The Sorceress-Queen also told me to meet her at the Deep Fork, after she revealed herself to me." Arimo frowned as he took in this news.
"The Deep Fork is a few days down rift from here. It seems she still believes she might convince you with her words."
"Don't worry," Lucian said. "After everything, there's no way I'm going to ever trust her."
"While that's good, she might not need your outright cooperation. If she believes you are going wyvern hunting, which I doubt, that would still lead you to the Snake Pass. She's likely sending her men from the Green Rift straight there in pursuit of you."
"Where else could I possibly go? She thinks I'm the Chosen. And according to her, the Chosen's fate is to seek all the orbs and stop the fraying. And she says I need her to do that. I don't want to admit it, but what if she's right?" Elder Arimo whistled.
"That's a problem. If the Sorceress-Queen wants anything with the Orb of Psionics, it isn't good. Of course she would want you to think you need her, but it would be far better to find the orb on your own, without her assistance. With Fergus, Cleon, and soon Sarah, I believe your chances are better than you realize."
"There's still the problem of how to outrun her if she has her airship," Lucian sighed. "This is hopeless, isn't it?"
"In truth, it might very well be. But do we have a choice but to try?"
Lucian laughed bitterly. "I should have never gotten on that shuttle."
"If you hadn't,"
Arimo said,
"then who would be the one to find the orbs?"
So, did Arimo think he was the Chosen too? The thought was enough to make him sick. He had never asked for this, but he could have stayed on Volsung. He had only himself to blame. The only thing under his control were the decisions here and now. Tomorrow, he would be setting off on a quest across the face of Psyche. There was no other way to put it. He had to resign himself to that fact, as certainly as Fergus had done. Arimo watched him solemnly.
"As it stands, the Sorceress-Queen knows you're here."
Lucian didn't have to ask what that meant. They had to leave Kirro now. 19. Within the hour, Fergus was knocking on Elder Arimo's door, packed up and ready to go. It annoyed Lucian that Fergus seemed so fresh after getting no more than 4 hours of sleep. Lucian was about to head out the door when he felt a hand on his shoulder.
"Wait a moment,"
Arimo said.
"Or have you forgotten?"
The elder went to the wall and grabbed the graphene shock spear. He held it reverently for a moment before giving it to Lucian.
"It's yours," he said. "This was made by an old friend of mine, an accomplished atomicist. He forged it directly from a carbon deposit on this world.
Lucian assumed from Erimo's manner that his friend was long dead.
Are you sure? Of course I am. He would have been glad for you to have it. Bronze or steel handles fine, but graphene is best. Light, strong, and it will never lose its sharpness. Kirro, for whom this village is named, was among the best. He learned atomicism at the feet of Malice herself.
Lucian's eyes widened at that. He had so many questions, but Fergus had already cleared his throat.
Go, Elder Erimo said. Remember everything I've taught you, and continue to train to be the best you can be. Do that, and you will find your way.
Good luck here, Elder. Be safe. As he left, Lucian wished Elder Erimo had been one of the transcends at the Volsung Academy. Shakespeare in hand, he followed Fergus to the meeting hall. It was still too early for anyone else to be up. Once inside, Cleon was already there, eating a pot of stew. He stuck his finger inside and licked it.
I hope you won't do that on the trail, Fergus grumbled. It's revolting.
Believe me, Cleon said. I've stuck it in much worse places.
Fergus's mouth twisted with disgust.
You are truly vile. Only you among my watchmen can speak to his captain without even a modicum of respect.
That's the thing, Captain, Cleon said. You need me for this, so you have no choice but to put up with me and my vile ways.
He licked his lips.
Stew is done. Can I pour you a bowl, Captain?
He sat down at the bench.
Yes, and be quick about it.
As they ate, Lucian noticed 3 packs of gear lined up against the wall. He had no idea which was his, but he was glad Fergus had taken care of the details. He didn't have the first clue about what was needed to survive on this world. All too soon, they finished their meals. Lucian tried to blink away his weariness. He would have fallen asleep, if not for Fergus, standing, causing his bronze armor to clank.
It's time we left, men. I'd like to find Sarah before the sun sets.
Sure thing, boss.
Cleon stood with the aid of his bronze Shakespeare. For the first time, he seemed to notice Lucian's weapon.
Hey, the old man gave you that?
Fergus shook his head.
No respect.
Elder Erimo did, yes, Lucian said.
Maybe you should let me or the captain have it. Until you learn the ropes, that is.
Lucian gripped the spear tighter. He gave it to me. It's mine. Cleon shrugged.
Suit yourself.
We're burning daylight,
Fergus said. Cleon nodded.
My girl should be waiting for me at the gate, if I didn't tire her out too much last night.
We get it, Fergus said. You have sex. Congratulations.
Cleon was about to get his own retort in when Lucian cut him off. No more bickering or we'll end up killing each other before the Queen can. Let's not make the elders regret their decision of putting us together. That made Fergus's back straighten, while Cleon just rolled his eyes.
Please, they don't trust us. We're just their only chance.
We leave, Fergus commanded, puffing out his chest. Cleon, I would suggest donning your armor. The bronze, not the leathers.
Nah,
Cleon said, examining his fingernails.
That'll only weigh me down.
Weak, Fergus muttered.
Well, have it your way then. But a good set of armor can be the difference between life and death.
He turned to Lucian. And you, Lucian? I'm not used to wearing armor like that.
It'll go light on you, he said. Being an earther and all. And it'll keep your strength up.
The clothes on my back will work well enough. Fergus shook his head.
Very well. Just know that I can't protect you from every stray arrow or javelin. They fly faster and farther in this world.
As if bronze armor could stop a javelin, Cleon scoffed. It's better to stand out of the way, or use magic.
Magic will only be used at direst need. If the Sorceress-Queen or her radiants are near, they can detect any fluctuation in the ethereal background. You will stream nothing more than wards unless I give the command. I am in charge here, and the chain of command will be adhered to."
This time, no one raised any protest. They went to their packs, and Lucian waited for the other two to pick their packs before he took the remaining one. It was so heavy. The lessened gravity only meant it had to be stuffed densely. It might be they could make the entire journey to Dara without the need to resupply. With a grim expression, Fergus took the lead, using the butt of his spear as a walking staff. Lucian looked at Cleon, who shrugged before following him. When they reached the village gate, a small gathering was there to see them off. It was still dark outside, almost pitch black. Fergus streamed a weak light sphere to float about a meter above his head, one just bright enough to see by.
"Stay within 5 meters of me at all times," he said. "Otherwise, I can't guarantee my ethereal concealment ward will cover you. And of course, it won't fully protect against active magic streams. That's why you don't stream unless you're told. At night, I'll increase the strength of the ward, and you can stream safely then."
"Aye, aye, Captain," Cleon said with a sarcastic salute.
At that moment, a beautiful woman with raven-black hair approached Cleon, embracing him fully.
"Lydia, darling," he said, "I want to punch you right now."
She held him tighter, her eyes closed. Cleon held her close as he stroked her hair.
Now, Lydia, if I could have it any other way, I would." "You rotting fool! You're going to die out there and leave me all alone."
When Lydia pulled back, it seemed she did have a mind to punch him, and Cleon seemed ready to take it.
"I deserve that," he said. "Lydia, I will move Cupid itself to get back to you."
She shook her head.
"You've made your choice."
When she turned her green eyes on Lucian, they were filled with pure loathing, as if she blamed him entirely for what was happening. What had Cleon told her? Probably things he shouldn't have been saying.
"Just go,"
she said. Once she was gone, Fergus sidled up to Cleon. "You told her the truth?"
"She pulled it out of me, Fergus. Women's intuition and all that."
"Take 5 minutes to finish your goodbyes," Fergus said. "Then we leave for good." With that, the 3 men separated. Lucian found himself standing alone, because he had no one to say goodbye to. He pretended to be busy, checking the contents of his pack, when a familiar face came up to him. Morgana. Some of his fear from last night lingered, but when she looked at him, her brown eyes were lucid.
"I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd see you off. I just wanted to apologize for everything, even if I don't remember it."
"It wasn't your fault." She reached for his hand, and Lucian allowed her to take it.
"Elder Arimo explained everything to me. Now I'm to be the village's newest mage."
She smiled weakly.
"That's not something my parents wanted. Still, I suppose it's how I might best serve Kirro."
"I'm sure you'll make a good mage." She laughed.
"Then you don't know me at all. I will make a terrible watchman."
She watched him sadly.
"When you come back, maybe we can speak more?"
He knew he was expected to say something similar, but he just couldn't lie to her. "That probably won't be happening, Morgana. Where we're going is dangerous, and it might be a long time before we return." She came forward and kissed him lightly on the cheek. His eyes widened, but he didn't stop her. She headed back to the village and was soon lost to the darkness.
"Well, look at you,"
Cleon said, looking after Morgana.
"You landed the prize fish, and now you're leaving. Fate can play cruel tricks with us, eh?"
Lucian just ignored him and was grateful when Fergus joined them both. "We're wasting time." He turned to the watchtower,
cupping his hands. "Open the gates!" Instantly, the gates opened inwardly, revealing the valley outside. Without even a backward glance, Fergus strode forward, where the deep rift was already gray with the first hints of dawn. Lucian and Cleon followed the captain, taking the first steps of a long journey. 20. Fergus set a fast pace. His legs were long, and his bronze armor and pack did nothing to weigh him down. Lucian was almost jogging to keep up. Worse, the entire way was uphill. If the gravity were anything close to Volsung, Lucian would have been long dead. His pack was heavy, even in the lower gravity. As the sky brightened, Lucian could see Psyche's rugged beauty. The sides of the deep rift were like walls rising into infinity. Trails and clefts branched off from the main rift, while silvery cascades fell over the sides. The water, Lucian saw, created a thick mist, through which golden light filtered to create multiple arcing rainbows. Lucian couldn't help but marvel, but to Fergus and Cleon, it was just another day. Cleon started whistling. Fergus grunted, increasing the group's pace. Cleon called out, "You're going to wear us all down when the air gets thinner." "I would have us beyond the Snake Pass by lunchtime." "Are you insane? We need to pace ourselves. What happens if we run into trouble on the way up? We'll be too tired to lift our spears." At this warning, Fergus slowed down. "All right, a 5-minute break." When Lucian looked down the rift toward the valley below, its caves and settlements were completely out of sight. They had been walking for several hours without so much as a pause. He took a deep pull from his canteen. He was grateful he hadn't taken the armor. Fergus was breathing heavily, though it seemed he was good to go for a while longer. "What are you trying to prove, Captain?" Cleon asked. "We know you're a big, strong man." "Sarah may have moved on by now, and it seems that I'm the only one who cares," Fergus said. "Freys rarely stay in one place for long, and it's been 2 days since Lucian's seen her." 2 days? It felt like 2 weeks. As hard as it was to believe, he had only landed here 3 days ago. Going up rather than down, Lucian found he didn't recognize anything. The light was brighter today, perhaps because the mist was thinner than a few days back. Even if it was thinner, it was still impossible to see the top of the deep rift. It had to be kilometers above them. "All right," Fergus said. "Let's move." They didn't make the Snake Pass by lunch. It was more like late afternoon, and Lucian was exhausted. He was worried Fergus might want to check out the pass itself, to see if Lucian's story held up. But Fergus did not comment as they walked by the collapsed pass. "Keep an eye out, men," Fergus said. "If what Lucian said is any indication, they expect us to come this way." Lucian scanned the rift on both sides, but so far, it seemed they were the only ones here. It was getting noticeably harder to breathe. It wasn't just the hard trek. The air was getting thinner, and much cooler and drier. There were also fewer waterfalls, and the greenery clinging to the rift's sides was all but gone. The wind blew harder, chilling him to the bone. While the cold weather was nothing compared to the Isle of Madness, Lucian hadn't felt that cold for months. He suppressed a shiver. "Can't be much farther, can it?" Lucian asked. "I could swear her cave wasn't far beyond the pass." It was another half-hour before the trail branched off to the right. This landscape gave Lucian the creeps. It only reminded him of the wyverns he'd fought off, and it seemed they could be lurking in every crevice and cave they passed. "This path leads to the upper reaches," Cleon said fearfully. "It's where we need to go," Fergus said. "Lead on, Lucian, and be quick about it. We can't be caught out here in the darkness, and we need to get a fire going." Lucian led them up the trail, which was rougher than he remembered. There were multiple trails, leading to varying heights in the rift.
It was impossible to tell which one he had followed to get to the Snake Pass. When Lucian paused at a fork, he frowned. "Lost your way?" Cleon asked. "I don't remember this. It was dark, so I guess that shouldn't be surprising."
"I'm not sensing anyone near," Fergus said. "No mage, anyway. Of course, they might be warding themselves."
"The cave has to be close," Lucian said.
"Take the path that looks most correct," Fergus said, "and don't take too long about it."
Lucian fought to remember that night. He had been blinded by fear, and the darkness had made it impossible to know where he was going. He considered the two paths before him. One went straight, not changing in elevation, while the other snaked its way up the right-hand side of the rift. Surely, if the trail had been that steep, he would have remembered going down all those switchbacks.
"It's straight," he said.
"You sure about that?" Cleon said, his fiery red hair whipped by the wind. "I'm not ready to die yet."
"We'll know if I'm wrong after 10 minutes.
Cleon shook his head, and they took the trail. Lucian remembered then that he had failed to tell them about Raymore.
"She's living with another Fray, too. A burner named Raymore. He almost killed me with thermal magic."
"And you're just telling us now?" Cleon asked.
"A thermalist," Fergus said. "Cleon, you must make sure we're warded before we go in there."
"Sure thing, Cap."
A few minutes later, they rounded a bend to see the entrance of the cave, on a ledge about 100 meters above them across a narrow gully.
"That's it." As forlorn can be," Cleon said. "This land has the feel of wyverns. See all those caves up there? What was Sarah doing here?"
"Escaping notice," Fergus said. "Some of the Deep Rift villages make a practice of hunting Frays. It's safer for Frays to live in the upper reaches, or even in the Dark Rift."
"That's a sad life."
"Indeed."
Without another word, Fergus started forward. Now that he knew where the group was going, he wanted to take the lead again. Within minutes, they were 50 paces from the cave mouth. Fergus held up a hand.
"I sense no mage in there," he said, "but she may just be a good warder. Be cautious, and spears ready, and keep an eye out for the burner."
"Maybe I can go first," Lucian said. "She knows me."
"She knows me, too, though it has been a few years," Fergus said. "We go together. It might take all three of us to bring the burner down if it comes to it."
"If you kill Raymore, she will kill you." Fergus laughed bitterly.
"She has reason to already. It was I who let her out of the valley when Kirro exiled her. That wasn't easy on anyone, but least of all Elder Yitrib."
By now, they were close to the cave entrance, close enough for Lucian to notice that something was amiss. It was a sight that made his heart drop. He pointed at the entrance, where a body lay sprawled on the ground, almost completely lost to the darkness.
"Rot it," Fergus said. "How did I miss that?"
"Too busy running your mouth, Captain," Cleon said. "Should we investigate?"
Lucian had a bad feeling about this, but what else was there to do? "Looks dead to me," Fergus said.
The only question was whether the body belonged to Sarah, Raymore, or someone else entirely. There was only one way to find out. Since the other two weren't moving, Lucian took the lead. He reached for his focus. If this were some sort of trap, it would be better to be prepared for it. Remembering Sarah bragging about her gravitonic magic, he streamed a gravitonic ward around himself, using psionic magic as its shell. To his surprise, the ward set fine. It seemed Elder Arimo's lesson had stuck.
"You streaming?" Fergus asked.
"I thought I told you. Sarah is an accomplished gravitist. We need to be defended against that."
"Yes, do that," Fergus said,
somewhat testily. He seemed annoyed he hadn't thought of the idea first.
"Can you extend your ward radius?" How do I do that? Reach your focus farther and commit more ether. His eyes watched him, appraising. If you can handle it. Lucian nodded and expanded his ward about 5 meters, which should be enough to cover everyone. His ether pool constricted, making him feel momentarily lightheaded. It was hard to say, but he probably only had half of his pool left to stream. That made him uneasy. But they weren't here to fight. They were here to talk. Lucian watched as Cleon set a thermal ward, while Fergus's concealment ward was still active. With each of their wards protecting them from gravitonic, thermal, and radiant magic, they were as well protected as they could be. Lucian's heart pounded at the thought that Raymore could be lurking within, ready to strike. "I'll take point," Fergus said. "If the burner is in there, Lucian, bind him and let me take care of it. I don't want to leave anything to chance." "And Sarah?" Fergus paused for a moment to think. "Cleon will deal with her." That settled, the 3 men strode toward the dark entrance of the cave. What hit Lucian first was the smell. Burned flesh had to be the most disgusting stench in all the worlds. It took holding his focus for Lucian not to heave the contents of his lunch. The sight of it was almost as bad. The body was a charred husk, to the point where it was impossible to tell who it was. Size alone wasn't enough of an indicator, since so much had burned away. Bone showed through the blackened skin of the arms. Whether this death had been self-inflicted, or the result of a fight, Lucian couldn't say. "Search the cave," Fergus said. "She might still be around." Lucian's stomach churned at the thought that Sarah might have met the same grisly end. He refused to believe it. As a frayed thermalist, Raymore could have done this to himself, out of his own madness. It seemed the most likely explanation. Little could be found in the cave. Either Sarah had packed up and left, or the cave had been looted by somebody. Or some bodies. The 3 stood near the cave entrance again. The sky was darkening. It would be night in just a couple of hours. "Cleon, thoughts?" Fergus asked. Cleon was poring over the cave entrance. "Plenty of footprints here. Fresh. No more than 2 days old. Most point to and from the upper reaches." He pointed in the direction Lucian had wandered from 3 days ago. "Can you pinpoint a set of footprints that might be smaller than the others?" Fergus asked. "Belonging to a woman, perhaps?" "Hard to say," Cleon said. "Plenty of larger footprints, though, made by boots from the look of it. The tracks tell a story. Could be that Sarah and her unlucky friend here were ambushed in the dead of night, and all their stuff looted. The one here was burned to a crisp, while the other one was taken captive. We already know the Queen is interested in the Snake Pass, and only mages would have the ability to take another mage hostage. Well, that tells me there's a level of organization here that few but the Sorceress-Queen have. The prisoner would have to be Sarah, since the Queen would want nothing to do with the burner. And since Sarah's companion was a thermalist, it makes sense he met that end, perhaps with a misdirected stream." "Is there another option?" Lucian asked. "Pretty much the same thing as the first, except Sarah got away, and the Darans are chasing after her." "You don't think this could have been one of the Rift villages?" Fergus asked. Cleon shook his head. "No, this cave is far outside the bounds of the lower deep rift, and they wouldn't risk coming this high unless they had a score to settle. And we already know the Queen is out in force. Maybe these men came seeking information. But it's hard to imagine it being the same men from the Green Rift. It's too far. So this has to be another group." "Seems far-fetched." "I'm working with incomplete information here," Cleon said. "If we want to find out what happened, we need to follow those footprints." "That's the strangest part," Fergus said. "Why would they go up rather than to the Snake Pass if they were trying to find us?" "At the time, they didn't know I was down in the Deep Rift," Lucian said.
They do now.
So that means they might be headed back this way. Everyone looked back outside, but so far there was no sign of hostiles.
If they were trying to get to Snake Rift, then they couldn't use the pass, Lucian said. It's buried.
Even so, Fergus said, the upper reaches are a death trap, especially for outlanders. It seems strange.
It's a puzzle, to be sure, Cleon agreed. And it tells me that Sarah most likely got away rather than being captive.
How do you figure that?
Cleon shrugged. If she wanted to lose those men, she would have gone up rather than down. As you said, they are outlanders. They don't know the upper reaches like she does. And being from the Golden Vale, they don't have the lungs for it. And she would know all the hidden caves to shelter in. All she'd have to do is outlast them.
Well, if she can hide from them, she can probably hide from us too, Fergus said. He sat on a nearby rock, next to the ashes of the fire Lucian had sat around not 3 nights before. It was a surreal feeling.
One other thing, Lucian said. She would never have left Raymore unburied. That means she was forced to leave, or was taken by force. That too, Cleon said. I didn't say that much because the point was obvious.
Thanks, Lucian said sarcastically. The question is, Fergus said, what do we do with the information we have?
Other than hope I'm a better tracker than the Queen's men? Cleon shrugged. I've got nothing.
Assuming it's the Queen's soldiers, Lucian said, then how is it possible that they came from above? You said there's nothing up there of interest.
One final piece of the puzzle, Cleon said. The Zephyr.
Of course, Lucian said. If the confrontation in this cave took place 2 days ago, then the Zephyr must have dropped those men off somewhere close to this cave. It suddenly came to him. They were placed by my drop pod. Of course that's where they'd want to start looking. From there, the men tracked me to this cave, where they found Sarah and Raymore. There was a fight. Raymore died while Sarah escaped. They decided to chase Sarah, figuring she'd probably knew something about me. This was before the Sorceress Queen learned my true location from Morgana. He nodded. This had to be the complete picture. Sarah must have escaped. Otherwise, she probably would have told them where I am by now. And that group of soldiers would be at Kirro's gates.
Bingo, Cleon said. Couldn't have put it better myself.
The only thing I don't understand is this airship, Lucian said. How big is it? What is it capable of? Her airship is guided by mages, Fergus explained. Binders can pull it every which way across the face of Psyche. It floats through the efforts of her court atomicist, Nostra. She creates the helium that makes it float. The ship itself is rather large, if reports are to be believed. Cleon nodded.
The Zephyr is a doozy, and Mage Lord Nostra is largely responsible for building Dara itself, creating material that simply wouldn't exist on this planet otherwise. The Zephyr is a crowning achievement, though. Granted, the ship is of limited use in the Riftlands. It can only go so high before the air becomes too thin, and the rifts themselves are difficult to navigate. Still, it can move faster than people on foot.
It's hard to believe such a thing exists, Lucian said.
Well, Cleon said, it does. I've seen it for rot's sake. But try convincing Rifters it exists when Dara is over 1,000 kilometers away, and most haven't seen the Golden Vale. There are many here who don't believe anything exists above the sky. They think things like the 100 Worlds and the Mage War are only stories told to children. Another 50 years of isolation, and not even the old ones will be around to keep things straight.
This is beside the point, Fergus said. If she does have the Zephyr, and she is using it, then it would go a long way to explain how her men can be everywhere at once.
I think so too, Cleon said. That ship can crew up to 200 men, and you can bet a good portion of them are mages, if only to have enough firepower to keep the Wyverns away.
The air is too thin up high, Fergus said. The Zephyr still has to fly within the rifts for the air to be breathable. She must be very desperate to find Lucian if she's willing to risk the crown jewel of her military in the Riftlands, especially by flying into the upper reaches.
And neither of them had mentioned the most obvious thing. The Queen herself was probably on board. But Lucian didn't have the heart to mention that. There's still the question of what we do about Sarah.
I say we move on, Cleon said. Even if she's alive, it's like trying to find a jewel bug in a dark rift. We're likely to kill ourselves in the upper reaches. No food, little water, and the wyverns can catch us in the evenings.
I'm inclined to agree.
The very idea of leaving Sarah revolted him. Seriously? She's in trouble and you would just leave her behind without even trying to find her? What would Elder Ytrip say? At least Fergus had the grace to look ashamed. Cleon, on the other hand, seemed ambivalent. She saved my life, Lucian said. Without her, I would have never found Kirro. We're going after her.
What? Is she your girlfriend or something? Might not want to tell Morgana.
Be serious, Lucian said. We need her pathfinding skills. And she's a good gravitist. You have to admit that's damn useful. Cleon gave a non-committal shrug.
Enough, Fergus said. Lucian's entanglements are none of our concern. I have a choice to make. Whatever is more likely to get us to Dara and beyond is what I will decide.
That's easy then, Captain, Cleon said. Huff it through the pass and into Stake Rift. After that, there's the Blue Rift.
As I said, the choice is mine.
Maybe we should camp here for the night, Cleon said, after we give that one a proper burial.
What if those men are coming back, though? Lucian asked.
I'll sense them long before they're here, Fergus said. They can't hide that many mages from me.
They buried Raymore. The work going fast with binding magic and a heavy stone to dig with. It was hard to feel anything for a man who would have killed him. But Raymore had once been sane, and not all that long ago. It made Lucian feel hollow, but he hardened himself to it. It was Sarah's grief, not his, assuming she was still alive. Once Raymore was underground, Cleon started a fire with a thermal stream, using firewood Sarah had left behind. It seemed strange to eat dinner after such grisly work. Lucian tried to ignore the sickly sweet smell of rot lingering in the air. They ate quickly, keeping the fire roaring near the mouth of the cave. That light would make them visible to hostile humans, but it was necessary to keep away the wyverns. As the fire burned bright and hot, the three watched outside the cave uneasily.
Well, who has first watch?
Cleon asked.
I'll take watch, Fergus said. And you, Cleon, have second watch. Lucian needs rest the most.
Cleon mumbled something under his breath that sounded like rotting hell or some other expletive.
Fine. As if my girl didn't keep me up all night.
Sleep with your spear in hand, Lucian, Fergus said. You may need it before too long.
Lucian lay with his back to the fire and closed his eyes, the exhaustion of the day hitting him in full. But he wasn't quite done yet. He reached for his focus and refreshed his psionic ward, making its range large enough to cover all of them. Once that was done, he was out like a light. 21. Lucian was the first to wake. Across the fire, Fergus snored loudly, while Cleon was nodding off on his perch next to the cave mouth. So much for keeping watch. Lucian walked over to him. You alive? He jerked awake.
Still breathing.
He looked at Lucian appraisingly.
Well, you want me to cook you breakfast, or what?
Lucian got his meaning. He dug into his pack until he found some food, not recognizing half of the ingredients. Well, Cleon wanted him to cook breakfast, so that was what he would do. He filled the cookpot with some water and enough vegetables and meat for 3 people, and set it over the fire. Half an hour later, it smelled all right enough.
Fergus stirred and woke, sleepy-eyed. The three gathered around the fire to eat, which had burned to embers by now. "You let the fire get too low, Cleon," Fergus said, taking a bite of the soup. His eyes widened as he sputtered. "Dear God, how much Kirro pepper did you put in that?"
"Enough to give you a fire," Cleon said. "Lucian, how'd you know I liked my food spicy?"
Lucian shrugged. "Just a hunch." When Lucian took his first bite, it felt as if he'd been kicked in the mouth. Cleon laughed uproariously. "All right," Fergus said, mouth hanging open. "I'm responsible for cooking from now on." Lucian still felt the heat an hour later, when they were following the trail to the upper reaches. The tracks were so evident that even Lucian could have followed them. It seemed the Sorceress Queen's war party wasn't concerned about being followed. That made Lucian uneasy. It reminded him of what Chiron had said about the wyverns, that they didn't look up because they had no fear of being hunted. When they crested a final rise, the land flattened considerably, though it still sloped upward. There was no life up here, and the surface was bare and gray. With the distant slopes lost to violet mist, the air blew cold, making Lucian shiver. Compared to the bottom of the deep rift, this was a different world entirely. "The upper reaches," Fergus said, throwing a fur mantle over his armor. "Things are about to get more dangerous."
"The tracks go this way," Cleon said. "Straight into the fog."
"Quiet," Fergus said. "We might be getting close."
Cleon blew a raspberry but didn't offer a rebuttal. For the first time since arriving on Psyche, Lucian was out of the deep rift. Even though he was breathing heavily, he just couldn't get enough air. "Can we stop for a second? I'm getting lightheaded." To his surprise, they slowed down. He breathed deeply. "Stay hydrated," Fergus said. Lucian drank from his canteen, though it didn't do much for his altitude sickness, and it would only get worse as they climbed higher.
"Your friend has a good set of lungs on her," Cleon said. "I feel a bit winded myself."
"Can you keep it down, man?" Fergus asked. "We'll be food for the wyverns."
"They aren't awake anyway. But as you will."
"They will be awake if you keep it up." "It's hard to imagine anything surviving up here," Lucian said. "With luck, they would be distracted from arguing with each other." "Nothing but wyverns," Fergus said. "They shelter here in the upper reaches. We will need to be especially wary when the land rises again. There are still a few thousand meters before there are any peaks."
"You'll suffocate first," Cleon said. "They can't be far ahead, and not much higher."
"So there's nothing up here," Lucian said. "Just a cold, barren wasteland."
"That about sums it up," Cleon said. "Shall we?"
They continued. The land began to slope ever higher until they were climbing at an almost 45-degree angle. How long they climbed? Lucian couldn't say. They paused for breath numerous times until the sun had lowered dangerously. He didn't want to ask what the plan was for nightfall. Any cave up here could be the lair of a wyvern. The sooner darkness fell, the sooner they would come out. They climbed yet another ledge, this one leading into a cave. Lucian almost called for a stop to shelter for the night, until Cleon wandered along the precipice, seemingly finding something. "Wait," Fergus said. "What are you doing?" Cleon held up a hand. He seemed to be on the scent like a bloodhound. He kept walking faster and faster around the mountainside until he came to a sudden stop at a cliff. Once Lucian had caught up, he looked over the edge only to see a layer of thick, gray clouds.
"The trail ends here,"
Cleon said. Fergus looked around in disbelief. "That can't be, unless you're saying they jumped off here."
"No,"
Cleon said, his eyes cunning.
"I think they may have been picked up. It's a bit high for the Zephyr, but it's the only real possibility."
"You mean they were airlifted out of here?"
"Yes,"
Cleon said.
"And likely our friend was with them." unless her trail branches off somewhere in the last few kilometers without me picking up on it.
Wait, Lucian said. He pointed downward. She went over. He broke into a smile. She led them here, to a dead end.
I don't understand,
Fergus said. She's a gravitist. She bragged to me how she was so good she might as well fly. Well, what if she did fly? Right over the edge.
Clever, if true, Cleon said. Though no gravitist is good enough to fly. The sheer amount of ether to pull off a stunt like that is too much. But perhaps she's good enough to break a fall, even from such a height. If so, that leaves one question. How do we pick up a trail where there is none?
You don't, came a female voice from behind them. At once, all three men turned to the sight of Sarah, one eyebrow arched quizzically and shock spear in hand. Unlike before, she had boots on now, though her leather clothing seemed far too light for the cold weather, and yet she showed no sign of being cold. Her blonde hair blew in the wind while a slight smile tugged at her lips.
Sarah, Fergus said, we've been looking for you. We have things to discuss.
She looked around, taking in the cold, howling wind. Must we?
Circumstances have changed, Fergus said. Do you have a place you're staying around here?
If I did, why would I invite you? Her eyes went to Cleon. Who is this?
Cleon Coley, at your service.
She rolled her eyes. I very much doubt that. Last of all, she noted Lucian. And how did you get mixed up in this? Don't tell me Kirro wanted to hunt me down after my act of charity. This isn't a hunt, Lucian said. Sarah's blue eyes were mistrustful. Fergus is right. We do need to talk. It's important. She watched him for a moment and gave a small laugh. Well, normally I'd say no, but I can't leave you three out for the wyverns. She looked up. I'm staying up there, and we better get moving before the Zephyr comes trawling back. I can give you a boost. As she approached, she gave Lucian a wink. Couldn't stay away from me, could you? Something like that.
All right, enough yapping, Cleon said. Where are you boosting us to?
That ledge over there, she said, pointing about 10 meters above them. Wind's down a bit, so should be safe. Who's going first, Lucian? Fergie?
Don't call me that, Fergus said, expression darkening. You can send me first.
Ah, you're the brave, esteemed leader, no doubt. Well, it makes sense to do the heaviest first. It'll take more ether. Before anyone could say anything, Fergus suddenly glowed with silvery light. Aim for that ledge up there, she said. There's a cave entrance you can't see from here. And try not to get off course. I don't want to waste my ether pulling you over there.
What do you take me for?
Never change, Fergie. With a growl, Fergus knelt and gave a mighty leap. Lucian's eyes widened as he sailed upward, far above the cliff they were standing on, and onto the ledge above. I can tether everyone else up, Lucian said. That's sweet, Sarah said. I've got this, though.
I guess I'm next,
Cleon said. She streamed, wrapping him in an aura of silvery light. Cleon leapt, slightly overshooting the ledge. Lucian almost had to tether him to keep him from falling. But Sarah did something to adjust the gravity pulling him, making him fall more quickly once he was over the edge. A little too eager, that one, Sarah said. She turned to Lucian and smiled. Alone at last. Miss me? Lucian blinked. Maybe now's not the time. She sighed. I should have expected that. Well, you ready for the leap of faith? Is there any trick to it? Yeah, she said. Just keep your eye on the goal. Sounds simple enough. Instead of standing at a distance to stream, she touched his arm. He was surprised at how warm her hand was. It was well below freezing out here. We'll go together. It'll keep you from killing yourself. I can handle it, Lucian said. I know. Big, strong man and all. Maybe I just need your help as a weak, defenseless woman.
Hey!
Cleon was shouting over the edge.
Stop flirting and hurry it up!
She shook her head.
Damn fool, he'll call the Zephyr down over us.
She streamed gravitonic magic around them both until they were wrapped in a bubble of gray light.
Let's move.
They made the jump together, and Lucian couldn't help but gasp as the ground fell away. Maybe it wasn't flying, but it was close. The boosted jump took just a few seconds. Sarah landed neatly in front of him, while he landed behind. The four of them stood before a small cave entrance. They would have to crawl to fit in there.
Ladies first,
Cleon said.
I think not. I'll bring up the rear. Just keep going straight until you reach the chamber.
Cleon shrugged and went into the cave first, followed closely by Fergus. The large armored captain could barely squeeze inside.
All right. I'm freezing now, she said. Let's get inside.
Lucian went in first, followed by Sarah. 22. The tunnel went on for a while, or at least it felt so to Lucian, crawling on his hands and knees. When he stood, he found himself in a small chamber. He couldn't stand without stooping. With the four of them crowding in, there was barely any space. Fergus closed his eyes as if pretending to be anywhere but here. Lucian didn't blame him.
Couldn't you have picked a better cave?
Cleon's voice was loud and booming in the chamber's confines. Lucian winced from the ringing in his ears.
Oh, I apologize, Sarah said. Next time when I'm picking out a place to stay for me and me alone, I'll make sure it's as fine as any manse in Dara.
That's where I should be, Cleon said. If I hadn't run off to the Riftlands like some rotting fool, I might be Mage Lord by now.
Fergus opened his eyes. This is our situation, and we must make the best of it.
There's little enough air up here as it is, Cleon said. Maybe a couple of us should sleep outside. I nominate Fergus and Lucian.
Is that a joke? Sarah asked. We still have things to discuss. For one, why are the three of you following me?
Cleon was about to respond, but thankfully, Fergus cut him off. We wanted to ask something of you. We were sent here by your father. Her expression darkened.
I figured. What's the old man up to these days?
Busy preparing Kirro's defenses against the Queen's soldiers. By now, they will have reached the Deep Fork, and are well on their way up the Deep Rift. Her face paled at that news.
Soldiers? They were chasing me too, but I lost them last night. Thankfully for me, they didn't think to look up.
Is the Zephyr about? Fergus asked.
It came by to pick them up last night, and I'm hoping it doesn't come back.
I already figured that out, Cleon said. I'm the brains of this group. I'm the one who tracked you here.
First of all, someone with earwax for brains could have followed that stampede. There were at least 20 soldiers, with 4 or 5 of them being Mage-Knights, and at least one had the purple plume of a Mage Lord.
You're sure about that? Fergus asked.
I'm not blind. I led them here, right to the cliff. I thought they would lose their way up here, but then the Zephyr showed up.
And was the Queen on it? Fergus asked.
That, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like a full-scale invasion of the Riftlands is happening. If there's another group at the Deep Fork, there may be more yet.
You're right, Fergus said. For all we know, there may be.
Sarah's face fell. Well, we all knew this would happen someday. I guess I thought we had more time.
She met Fergus's eyes.
So, you want my help to defend the village my father exiled me from? All because I'm the only gravitist of any skill you know? My answer to that is no.
That's not why we're here, Lucian said. Her eyes turned on him.
What is it then? Why else would you be here?
We need to get to Dara. Your father told me you know your way around the Dark Rift, and the way to a passage known as Slave's Run. Her eyes widened.
You can't be serious. You've been on world for, what, 4 or 5 days? And you want to go into the rotting Dark Rift?
We are very serious, Fergus said.
And we know that you know where it is.
I don't.
Your father told us you did. Her expression darkened.
Rotting hell. So rather than exile me, he wants to kill me off. I've had it with him. I owe him nothing. I'll point you in the right direction, but don't expect any further assistance.
Aren't you the least bit curious about why we want to find it? Cleon asked.
It's not my business. You can stay here for one night, since it's too dark to survive out there. Come morning, though, I want all of you out of here. And out of my life, too, if you please. Just listen, Lucian said. This might be our only chance to defeat the Sorceress-Queen. If you don't help us find Slave's Run, then we'll have to travel across the Riftlands to Dara. If we do that, the Zephyr will surely catch us.
Sarah sniffed.
Sounds like a personal problem to me.
Fergus huffed. Let's be reasonable, Sarah.
Reasonable? I'll tell you about reasonable. What has the Riftlands ever done for me besides give me grief? I don't like the Queen either, but I can survive her just as well as I can survive Rifters. Probably even better, since Rifters make a sport of hunting frays.
Cleon shrugged.
She has something of a point.
Why must my father always meddle? Why can't I live the rest of my miserable life in peace?
What about Raymore? Lucian asked. She looked at him, her brows lowering over her blue eyes.
What about Raymore? He's dead. I supposed you saw that on your way here.
She shook her head.
He turned himself into a human torch to help me escape.
Her eyes filled with tears.
Just the thought of his body back there. Pickings for the wyverns.
The body was undisturbed when we found it, Fergus said solemnly. We gave him a proper burial. She blinked.
You did? Well, it's more than I expected of you. No offense.
We only ask that you hear us out, Fergus said. Nothing more. She looked from Fergus to Cleon, and finally her eyes met Lucian's, and seemed to hang there. Curiosity burned. She had to be wondering why they wanted to go to Dara, and how they planned to defeat the Sorceress-Queen. Despite Sarah's words, Lucian knew she didn't like her from their previous conversations.
Okay, I must admit, you've piqued my interest. It's not every day you meet people who are so dead set on being, well, dead. All right, I'm all ears. She looked at Fergus's pack. As long as you share some of your food.
Deal. The cave was too small for a fire, and there was no real ventilation, so they ate cold jerky, bread, and crimson fruit, a berry that must have been native to Psyche. Lucian watched the others wrapping the fruit and meat in the bread, eating it like that, so he followed their example. Once done, Sarah licked her fingers.
That's good eating. Now, you have 10 minutes to explain yourselves, unless you bore me.
This might take more than 10 minutes to explain, Lucian said.
10 minutes.
Okay, Lucian said. You want to know how I could defeat those wyverns on my own?
How?
She asked, arching an eyebrow. Lucian was about to tell his story when Cleon interrupted him.
He has the orb of binding. There, you asked for 10 minutes, and we gave you 10 seconds. Does that settle it?
She looked from Cleon to Lucian skeptically.
You're joking. The orbs are just a story. My dad used to tell me that one when I was little.
They're very real, Fergus said. I saw its power 2 days ago in the Green Rift. Lucian was able to do things I've never seen any mage do. He created an avalanche and saved our entire harvesting party from the Queen's soldiers.
You mean he saved you, Fergus?
I will admit as much. The way he handled his binding stream was blunt and childish, but yes, he saved me.
Thanks,
Lucian said. It's true, Fergus said. You are a child when it comes to magic. You're an exile of your academy and barely old enough to have emerged.
I'm 21, thanks.
At least he thought that was his age. Sarah's eyes were wide and her face pale. She didn't answer for a moment, as if she were still processing the information.
The orb of binding. That means the others are real too. That means... She looked at each of them. Wait, you're going after the orb of psionics, aren't you?
She's quick, Cleon said.
She ignored him. It's said to be under a white world with red whirl eye and a moon of violet, violent sky. It's part of the prophecy of the Seven.
Yes, that's what Elder Jalissa said, Fergus said. We believe the orb of psionics is somewhere under the eye of Cupid.
That would take you to the burning sands, she mused. Her eyes went to Lucian and almost seemed to pity him. That means you have to go through the Golden Veil and Dara, through the Pass of Madness, the Westlands, and finally the burning sands.
Unless there's another way, Lucian said. She shook her head.
The Pass of Madness is the only way from the Golden Veil to Psyche's planetside. The Mountains of Madness surround the entire moon, north to south, bisecting it completely. And those mountains reach tens of kilometers high. Their surfaces are too sheer to climb. Such is the reason for Dara's existence. It straddles both sides of the moon, planet side and void side.
So, we have to go through Dara, Lucian said. That can't be avoided.
I'm afraid not, Sarah said. If you want to find the orb of psionics...
We do, Fergus said, puffing out his chest. At the behest of your father and the Elder Council, we've been sent on a quest for the good of all Psyche.
A quest? Sarah asked with a chuckle. You've been dreaming of this moment, haven't you? And when and if you do find the orb of psionics, you intend to use it against Queen Ansaldra? No?
Ansaldra. So that was her name.
She's no queen of mine, Cleon growled.
That sounds quite personal to you, Cleon.
It is. My reasons are my own.
No worries. I didn't plan to ask.
So, will you help us find Slaves Run or not? Fergus asked. You need not go with us to Dara. We only need to know the entrance.
She gave a dark chuckle. Well, that's rich. First, you don't even know what you're asking, and second, if you guys want to use the Dark Rift, you'll lose your way the minute I show you the entrance. What do you mean? Lucian asked. Slaves Run is hard to reach, she explained. It goes deep underground, as deep as the Moon Sea. Lucian frowned. The Moon Sea? I don't understand. There's a sea under the Dark Rift? Fergus nodded.
It's not confirmed, but it's said most water settles deep underground on Psyche, before filtering up through the surface again.
It is confirmed because I've seen it, Sarah said. The water glows with some form of microscopic life, and Slaves Run follows it. On one end of the Moon Sea, you can climb up and reach the Blue Rift, from which comes most of the Riftland's water. The surface of this moon is quite porous, an effect of the low gravity and the tidal forces of Cupid.
Leave it to a gravitist to explain the workings of gravity, Cleon said.
I digress. You can use Slaves Run to reach the Mountains of Madness and enter the Golden Veil. Why is it called Slaves Run? Lucian asked. The answer is in the name, Sarah said. Escaped slaves use it to run from Dara to the Riftlands. Less so in recent years, since the Sorceress-Queen has firmed her grip over the Golden Veil and beyond. The name is stuck, though.
I took the longer path, but went through the Dark Rift for most of it, Cleon said. It was not easy in the least, and it would take several months to make it to the Golden Veil. And that's not counting any scuffles we get into on the way.
So, Slaves Run would be faster? Lucian asked. Sarah nodded. Much faster. Assuming you can get there, it'll cut weeks off your journey. She smiled bitterly. The catch is, you have to go through the Dark Rift to reach it. And the Dark Rift is a labyrinth. Even I haven't fully explored its depths. Besides the risk of losing your way, there's gloombat colonies, burners, and of course the danger of falling down a hole you can never get out of.
All right, that settles it, Cleon said. We're going the long way.
Maybe so, Fergus said. But if we need to go the other way, the question is, can you lead us to Slaves Run or not?
I can. However, you should go the long way. In this case, your friend Cleon is right.
We are not friends, Fergus said. He is my subordinate, and I am his captain.
That's harsh, boss, Cleon said. Well, we'll have plenty of weeks to bond yet.
The captain's face remained stony. It was clear he had given up instilling any semblance of discipline into the former Mage-Knight. The trip above ground would take months, Lucian said. And that's if everything goes smoothly.
Better to take your time and be alive than look for a shortcut and be dead, Cleon said.
What about the Zephyr? Fergus asked. The Queen and her troops are actively hunting for Lucian. Doesn't that change the equation a bit? From Sarah's silence, it seemed it might have.
I don't want to go into any bloody, rotten, stinking dark rift, Cleon said.
You must if that is what we decide, Fergus said. You're a part of this group whether you like it or not.
Not by choice,
Cleon muttered. What about you, Lucian? Fergus asked. Every pair of eyes went to him. Fergus, his face serious and steely. Cleon, whose blue eyes betrayed fear. Sarah, who just looked tired and wanted this conversation to be over. We should sleep on it, he said. Maybe the morning will bring answers. That's the best idea I've heard all night, Sarah said. I'm still confused about a lot, like how you found this rotting orb to begin with, but I just can't focus on anything right now. Before you rest, Fergus said, be sure to stay near us. I'm warding radiance, which will keep anyone from detecting our streams, while Lucian is warding psionics, which will stop the Queen from interfering with our dreams. Her face paled when she looked at Lucian. She really is after you, then. This isn't a game. I wouldn't be doing this unless I had to. I know you don't have all the information yet, Sarah, but I will answer any questions you have. It would be great if you could come with us, at least part of the way.
I'll think about it, she said. For now, I need some shut-eye.
The four of them ended up sleeping side by side, nearly touching. The cave was still cold despite the close quarters, and the cold was only accentuated by the howling wind outside. Water dripped on Lucian's face from the condensation of everyone's breaths. He covered his face with his jacket, but before he allowed himself to fall asleep, he set his psionic ward, making sure it was strong enough to cover all four of them. Once done, he closed his eyes. 23. When Lucian awoke, his skin was burning. Or rather, the fire was coming from directly below his skin, like insects stinging him all over. He tried to keep himself from screaming, but he could only hold out so long. Everyone was up in the instant, with Fergus streaming a light sphere.
What in the rotting hell is going on?
Cleon asked. Sarah was soon rubbing something on Lucian's skin that spread instant coolness and relief. The pain didn't completely ebb, but at least he wasn't screaming anymore. Fergus looked on worriedly while Sarah continued rubbing in the balm. What is that? Lucian asked. Carialis sap, she said. Good for all manner of pain. No Frey's kit is complete without it. There's nothing better for immolations. Immolations? A side effect of overdrawing, Fergus said. Not uncommon, a day or 3 after the incident in question. Overdrawing? I've barely... Then Lucian remembered the fight with the wyverns. Overdrawing had been necessary to stream his kinetic wave. And he may have overdrawn during the fight in the Green Rift, too. Things had happened so fast that it was hard to remember. Whatever the case, he had streamed more in the past few days than he had in months, and that was bound to have some effect. I get immolations too, Sarah said. It's just part of being a mage. Then how come I've never heard of it before?
It's likely your academy shielded you from such information, at least to begin with, Fergus said. At Irion, we didn't teach our initiates about them, and it's not something often spoken of because... As Fergus trailed off, Cleon picked up the slack.
Well, we might as well be straight with him.
Lucian had a feeling he wouldn't like what he was about to hear.
It's a sign of fraying, Lucian. It happens when you overdraw.
I see. Lucian sat up. The pain was all but gone, and he put his shirt back on. Well, I'll have to be careful. See that you do, Fergus said. Sometimes overdrawing can't be avoided. You need ether to get out of a hard situation. We've all been there. Just know that it can lead to some particularly bad immolations down the line.
You mean I'm not done with this yet?
Hard to say, Fergus said. Duration, intensity, and the overall number of immolations can vary. One thing is for sure, you don't want to overdraw too much, or you'll have a nasty surprise down the road.
It's unavoidable sometimes, Sarah said. You empty your pool and you need to draw more, drinking the poison all the while. Do that too many times, too fast, and your body starts to reject it. This leads to passing out. You don't want to get to that point because then you really are dead.
The rest of that morning was Lucian catching Sarah up on everything. He did the best he could with that, knowing it was too much information. But she had a sharp mind and asked all the right questions. Within an hour, she knew as much as Fergus and Cleon. Now he would have to wait on her answer.
It's too much, she said. But I'll tell you what. I was going to Snake Rift anyway, and there's safety in numbers. Let's get there first.
Sounds fair, Lucian said. It pains me to say this, Fergus said. But we need you, Sarah.
Your persuasion skills are second to none, Fergie. Let me translate. You need my gravitonic magic. I'm a busy woman, and I don't help people just because they're on a quest to do something as foolhardy as it is utterly impossible.
Is there anything we can do to convince you? Lucian asked.
There's nothing that you can give me. Just don't push me on this. For now, this is something for me to do. Nothing more, nothing less. I'll probably change my mind later.
This isn't a vacation, Fergus said.
It is whatever I want it to be, Sarah said, until I decide it isn't that anymore.
Fergus's expression was a mask of frustration. You can't just... Look at the world how you want to see it.
I think you just summed up my entire philosophy. We're wasting time, Lucian said. We're glad for your help, Sarah. Welcome aboard, as long as you want to stay. Thanks. It's nice to be appreciated.
Once they had eaten and packed up, Lucian's mind became preoccupied with his immolation. He felt fine now, but how many more of these would it take to fray? He couldn't help but look at Sarah's left arm, where the fraying rot had already taken hold. That gray, scaly skin looked almost reptilian. How much longer until his skin looked like that? He brushed away these thoughts as they ate a quick breakfast. Sarah seemed to be making a point of not looking his way. Had she caught him staring at her arm? He felt doubly bad, because he hadn't even thanked her for the balm, and now she was even risking her life for him. He wanted to make things right, but he didn't want to say anything with Fergus and Cleon right there. Once packed up, they crawled out of the cave. Lucian thought it would be a relief to get out of the cave of claustrophobia, but with one gust of the bitingly cold wind, he was ready to go back in. They stood on the ledge for a moment, Cleon standing in the lee of the rock face and shivering.
How do we get down there? He asked.
Sarah turned back, her blonde hair blown sideways.
That would depend on how much you trust your friend here,
she nodded toward Lucian. Trust me? Lucian asked.
And if I don't trust him?
Then you'd better hope you're a good climber.
Fergus frowned. You're not going to create an anti-grav aura around us?
No. That would be suicide with this wind, not to mention too much ether to cover 4 people.
Cleon scoffed. As if Lucian tethering us down there is any safer.
Sarah ignored him. Beyond this ledge is a much flatter slope that leads to the Snake Rift. There's a stand of rocks down there. You'll need radiant magic to see through these clouds, but once you do, you'll see those rocks clear as day.
I catch your meaning, Fergus said. You want me to light it up so Lucian can tether us down there?
Precisely. If that orb is as strong as everyone's saying, this would make the perfect test.
Lucian had a bad feeling about this. What did you mean by light it up, Fergus? Radiants are the best for seeing the unseeable, Fergus said. Watch, my boy, and learn. At that moment, Fergus became wreathed in an aura of green light. His eyes, normally brown, now shone green, taking on a new intensity. He peered into the mists for a moment. Found it. Not a moment later, something glimmered in the distance. The rock, invisible before because of the fog, now shone like a miniature sun. Can you reach your focus that far, Lucian? Fergus asked. Most binders would burn themselves out in seconds trying to move a pebble that far. Lucian thought about it for a moment. He wasn't sure what the orb of binding was truly capable of, but it had done things he would have deemed impossible. But now, others' lives were in his hands. It made his stomach drop.
Is there another option? Lucian asked. With this wind, my gravitonics will be no help getting us down, Sarah said. We'd have to climb, but there's a crevice that's impossible to traverse without magic.
So, the only other option is backtracking to the Snake Pass.
And that'll be a slog, Sarah said. If the Zephyr comes on us there, we'll have no hope of escaping.
Lucian sighed. The fact that everyone's lives would be in his hands made him sick. Everyone was watching him. Why couldn't they just give him space? Do all of you trust me to do this? Lucian asked.
Hell no, Cleon said. But I'm not going back to the Snake Pass either.
Fergus watched Lucian, stepping forward and placing a hand on his shoulder.
I'll go first, Fergus said. It'll be far easier for me to stream if I can get closer to that rock. He looked at Lucian. My life is in your hands, Binder. Make it go as quickly as you can.
Without smashing your body into a bloody pulp, of course, Sarah said.
Yes, Fergus said. There is that.
Lucian ignored the joke. It was not what he needed right now. Okay, so get Fergus down there first, then Cleon, I assume, Sarah after, and then… Lucian frowned. I just realized I've never tried to bind myself to something before.
It's no different from binding another person or object, Fergus said. Only the stakes are higher.
Can't we hurry this up? Cleon asked. I'm freezing my ass off here.
And I'm burning ether, Fergus said. Get me down there, Lucian. Fast.
Sarah nodded. Go ahead, Lucian. He had to get moving quickly. He didn't know how long Fergus could keep the stream going. Lucian reached for his focus, creating a tether from Fergus to the distant rock. It was hard to say how far away it was. A couple of clicks, at least. Lucian drew ether from the orb, streaming more and more magic into the tether. Fergus was lifted into the air and sailed downward toward the rock, following the blue line into the mist.
Geez, Cleon said. Hope you're not going to make me fly like that.
Lucian ignored him. He needed his full concentration to keep his focus strong and sure. If he lost it, even for a moment, the tether would dissipate and Fergus would fall to his death. It took about a minute for Fergus to travel the entire distance. When Lucian felt the captain was getting close, he slowed the stream to allow for a gentle landing. The rock continued to glow steadily.
All right, Cleon, Lucian said. You're up.
I've got no choice, do I?
He stepped up to the precipice and closed his eyes. He was shaking, either from nerves or the cold. Perhaps both. Don't piss yourself, Sarah said. Are you sure you want those to be your last words to me? Before she could get in her own retort, Lucian attached a new anchor point to Cleon, who shot off the cliff with a yelp. Sarah laughed as Cleon screamed for his life, his voice lost to the wind. Once Cleon had made it safely, Lucian let go of the stream. "Now what?" he asked. "We're done," she said. "With them out of the way, we can waltz off into the sunset." "Come on, be serious." At that moment, the light from the rock began to sputter. Was Fergus running low on ether? "We may not have much time," Sarah said. "You think you could stream us both down there at the same time?" "I don't know. Maybe. Getting those two down took less effort than I thought. There seemed to be no limits to the orb." Her eyes marveled. "Amazing. That's what we'll do then." The rock shone again, and Lucian reformed the tether. This time he created 2 anchor points, one for both he and Sarah. The orb of binding thrummed, feeding Lucian more and more ether, all of which went into building up the strength of the tethers. "I can't believe you're doing this," Sarah said. "This amount of magic is unreal." As soon as the tethers reached the right tension, Lucian and Sarah were pulled away from the cliff with surprising speed, so fast that Lucian was afraid he might lose his pack. His focus felt more slippery this time, as if it couldn't handle this amount of magic as efficiently. It was a hard limitation on just how much magic he could stream. The ground below rushed up to meet them, but they could at least see through the mist now. "I hope you know what you're doing," Sarah shouted. Lucian didn't want to tell her he was hoping for the same. Maintaining his focus was difficult under the strain. His concentration almost slipped a couple of times, forcing him to refocus his efforts. "We're almost there," Sarah said. They were close enough to see a large boulder and 2 figures beside it, standing on a flat expanse. Lucian slowed the flow from the orb, and within moments, he and Sarah touched down a few meters away from Fergus and Cleon. Fergus stopped streaming his radiant magic on the rock, and it faded to its usual gray color. His face was paler than usual. Lucian hoped he hadn't had to overdraw. "We're here," Fergus said. "Now, which way is Snake Rift?" "West," Sarah said, pointing. "We'll have another choice to make there. Cross the rift and try to shoot across the upper reaches on the other side, or travel the rift itself and make for the blue crossing." "Let me guess," Lucian said. "That connects to the blue rift?" "You catch on fast," Sarah said. "That will take longer, but it's safer. In the upper reaches, you're trading humans for wyverns and exposure to cold, and wyverns and exposure to cold are undoubtedly more dangerous." She peered into the gray, cloudy sky. "Speaking of, we should get moving." "I thought wyverns only hunted at night," Lucian said. "They do," Sarah said. "However, our smell and body heat might be too much of a temptation to resist. And I don't know how long it'll take to cross the reaches here. I've never been this way before."
"Doesn't look like there are any caves or mountains around these parts," Cleon said. "Should be safe."
"You might be surprised," Sarah said. "We've dallied enough. Let's move." She took point without waiting for anyone else. Fergus opened his mouth before Cleon clapped him on the shoulder.
"Looks like the captain has been usurped." "Why, you little—"
"Hurry!" Sarah called. The 3 men brought up the rear, plodding across the gray landscape. 24. The going became easier, even with the thin air. The land was flat, sloping slightly downward. The problem would come later, when it was time to descend into the Snake Rift. By early afternoon, the slope was steeper and rockier. They had to weave around fallen boulders, lower themselves down sheer cliffs, and have Lucian tether everyone across crevices. Even if the ether from the orb of binding was infinite, Lucian's mental capacity to stream it wasn't. He wasn't only physically tired, but mentally. Exhaustion was written on Sarah's features as well, but even so, she took the lead and found a path through what seemed like a trackless waste. They wove through a narrow ravine,
carved from a swift-moving stream tumbling down the rocks. Sarah walked quickly, jumping from rock to rock and setting a brutal pace. At times, she'd stream an anti-grav disc or two to bridge the wider gaps, holding them long enough for everyone to cross. Even Fergus was starting to get winded.
"Surely, we can break here for lunch and refill our canteens," he said.
When his deep voice echoed off the ravine's side, she placed a finger to her lips.
"No, we can do that later. We still have 10 kilometers of this to cover."
10 kilometers?
Cleon asked.
Seriously?
"We've already done that, and it'll take another couple of hours with this pace." "I'm pretty beat," Lucian said. "Maybe just a short break?"
"No."
Fergus watched her suspiciously. "What are you hiding?" Her only answer was to keep moving.
"That's not a good sign," Cleon muttered.
"Sarah?" Fergus called. Sarah stopped, her face whipping around.
"Quiet!"
When Fergus spoke again, he was quieter, if only marginally.
"If you would just explain—"
"Guys,"
Cleon said, pointing up. Lucian didn't know how he had missed it before. In a cleft of rocks right above them, below a stunted tree, lay a pile of eggs, each about the size of a human head. He hoped it wasn't what he thought it was. They practically ran the rest of the way. No one complained. They couldn't put those eggs behind them fast enough. They went around a final bend with about a kilometer left that seemed to end at a steep drop-off. The fading light meant they had an hour or less to get out of this canyon and seek shelter. Lucian kept looking over his shoulder, expecting to see or hear wyverns following. But the canyon remained silent, save their footfalls. They dashed from rock to rock and forded the stream multiple times. It was a race against time to get out of here before it got too dark. Once they arrived at the precipice, Snake Rift stretched before them. True to its name, it zigged and zagged every which way. It was smaller than the Deep Rift, at least half of its width. Even so, the rift's walls rose hundreds of meters above and below. There didn't seem to be a clear way down, though Lucian spied a trail on the opposite side of the rift. The question was, how to get there.
"Can you tether us again, Lucian?"
Fergus asked. The mere idea made him want to groan. "I'm starting to feel tapped out."
"We all are," Sarah said. "We need to get out of here fast."
"What about your anti-grav aura?" Cleon asked. "Too far to leap?"
Sarah nodded. "I don't have the ether for that, even for one person." Lucian saw there was no choice. "I can tether everyone over one by one, like last time."
"I don't see any other way," Sarah said. "It's getting dark, so we need to be—"
At that moment, a great whoosh rushed over the ravine. Lucian looked up to see not a wyvern, but the passing of a long wooden hull. It was there and gone in less than 10 seconds. Lucian could only stare with his mouth open. Had he really just seen that? Judging from the others' expressions, they were similarly shocked. But before anyone could say anything, shrieks filled the evening air. The Zephyr had just kicked a hornet's nest.
"We've got to move,"
Fergus shouted. There was no time to consider options. In seconds, wyverns would be upon them, and not even the orb of binding would be able to save them if there were anywhere as many as Lucian was expecting. The only option was to escape. Once again, Lucian would have to reach for the orb, despite his exhaustion. Everyone's lives depended on it. Lucian reached for his focus, setting an anchor point on all 4 of them. There simply wasn't time to do things safely by streaming them across one at a time. It was either this or death. He streamed a single focal point across the rift at the largest boulder he could find next to the trail. He began streaming, magic burning through him in a non-stop torrent, building up the power of each of the tethers. Far more magic was needed than he had expected. His vision started to fade, replaced with a world of blue and white lines. He didn't have time to question it, nor to even feel fear. He had to make this work.
"Hurry it up, Lucian,"
Cleon said. His voice seemed to come from another world, and still the 4 tethers needed more magic, more attention. The world fell away until all that was left was the orb, burning in his consciousness like a shining blue sun. And beyond that sun was something else. A familiar fear he never wanted to feel again. That presence reached out for him.
You would kill yourself for them. Save yourself. I can show you that which you seek.
Lucian ignored the voice, siphoning the surrounding ether emanating from that sun. He couldn't question what this place was or what exactly he was seeing. He got the feeling it might be the ethereal background itself manifesting before him. He screamed as the surrounding energy infused into him. He redirected it all into the tethers. Surely it should not take this much magic. But for the first time in his life, Lucian was creating 4 separate streams. Each additional stream, he knew, became more expensive to create and maintain. A quadristream took 16 times as much magic as a single stream. He was doing something that the transcends of the Academy would deem impossible for almost any mage, and he was doing it without experience. But he also had no choice. Time seemed to slow as the blue reality faded. Lucian felt his body return to the shadow world, his reality. His mind snapped fully back to the ravine. No more than a few seconds must have passed. But now every part of him was shining with blue radiance, and the tethers were ready. When Lucian let go of the tension, at once all of them sailed away at breakneck speed across Snake Rift. Cleon lost his pack, but still brimming with ether, Lucian opened a 5th stream, anchoring the pack to Cleon. Ether burned through him even faster, shockingly fast, but only for a moment. Cleon grabbed the pack, allowing Lucian to close off the stream. Lucian only slowed down once they were meters from the trail, setting them down near the focal point. He let go of the stream entirely with a gasp. As more wyvern shrieks filled the air, Lucian's vision blackened for a moment before returning. He looked back at the entrance to the ravine across from them. There were a dozen of those things coming for them, all as large or larger than the ones he had fought alone. Fergus stood with his spear, along with a shield that seemed to be made from light itself, with a brightness to counter the wyverns. Cleon's hands were wrapped with fire. Sarah knelt, shock spear at the ready, with a silvery aura of gravitonic magic surrounding her. The shrieking wyverns poured over the ravine exit across the rift. In the skies above, there was no sign of the Zephyr. Despite his exhaustion, Lucian opened a new binding stream, focusing the magic at the point of his spear. Until now, he hadn't realized magic other than dynamism could be streamed along a shock spear, but somehow he was doing it. More and more magic collected in the glowing blue sphere, which shone brighter and brighter. Again, the world faded, as the shadow world receded and was replaced by the manifold and the ethereal background it generated. Remembering the voice he'd heard before, he didn't want to delve too deeply. With a roar, Lucian thrust his spear skyward, releasing a blinding burst of blue magic from the spear tip. A fork of blue lightning shot outward, connecting with the forerunner of the wyverns. It shrieked as the lightning split into multiple paths that bound even more wyverns. It was the same thing that had happened at the Snake Pass, except instead of lightning grabbing boulders, it was grabbing wyverns. The air emanated with pained screeches. His consciousness was beginning to fade as his binding stream petered out.
"Stop," Sarah said. "You're going to kill yourself."
Lucian let go and would have collapsed had not Sarah caught him. Forcing his eyes open, he could see that the wyverns were leashed to each other by tethers, all pulling them toward each other.
Cover your eyes and grab onto each other, Fergus said. I'll lead us to safety. Just trust me.
What are you on about?
Cleon shouted. He shot a few ineffectual fireballs in the direction of the wyverns. Lucian's binding lightning was beginning to fade as the wyverns fought against their restraints.
Do as I say.
Lucian covered his eyes, and not a moment later, a nova-like burst of light penetrated his eyelids. The wyverns screeched their dismay.
Follow, Fergus said, and don't open your eyes.
Lucian was pulled along by Sarah, judging by the size of the hands. The ground rocked, causing Lucian to almost lose his feet, shortly followed by a rain of rock.
What in the rotting hell was that?
Cleon shouted.
Stop panicking, Sarah said. You're making things worse.
The Zephyr is back, Fergus said. Their mages are attacking us.
Why aren't they attacking the wyverns? Lucian asked.
Don't know, Fergus said. There's a cave up ahead.
Get in there, Sarah shouted. We'll figure out the rest later.
The light was dimming outside his vision. He risked opening his eyes. It was no longer bright. It was quite dim, and it appeared they were now inside the cave. From behind came the sound of screeching wyverns. Looking back, Lucian could see the Zephyr floating down the rift. Hopefully the ship and the wyverns would keep each other busy long enough for them to escape.
Deeper, Fergus said. This cave goes quite some distance, it seems.
Better not be a dead end,
Cleon grumbled.
That's not likely, Sarah said. Most cave systems on Psyche connect with others. If we go deep enough, we can find our way out later.
Unless we get lost.
Way to stay positive, Cleon, Sarah said.
It isn't like we have a choice, Lucian said, unless you want to take your chances with a dozen wyverns and the Zephyr. At that moment, Lucian felt something, pushing against his mind. He placed a hand on his forehead, a high-pitched ring throbbing in his ears. Sarah placed a hand on his arm.
Lucian, you okay?
The sound became louder until he was on his knees. He shut his eyes in a vain attempt to ignore the sound, but it only grew more dominant until it was all he could think about. Fergus said something, though Lucian didn't know what. His vision went black, and he knew no more.